The story opens by comparing a dangerous new power to Jiji's ring, asking what a person would do if they could act without being held responsible. That question narrows into something more personal. What if someone got a grimoire that could cause things beyond human common sense? Back in ordinary life, Johann is just a broke philosophy student who already regrets choosing a major that keeps demanding expensive books. As he fumes about professors and classmates who treat 30,001 like nothing, his irritation turns into a firm decision not to pay full price. He heads into a dusty old used bookstore near campus, hoping someone dumped the same class book after finishing the course. The elderly owner barely looks up and bluntly tells Johann to search the shelf himself. At the shelf, Johann finds not philosophy texts but strange occult titles like the 8th Book of Moses and the Lesser Key of Solomon. One object stops him cold because it barely looks like a book at all, just a heavy dark iron slab wedged between the volumes. When he tries to read the title, the engraved letters flicker and shift into Korean right in front of his eyes. Curious now, he opens the book and finds a full grimoire packed with spells, elementals, necromancy, and absurd occult instructions. It is ridiculous, but to Johann this weird magic book is already more fun than his actual philosophy textbooks. Then the introduction hits him with a bizarre promise. The owner of Divermus Mysterious will gain an invisible vampire familiar. He laughs it off as nonsense, but the book has hooked him enough that he decides to buy it for himself anyway. At the counter, even the owner looks briefly confused by the iron book before pricing it at 30,001. It is still expensive for a used book, but Johann pays by card because it is slightly cheaper than the class text he hated buying. By the time he steps outside, winter darkness has already settled, and he heads home thinking more about dinner than magic. On the way, a rude man brushes Johann aside just to swagger past with a woman, and Johann can only glare after him in disbelief. He mutters a bitter wish for the guy to die, the kind of angry thought people throw out without meaning it. A heartbeat later, the street erupts into screams as the rude man is suddenly lifted into the air by an unseen force. The man flails in panic, and the invisible attacker answers by ripping one of his arms clean off. Even after collapsing, the man keeps trying to crawl away, and the invisible thing turns the attack into open slaughter. That is the moment Johann's frozen fear finally breaks, and survival takes over. While some people still stare and film, Johann turns and runs without wasting a breath on screaming. He does not stop until he reaches an alley and nearly collapses, lungs burning and his arm heavy from carrying the iron book. Just as relief starts to creep in, footsteps behind him make his whole body go cold again. Convinced the invisible monster followed him, he grips the iron-bound grimoire like a weapon and prepares to swing at least once before dying. When he turns, there is nothing to see, only hot fetid breath and the sound of a beast right in front of his face. Then the impossible gets even stranger, as the invisible thing gently licks Johann's cheek like an oversized obedient pet. The shock drains all strength from him, and the heavy grimoire slips from his hand onto the alley floor. The book falls open to the same line about its owner receiving an invisible vampire, and Johann finally understands what followed him home. The next morning feels disturbingly normal until Johann checks the news and sees reports of the University District massacre from last night. The article confirms it was real, and Johann can only stare in disbelief that he somehow slept through the night anyway. Then the invisible vampire stirs from under the bed and makes a soft, beast-like sound, proving the nightmare is in his room now. The creature even tilts its unseen head at him like it is waiting for affection, and Johann pointedly pretends not to see it. He retreats into routine instead, deciding that if his stomach is empty his brain will be even more useless. Johann methodically makes a cheap meal of tuna pasta, salad, and milk, clinging to ordinary details because they are easier than the truth. Only after finishing the meal does he admit to himself that he has been avoiding the real problem sitting on his desk. He swears at the grimoire, but with class time approaching he forces himself into a plan: investigate the book first, then still make it to university. Before leaving, he catches the invisible vampire happily opening and slamming the fridge door just to enjoy the cold air. When Johann tells it to stop, the monster obeys immediately, which is somehow worse because it means it really listens to him. He worries about how to take a 3-meter invisible monster outside, until the creature solves it by dissolving into mist and flowing into the grimoire. Left holding a bag with a monster sleeping inside, Johann can only laugh bitterly at how insane his life just became. The walk to the old bookstore is uneventful, but when he arrives the place is already being emptied into a truck. A worker tells him the old owner died in his sleep last night, and the family ordered the hobby shop cleared out. Johann is left staring at the closed shop, realizing his one easy lead vanished overnight. Then he forces himself to admit the truth, even if the owner were alive, explaining that this book summoned a killer monster would have sounded completely insane. Looking toward the police-controlled road, he sees the aftermath of the massacre and understands exactly who would be blamed if the invisible vampire were exposed. He bitterly reasons through it like a student of responsibility. A man is dead, society will demand someone answer for it, and that someone would be him as the monster's master. He tries to frame it as terrible luck instead of malice, but the image of the dead man still weighs on him enough to offer a brief, awkward moment of mourning. In the end he turns away from the crime scene and heads to class anyway, because the grimoire is terrifying but ordinary life is still waiting to crush him too. At a university lecture, Johann answers attendance but barely hears the class because his mind is still stuck on the invisible monster sleeping in the grimoire inside his bag. Now that the panic has cooled, Johann starts asking the real question: what exactly is the invisible vampire, and is it even under control at all? He sneaks out the grimoire and reads that it was written by a survivor of the Ninth Crusade who studied magic in Damascus. A quick phone search tells him the Ninth Crusade ended in 1272, long before the polished Dracula image of vampires became popular. That makes the grimoire's vampire sound less like an aristocratic legend and more like an old brutal flesh-eating monster. The book also says its owner gains a familiar comparable to the invisible monster that once served Abdul Alhazard, and that name immediately alarms him. When he searches Abdul Alhazard, the internet points him straight to the Cthulhu mythos and a death that sounds horribly familiar. He learns Alhazard was eaten in broad daylight by the invisible monster he had once bound, and that warning hits far too close to home. Johann stuffs the grimoire back into his bag and tries to tell himself to get through class and just survive until lunch. Then the professor notices who came without a major textbook and uses Johann as an easy target in front of the room. Johann swallows the insult because this man controls his major classes, but the irritation keeps building inside him. He desperately tries to think calm thoughts, hoping that will keep the invisible vampire from reacting again. Without warning, the invisible vampire bursts out and tears into the professor's neck in front of the entire lecture hall. The attack is so sudden that Johann can only stare as the professor's head drops and blood sprays across the room. The classroom explodes into screams, and Johann runs with the fleeing students before breaking away into a restroom to hide. Inside a bathroom stall, he grabs his head in shock and demands to know why the creature killed again when he was trying so hard to stay calm. The invisible vampire follows him into the stall and growls back at him with open irritation. When its stomach growls, Johann finally understands the real problem. The monster is starving. He curses himself for forgetting that even a magical monster is still a living thing that needs food. The pieces snap together. Yesterday's meal was interrupted when he ran. Today's mention of lunch set it off again. And now Abdul Alhazard's death feels like a personal warning. Knowing he cannot let it keep feeding on people, Johann leaves campus immediately and heads for a butcher shop. He tells himself the first 2 deaths were accidents. But if he ever feeds this thing a human on purpose, he becomes a real serial killer. Since older vampire lore includes animal flesh, he grabs pork, chicken, and even expensive beef in a desperate attempt to keep the monster off human blood. Back home, Johann pours the raw meat into a large basin and nervously offers it forward, trying to feed the invisible vampire without seeing it clearly. The creature sniffs the bowl, turns away, and rejects plain meat outright, which somehow makes the whole nightmare even more absurd. Johann scrambles for an answer, realizes getting real blood is impossible, and his eyes land on a carton of milk in the fridge. Remembering the strange idea that milk can be treated like transformed blood, he pours it over the raw meat and bets his life on the theory. This time the invisible vampire dives in happily and tears into the milk-soaked meat as if he finally got the meal it wanted. Hearing the creature's satisfied cry, Johann finally lets out a shaky laugh because, for the moment, he has managed not to die. That relief turns into a hard decision. After buying the grimoire and becoming this monster's owner, normal life is already over. Instead of staying scared and passive, he decides he has only one path left now. He has to become a wizard. But the instant he actually starts reading, his dream of flashy fantasy magic crashes into a wall of old occult jargon. He complains about pentagrams, Solomon's magic, and Ars Paulina, then blurts out the real heartbreak. There is no easy fireball or chain lightning anywhere. Even so, he settles down at his desk, opens the grimoire again, and studies it like a difficult major textbook with notes spread out beside him. As he memorizes the system of planetary days and hours, he realizes this magic runs on exact timing, not raw fantasy instinct. Then he checks what these carefully timed spells actually do and finds a list of useful but painfully unglamorous magic like finding stolen items or making travel socks less tiring. While Johann studies, the invisible vampire quietly reaches for the refrigerator again, and by now he has already named it Grizzly. At Johann's call, Grizzly obediently closes the fridge, a small sign that the bond between owner and monster might actually be workable. Johann pats Grizzly's smooth, cool head and decides that fear alone is not enough. He needs this creature to remember him as the one who feeds it. When he checks the news on his phone, both killings are already linked together, and that instantly puts pressure back on his chest. Online theories are all over the place, but Johann knows the dangerous part is simpler. He was present at both scenes. Even without proof, he realizes investigators could still fixate on him just because he keeps showing up wherever the impossible murders happen. He tries to comfort himself with the lack of CCTV in the classroom, but he shuts that optimism down before it can turn into a mistake. That grim realism digs into an old wound too, and Johann's mood turns bitter as he remembers how little kindness the world ever gave him. To stop spiraling, he organizes his disaster into 3 concrete priorities for survival. First, he has to study the grimoire properly, because understanding its magic is the only way to manage any of this. Second, he must hide any link between himself, the Vermis Mysterious, and the 2 murders before someone capable starts connecting dots. He is convinced a secret government group for paranormal threats probably exists, and if they find him, killing one powerless orphan to recover a grimoire would be the cleanest option. Then Grizzly interrupts the planning by pushing out its bowl and very clearly asking for another meal. That makes the third priority painfully obvious. He needs money fast, because feeding this monster is already getting expensive. He even considers taking a leave from university and working more part-time jobs, then bitterly counts it as a blessing that Grizzly at least does not seem to need a litter box. Elsewhere, at the Agency for Paranormal Response, officials gather in a tense conference room to review the impossible murder case. The screen shows the University Street victim being torn apart on camera by something no one can actually see, and even the officials are rattled by it. Because the killer struck openly in public and followed it with a professor's death the next day, the people backing the agency are suddenly terrified that the unseen threat could come for anyone. As the room throws out confused guesses, Shin Xian calmly takes control and says the incident may be connected to a grimoire. She uses the missing Vatican grimoire, the Book of Angel Raziel, as an example, explaining that grimoires do not stay locked away forever if they decide to seek a compatible owner. According to Xian, powerful grimoires actively manipulate chance to reach people they like, whether through family belongings, an old bookstore, or plain bad luck. Still, she rules out Angel Raziel itself, because its magic is about prophecy, secrets, and angels, not this kind of savage public slaughter. Xian says the killings do not match the usual careful behavior of known wizards or anomalies either, because those threats normally avoid blatant CCTV-covered streets. So the agency's working conclusion is clear and dangerous. Someone has recently obtained a grimoire or artifact, and this is likely their first uncontrolled rampage. The next day, Johan goes to the department office and files a leave of absence so disappearing from campus will look normal after the professor's death. Around him, frightened students whisper that the university is cursed, and the panic makes his own exit blend neatly into the crowd. Johan decides university life is only a liability now, because he needs time to learn magic and fewer public traces if anyone starts hunting for him. At his manga cafe job, Johan uses a slow shift to hide behind the counter and study De Vermis Mysterious between ordinary part-time duties. As he reads, Johan learns this book focuses on ritual magic, the slower medieval kind that depends on circles, tools, and careful preparation. The grimoire splits magic into dangerous demon contracts and safer rituals that borrow higher powers to keep summoned beings under control. He quickly rejects demon contracts, because staking his soul for power would defeat the whole point of learning magic to stay alive and safe. When the front door opens, Johan immediately closes the grimoire and switches back into employee mode. A mother tries to dump her young son at the cafe like free babysitting, asking Johan to feed him dinner and make sure he gets on his academy bus. Johan politely draws a firm line, telling her this is a manga cafe and they cannot supervise one child like a daycare. The mother starts complaining, but Johan's real attention drops under the counter to make sure Grizzly is not about to act on its own. After the customer leaves, Johan quietly pets Grizzly in a CCTV blind spot, relieved that it obeyed his rule not to attack without the bite command. That small success matters to Johan, because he cannot afford a third incident tied to any place where he is present. He checks news about the dead professor and reminds himself that hiding is enough, because the best evidence against him is only that he happened to be near the first two incidents. So instead of getting clever, Johan chooses the simplest plan: stay quiet, leave no new traces, and keep studying. Back at the lecture hall, Team Leader Shin Xian inspects the bloody scene while an unnamed female subordinate reports that forensics found almost nothing useful on the body. Xian immediately reads the scene as the work of something that leaves no trace, which only makes the case feel worse. When she hears Team Leader Park is chasing graduate students, Xian accepts it as one possible lead even if the approach feels rough. The subordinate tries to take comfort in the lack of new deaths, but Xian shuts that comfort down immediately. To Xian, the lack of chaos means the culprit is not being swept up by magic at all, but learning to control it. She softens the blow by calling it only a hunch, but inwardly the culprit's restraint scares her more than another obvious attack would. Elsewhere, Johan starts planning his first ritual seriously and writes down the core tools he will need to perform magic. The list is already annoying enough, but the grimoire pushes it further by demanding that the bowl for ingredients should ideally be made by the wizard personally. That one line leaves Johan staring at the book in disbelief, realizing he cannot just buy what he needs and be done with it. So by the weekend, Johan ends up at a cheerful children's pottery workshop, awkwardly joining families just to make a valid ritual bowl with his own hands. The workshop handles the firing later, and Johan accepts that this still counts as his creation because he shaped the bowl himself. While waiting for the bowl to be delivered, Johan spends his free time in the library digging through Lovecraft and Cthulhu mythos stories for background on the grimoire. He notices the grimoire name drops Abdul Alhazard, so he starts wondering whether the so-called fiction behind the mythos connects to something real in his world. The stories also surprise him by making humanity feel stubbornly effective, especially the image of ordinary people and a steamship interrupting Cthulhu's rise. Even so, Johan realizes he personally prefers the uglier, more grounded stories about cannibals and corpse experiments over cosmic creatures and endless dread. By sunset, he admits he enjoyed the reading more than the research, and he still has no clear answer whether the mythos in this world is fiction, truth, or something in between. He cuts off the pointless speculation and focuses on the only thing that matters now. Magic is real, and tonight he finally has a proper chance to test it. Wednesday's Mercury timing matches the ritual instructions, and when Johann heads home he knows the delivered bowl, the materials, and the planetary hour are finally lining up. At home, Johann begins with a modest first test and decides to make holy water, an item the grimoire says can support later rituals. He follows the instructions exactly, pouring chilled water into the bowl on the proper day and hour of Mercury. Then he holds salt in his hand and recites the first consecration prayer as carefully as he can, treating the old ritual like a real procedure. He sprinkles the salt into the water and finishes the final prayer, waiting for any sign that the ritual actually worked. Nothing visible happens, and Johann can only stare at the bowl and wonder whether he just made ordinary salt water. Instead of giving up, he moves to the next step and makes a holy water sprinkler from hyssop, since the evening Mercury hour is right for that tool too. He dips the hyssop bundle into the bowl, completes the sprinkler, and ends up with a finished set that still feels underwhelmingly ordinary. The anticlimax hits him hard enough that he tosses the old grimoire aside and collapses onto the bed, asking himself what he is even doing. Grizzly takes his slump as snack time, rubs against Johann's hand, and begs with shameless confidence. Johann tries to refuse because Grizzly already ate, but his own weakness about food makes the scolding fall flat. He gives in, heads to the refrigerator for more food, and grumbles that magic tools and Grizzly's appetite are both draining his money fast. After feeding Grizzly, Johann lies back down and starts browsing short-term gigs, because money is becoming the next hard limit on his magic plans. One post catches his eye, an urgent same-day night security job that oddly welcomes people with strong nerves who do not believe in ghosts. That wording feels less like a joke and more like a warning, and Johann slowly sits up as the idea starts to click. He looks from the creepy job post to the holy water and sprinkler he just made, and decides this might be the perfect chance to test whether his magic actually works. After the urgent call, Johann reaches the address expecting a creepy ruin, but finds an ordinary university district building with a cafe, a PC cafe, and upper-floor reading rooms. The owner, Park Cheolmin, hurries over to greet him, thanking him for coming because the last part-timer already ran off. As they head inside, Cheolmin explains he owns the place and says the job is really just staying on overnight like a watchman, not real security work. Johann notices the second-floor PC cafe is tightly shut even though it should still be open, and Cheolmin awkwardly blames bad business on rumors that the building is haunted. Cheolmin admits the rumors keep drawing in drunks and thrill-seekers, which is why he needs someone stationed here at night. In the dusty third-floor office, Cheolmin lays out the rules: watch the CCTV, patrol the third and fourth floors, and under no circumstances leave before 6 in the morning. Cheolmin is so obviously terrified and hiding something that Johann immediately understands why the previous worker bolted. The moment his explanation ends, Cheolmin practically flees and leaves Johann alone with the silent security screens. Johann studies the 6 screens, but all he sees are empty dark corridors, desks, and stairwells, the kind of setup that feels exactly like a horror game. Then the silence breaks with violent pounding from the stair railing, loud enough to shake him even though the stair camera shows nothing there. A second screen catches the 4th-floor doorbell ringing wildly by itself, and the too obvious haunting makes Johann sigh instead of panic. Since he came here to test holy water anyway, Johann calmly shuts off the cameras and reaches for the grimoire instead of the flashlight. He leaves the bright office and walks up into the dark with confidence, because he is not entering alone. Inside the 4th-floor reading room, a rolling chair creeps toward him through the dark corridor like it is greeting him. Johann answers the ghost with his own monster and calls Grizzly out of the grimoire. Grizzly's icy presence floods the corridor, and the unseen thing behind the chair suddenly hesitates. Then Grizzly strikes, snatching the pale, smoky ghost and ripping into the face-like part of it. The ghost shreds apart and vanishes, leaving Grizzly snapping at the last drifting scraps like he hates wasting food. 3 more pale ghosts rush for the door, and this time Johann stops Grizzly because he wants to test the holy water himself. At the ringing doorway, Johann pulls out his hyssop sprinkler and frames the ghosts not as human souls, but as leftover psychic residue clinging to the world. He swings the blessed hyssop, and the droplets hit the pale smoke with clean, almost anticlimactic precision. Instead of screaming or burning, the ghost simply loses shape and fades out, and the bell finally falls silent. With the 4th floor cleared, Johann steps out and immediately turns toward the rooftop stairs without hesitation. He realizes the dark has lost its edge because he finally has tools to resist it: a strong familiar, a grimoire, and working magic. 2 more pale ghosts wait by the rooftop door, and Johann sprinkles them the same way. Just like before, the last ghosts collapse and vanish, ending the haunting that had drained the owner and poisoned the building's reputation. In the comfortable quiet afterward, Johann feels like he finally understands magic a little. It is a discipline for taking hold of the uncanny and making it useful. The next morning at the Agency for Paranormal Response break room, exhausted agents slump around after cleaning up a separate haunted building case overnight. Team leader Park curses the professor murder case and the ghost merchant behind the commercial building incident, showing how badly both cases are piling up on them. When an exhausted junior agent asks what a ghost merchant is, Sion walks in and answers that he is a European wizard who traps ghosts in bottles and sells them. Sion names his grimoire as Heptameron and explains that bottled ghosts were being spread through commercial buildings to wreck property values. She says the smugglers were caught, but some ghost cans were already distributed, so the agency still has to track down the buildings and purify them. Park grumbles that they should just call them haunted houses, and Sion coolly shuts that down with a dry warning. Even while talking shop, Sion quietly looks after the youngest agent first and hands her a coffee. The documents Sion brought are the student records from the lecture hall where the professor died, because she suspects the grimoire owner may have been in that room. She argues that if the first 2 killings happened in public but no third incident followed, the second death was probably another rampage, and the owner is now trying to stay hidden. Sion goes one step further and says the owner may already fear being exposed by accidental evidence left behind in those 2 incidents. The idea energizes the junior agent, while Sion returns to the student list and quietly wonders how far the hidden grimoire owner may have already grown. Back at home, Johan collects his pay, buys groceries, and comes back pleased that one night of ghost duty paid surprisingly well. What annoyed him more than the ghosts was Chiolman pressing him over and over about whether he saw anything strange after the shift ended. To calm the owner down, Johan lied that a monk once told him he had strong yang energy, and apparently that story was easier to swallow than the truth. After putting away the groceries and feeding Grizzly, Johan eats a simple meal and starts seriously wondering if exorcism is the easiest money he can make. Holy water worked far better than he expected, so the idea of clearing haunted buildings for cash suddenly feels very real. But the thought immediately crashes into his bigger problem. If the secret agency ever starts digging into him, a normal student suddenly becoming an exorcist would look suspicious. He admits he is mostly shadowboxing against an organization he has never even seen, then forces himself to be practical. If they have not approached him yet, he still has room to move. So instead of chasing money too early, Johan decides the smarter move is to learn more magic first. After a short nap to shake off the fatigue, he opens the grimoire again and picks incense as his next project because it helps with casting and with spirits. The ingredient list sounds manageable until one word stops him cold: musk. He looks it up online and gets hit with the worst part first. Musk comes from an animal gland, and the price is brutal. Faced with rent, food costs, and Grizzly's upkeep, Johan suddenly feels guilty for ever calling holy water just salt water. Even so, he decides this is still the right kind of spending, because if he is serious about magic, he has to treat it as an investment. He taps the iron cover of the grimoire, and mutters a quiet hope that all this spending will pay off. After Johan started the night security job, Park Chiolman's haunted building finally calmed down, and the owner relaxed for the first time in a while. When his daughter calls him over, Chiolman notices the crowd's attention shifting to a distinguished elderly guest. The guest is Smith, a famous retired painter, and he recognizes Chiolman before Chiolman can even greet him. When Smith asks how things are going, Chiolman happily says he met a benefactor and the haunting problem was solved. Smith presses for the full story, and Chiolman gushes about Johan so hard that he practically paints him as a heaven-sent savior. By the end of the talk, Smith has one clear takeaway. After Johan took the security job, the building's strange incidents stopped. That night, Smith leaves the city and returns to the isolated mountain mansion where he has been staying for his sick granddaughter's sake. The moment Smith enters, a scream explodes from inside the house and he rushes straight to Emily's room. Smith finds Emily curled up on the bed in white pajamas, shaking and crying while a maid fails to calm her down. Emily sobs that her dead parents keep appearing in horrible forms and telling her to die quickly. Smith tries to call it a nightmare, but Emily says it has gotten so bad she now hears whispers even when she's awake. Smith remembers that fleeing to a hotel changed nothing except making Emily sicker, with fever and black blood no doctor could explain. Desperate and out of options, Smith decides he will try any faint hope left and calls Chiolman for Johan's contact. Under Emily's bed, a grinning ghostly man and woman press their heads together and wait like predators for the next victim to walk in. Elsewhere, Johan buys powdered musk and other ingredients, wincing at the cost but deciding he may as well make proper magic incense with good materials. Back home in the kitchen, Johan opens the grimoire and reviews the incense recipe, annoyed that his teacher's preferred ingredients are all expensive imports. He starts the first step by crushing aloe, nutmeg, benzoin, and musk together in an earthenware bowl. When the blend is ready, Johan recites a blessing to draw good spirits, drive away evil ones, and consecrate the incense. The final version turns into a strange mix of wizardry and cooking as he adds pepper, crushed peperoncino, and olive oil from his own kitchen. He finishes the incense by sprinkling holy water over it and wrapping the batch for storage so he can burn it whenever he needs it. Johan's next project is a protective robe, so he pulls out the white trench coat he bought specifically to turn into ritual gear. He carefully writes divine names and sigils in red ink inside the coat, marking the front, back, and both sleeves. Then he burns the new incense in a mini brazier and lets the rising smoke consecrate the robe. Just as Johan finishes both the incense and the robe, Park Chiolman calls him out of nowhere. Chiolman says a rich painter named Smith wants Johan to solve a terrifying problem at his granddaughter's mansion, all because he believes in Johan's so-called Buddha energy. Johan is ready to refuse, because walking into a rich stranger's haunted mansion alone sounds exactly like a bad horror movie opening. The moment Jiomin blurts out a 30 million won reward, Johan's refusal collapses on the spot. Johan instantly switches to a calm professional tone and agrees to help, at least on the surface. Once the call ends, Johan reminds himself that the real rule is simple. If his life is in danger, he will drop everything, unleash Grizzly, and run. Even knowing the risk, Johan cannot ignore what 30 million won would mean for his magic, and he starts seeing exorcism work as a brutally efficient side business. Decision made, Johan prepares meat and milk for Grizzly and tells him they are going on a business trip. He packs carefully for the mansion, bringing spare clothes, the grimoire, holy water tools, the white robe, the incense pouch, and an icebox full of Grizzly's food. After several bus transfers, Johan reaches the base of the mountain road and finds Smith's driver waiting for him. During the ride uphill, Johan looks over the isolated scenery and realizes Smith is an even bigger figure than he first thought. The car finally stops at a grand Western-style mansion, and Johan is quietly impressed by the scale of the place. A young housekeeper leads Johan into a formal lounge where 4 other invited specialists are already waiting and sizing each other up. Pastor Go Ju-won immediately sneers at Johan's icebox, making it obvious the guests all know they are competing for the same job. Johan calmly sizes up the room and pauses on the most unusual guest of all, a young nun named Ellie who is not even wearing a veil. Ellie notices Johan's glance and gives him a small polite bow, and he returns the courtesy before keeping to himself. Smith enters the lounge at last and brings Emily with him, supported by the housekeeper so the girl can greet each specialist. Pastor Go Ju-won offers church comfort with a sorrowful face, while Emily can barely answer him. Shaman Park Min-hee bluntly says Emily is drowning in dangerous yin energy. Smith's disciple Kim Soo-hyun clearly dislikes this whole supernatural gathering, but he still claims he only wants Emily to get better. When Emily reaches Ellie, Smith's cold formality melts for the first time, revealing that the nun already has a personal connection to the family. Then Smith thanks Johan for coming, and Johan steps forward not knowing whether he can really help. The moment Johan reaches out, Emily suddenly convulses, gags, and stumbles away from him in disgust. Emily blurts out that Johan smells too strong, and the rest of the room instinctively shifts away from him too. Smith cuts the awkward scene short and moves everyone toward dinner while Johan quietly checks himself for whatever Emily reacted to. Ellie steps closer, sniffs curiously, and quietly tells Johan that what she actually notices is a pleasant incense fragrance. That one comment tells Johan the problem is not body odor at all, and he follows the others out of the lounge with his suspicion quietly deepening. Smith leads Johan through the mansion lobby, but the giant chandelier immediately puts Johan on edge in this already haunted house. At the early dinner, Smith asks for Emily and learns she stayed in her room feeling sick, which puts a quiet strain over the table. Once everyone settles, Smith finally admits the mansion has been full of blackouts, footsteps, and other creeping disturbances. Johan quietly studies Ellie and realizes Smith trusts her far more than the rest of these hired exorcists. Smith asks them to stay the night, inspect the mansion freely, and meet Emily one by one to figure out what is really happening. After dinner breaks up, Johan asks for his room because before he investigates, he wants to feed Grizzly and purify himself. Elsewhere, Ellie goes straight to Emily's bedroom door, worried because Emily looked wrong from the moment they met. Emily answers through the door in a weak but oddly calm voice, claiming she is just nervous and wants to rest alone. Ellie backs away for now, but she leaves with the feeling that Emily's words do not match the fear she heard on the phone before this. Inside the room, the truth is much worse. Emily lies on the bed with empty eyes, repeating helpless lines like a doll while something hidden under the bed listens. A grotesque long arm shoots out from under the bed, snatches the meat from her plate, and drags it back into the dark. Under the bed, the hidden creature chews angrily and thinks the fresh sacrifices arrived as planned, except for 2 troublesome intruders, the blessed woman and the foul-smelling man. The thing under the bed is not worried, because it believes the curse already started the moment everyone entered the mansion. Meanwhile, Johan reaches his guest room, is impressed by how luxurious it is, and immediately focuses on getting ready properly. He takes meat and milk from his portable icebox, feeds Grizzly, and orders the invisible familiar to scout the mansion without being seen. Grizzly eagerly accepts the job, and Johan heads for the bathroom because he wants purification done before the mansion can affect him too. Remembering Emily's symptoms and Smith's story, Johan decides cleansing himself first is the safest move against curses, spirits, and whatever else might be waiting here. Johan fills the bathtub, chants over the water, and starts the purification bath exactly as his grimoire instructs. He completes the ritual by washing with the blessed water, sprinkling holy water over himself with hyssop, and adding salt for a final cleansing. Once the serious part is done, Johan relaxes in the hot bath for a moment, and almost forgets he is in a haunted mansion. At the same time, Grizzly prowls the mansion invisibly and finds nothing alarming until he reaches the kitchen and notices a refrigerator far bigger than the one at home. Completely distracted, Grizzly starts opening and slamming the fridge door over and over like an excited child with a new toy. The strange noise pulls Smith, the pastor, Kim Soo-hyun, the shaman, and the housekeeper to the kitchen, where they freeze at the impossible sight. The housekeeper screams, Smith collapses, and the whole group finally stops doubting that the mansion is haunted at all. Meanwhile, Johan is still soaking peacefully in the bath, completely unaware that Grizzly has just detonated the first full panic of the night. Then a distant scream cuts through the walls, and Johan bolts upright because even the soundproof bathroom cannot hide that something just went wrong. He throws on his clothes, grabs the grimoire, and rushes into the hallway, where Ellie is already hurrying over after hearing the same scream. Johan and Ellie race to the kitchen and find the aftermath: terrified adults, an open fridge, and Grizzly cowering in a corner where only Johan can detect him. Johan instantly realizes Grizzly caused this mess, but he swallows the truth and decides the evil spirit can take the blame for now. He calmly assigns Ellie to steady Smith and the housekeeper, then strides forward to take control of the room himself. Johan slams the refrigerator shut with a bang and bluntly reframes the whole scene as a trick of a wicked spirit. With everyone looking at him, Johan warns that fear is exactly how evil spirits divide people and make them turn on each other. Pastor Go Ju-won bristles at being upstaged and snaps at Johan for acting important without proper religious authority. Johan answers with a dead serious line that is half bluff and half performance. He says he specializes in wiping out the supernatural. Then he lands the line with a straight face and declares, almost unbelievably, that he is a ghostbuster. Most of the room can only stare or sneer, but before the awkward mood can settle, the shaman starts to break. Park Min-hee's bell starts shaking in her hand as terror floods her, because her sensitivity made her easier for the mansion's curse to hit. She suddenly screams about eyes and skeletal arms everywhere, then drops into frantic nonsense as the curse fully takes hold. Park Min-hee bolts out of the kitchen in a frenzy, and everyone else rushes after her into the mansion lobby. In the central lobby, Park Min-hee staggers beneath the giant chandelier while her bell keeps jingling and the fixture above starts to sway. Then the chandelier crashes down and kills Park Min-hee on the spot, turning the lobby into a blood-soaked nightmare. The group can only stare, and even Johan has to force himself not to wonder whether Grizzly's prank helped push this disaster into motion. Smith tries to call the police, but by the time they look outside, a full blizzard has sealed the mountain road and trapped everyone inside. Johan immediately hates the timing, because the storm feels less like weather and more like a trap closing around the mansion. Then his grimoire suddenly vibrates and opens on its own to a page about black magic that isolates houses or whole villages with storms. The page explains a demon-linked ritual using a buried jar of animal and human blood, which tells Johan this blizzard may have been arranged in advance. Before he can act on that, a sweet mocking voice starts singing from the staircase above the corpse. Emily appears barefoot on the second floor stairs in a thin white nightgown, smiling brightly as if this bloody scene is entertainment. Looking down at Park Min-hee's mangled body, Emily giggles that it looks like burst raspberry pie, and the mansion finally feels like a full horror trap closing in. In the chandelier-smashed lobby, Emily comes down the stairs barefoot in thin pajamas, humming at the death scene like nothing is wrong. Instead of worrying about the haunting, Kim Soo-hyun blurts out that Emily's bare legs are exposed, making Johan realize the house is already warping people's minds. Emily cruelly teases him, lifting one pale leg and exposing that she already knew he had been secretly staring at her. Kim Soo-hyun tries to deny it, but his eyes stay glued to her feet, and even Smith can only stare in dismay. Johan cuts through the madness and says they should at least cover the shaman's body instead of leaving it under the fallen chandelier. Emily ignores that completely, hides behind Kim Soo-hyun, and says she is tired and needs to rest. Kim Soo-hyun immediately volunteers to take Emily away, claiming the sight of the body upset her. Smith follows too worried about his granddaughter to leave her alone. Pastor Go Ju-won also peels away from the corpse and joins them, leaving Johan wondering who is supposed to handle the dead. As the others leave, Johan feels the mansion's sticky, hostile air more clearly and realizes the shaman was only the first one to lose her mind. One person still holds steady. Ellie kneels by the shaman's body and quietly prays for the dead to find peace. When Ellie stands, she bluntly asks Johan to help Emily and calls him Mr. Ghostbuster. The young housekeeper timidly backs Ellie up, saying everyone else laughed at Johan but he is the only one who actually looks calm and used to this. Johan decides not to waste that trust, asks the housekeeper's name, and starts preparing for a real exorcism. He tells Ellie and Soare to find something to cover the corpse and asks for any brazier they can use, while a blizzard rages outside and traps them in the mansion. A little later, the dead shaman is finally covered with a bedsheet, while Ellie and Soare go searching the house for an antique brazier. Johan heads to his room for his ritual bag and, once alone, decides to test the grimoire's search function on the thing inside Emily. The grimoire opens by itself and describes a dark thing that hides under beds and feeds on fear, confirming Johan is dealing with a boogeyman. Armed with that answer, Johan heads upstairs and reaches the dark hallway near Emily's room. There, Kim Soo-hyun steps out of Emily's room holding a kitchen knife and glaring at Johan with naked hostility. Johan tries one calm warning, but Kim Soo-hyun snaps completely and screams that Emily belongs to him. Kim Soo-hyun lunges to stab him, proving the boogeyman has pushed him fully over the edge. Grizzly bursts out to protect Johan and swats Kim Soo-hyun away with far too much force. Kim Soo-hyun crashes through the upstairs railing, falls to the first floor, and dies instantly when his neck breaks. Johan stares down at the new corpse, grimly deciding Grizzly saved him even if this accidental kill will haunt the night. A scream breaks the silence as Soare arrives too late, sees the aftermath, and mistakes it for the evil spirit throwing Kim Soo-hyun over the railing. Johan instantly decides to let the boogeyman take the blame rather than expose Grizzly and turn the survivors against him. Instead of arguing, he kneels by the shaking housekeeper and promises she will not die. He gives her the steady answer she needs, saying that if demons exist, then God exists too, even though he is mostly trying to stop their fear from feeding the boogeyman. Ellie helps Soare back to her feet and says they still have to walk through this darkness for the sake of the people already sacrificed. Johan forces himself to move forward too, deciding the only thing that matters now is ending this before anyone else dies. Then the hallway explodes again as Pastor Go Ju-won is hurled out of Emily's room and pinned in midair, screaming for God to save him. A second later he smashes into the wall hard enough to burst blood from his face, and the pastor dies on the spot. That shock wipes out Johan's comforting words, but it also proves the boogeyman is still attacking openly, and they have no time left. Johan snaps back into action and asks for the brazier Ellie and Soare found. Even when Soare nervously explains it is an old Zoroastrian ritual brazier, Johan says that does not matter as long as it burns. He finally puts on his white protective robe, straps on his holy water and sprinkler, and looks every bit like the exorcist they were hoping for. With the broken bedroom glowing ahead, Johan tells the others to come and leads the push into Emily's room. Inside, the room is wrecked, torn Bible pages are scattered everywhere, and Smith sits collapsed in despair after his own failed attempt. Emily lounges against the bed with a chilling smile as the thing inside her mocks Johan for invoking a god he does not even believe in. The boogeyman boasts that Emily's body is already its own and the whole mansion is now its stomach. Johan actually laughs, because from his point of view faith is not reverence but a working system of names, rituals, and power. He starts the rite by consecrating the fire and throwing his handmade incense into the brazier. The room floods with dense sacred smoke, and Emily's smug face finally twists in real pain. Johan calmly points out that this is why the boogeyman avoided him earlier in the lounge. Then he draws the hyssop sprinkler and scatters holy water over Emily's body. The holy water burns the thing inside her hard enough to rip a hideous non-human scream out of Emily's throat. The boogeyman tries to fight back, but the sacred names sewn into Johan's robe stop it from touching him. When Emily charges anyway, Grizzly pins her down on the bed with an unseen monstrous weight. Cornered, the spirit suddenly switches tactics and speaks in Emily's innocent voice, begging her grandfather to save her. Johan does not hesitate for a second and slams her head back into the bed, refusing to show a demon any softness at all. He threatens it with worse, calling it a nameless pest and making clear he is willing to drag it out no matter how ugly this gets. The boogeyman tries one last hostage threat, warning it will destroy Emily's face and body if Johan pushes harder. Johan calls the bluff coldly, saying that pain would be the spirit's problem, not his, and the threat finally lands. He presses even harder and points out the spirit never came after him directly because, deep down, it was afraid of him. That flips the whole battle. The thing that feeds on fear is now the one panicking. Johan puts his hand on Emily's forehead and begins the final command to imprison and strike down his enemy. When the spirit begs him to stop, Johan cruelly mocks it and orders it to cry if it wants mercy. He presses forehead to forehead with Emily and taunts the demon one last time, forcing it out of hiding. A black shadow finally pours out of Emily's mouth, and Grizzly's waiting jaws catch it before it can escape. Now completely broken, the boogeyman begs to serve Johan and screams for mercy from the great one it just mocked. Johan gives the only answer left and orders Grizzly to eat. Grizzly tears the boogeyman apart and devours it, and the whole mansion shudders as the evil spirit is erased. When the room falls silent, everyone else can only see a successful exorcism, and Smith stares at Johan in disbelief. When Smith asks who he really is, Johan repeats the joke from earlier with a straight face, Ghostbuster. In Emily's bedroom, the exorcism finally works, and Emily coughs awake after the boogeyman is driven out. Smith rushes to her side and breaks down in tears as he hugs the granddaughter he thought he had lost. Johan quietly steps away, reminding himself this was a paid job, not a heroic act. Ellie stops him with open relief, calling him Ghostbuster, and Johan awkwardly asks her to just use his name. Her sincere thanks make Johan realize she truly wanted to save Emily, but the room still feels grim with 3 bodies left in the mansion. With the evil spirit gone, Johan immediately worries that explaining 3 deaths to the police will be far harder than the exorcism itself. Ellie quietly suggests covering the bodies with bedsheets so Emily will not wake up to that horror, and Johan agrees at once. Instead of spiraling over the aftermath, Johan bluntly decides the next priority is food. Soare finally speaks up from the floor, ashamed that fear made her legs give out and even made her wet herself. Johan backs off and tells the humiliated maid to rest, deciding he will cook for himself instead. After the bodies are covered and Ellie returns to Emily, Johan heads alone to the mansion kitchen to find something filling. He skips the instant ramen and rice, spots bulgogi and vegetables in the fridge, and decides to make curry instead. In the middle of a murder scene cleanup, Johan calmly stir-fries beef, adds vegetables, pours in water, and turns the whole thing into a pot of curry. Watching the pot bubble, He briefly imagines magically consecrating the curry to make it tastier, then drops the dumb idea. Ellie brings Smith, Emily, and a freshly changed Soare into the kitchen, and they stare at Johan like his calm cooking is some kind of supernatural skill too. Johan answers the unspoken question with one blunt rule: they are alive, so they need to eat and keep their strength for the morning. Ellie gently invites Emily to eat, but Emily starts crying because she remembers enough of the possession to feel responsible for the deaths. Seeing her, Johan quietly recognizes the same ugly trap he knows from his own life: getting dragged into deaths by something supernatural you never asked for. He tries to comfort her in the worst possible way, telling Emily that in life you sometimes accidentally get 1 or 2 people killed. The kitchen freezes as Emily, Ellie, Smith, and Soare all stare at him in open-mouthed horror instead of feeling better. Before the moment can get any worse, Johan switches topics and serves the curry. Hunger wins in the end, and even Emily slowly joins the others in eating the surprisingly good meal. As pale dawn reaches the kitchen, Johan turns serious again and tells Smith and Ellie he still needs one favor from them. When officials finally arrive, they are not police but black-suited government agents who inspect the mansion and order everyone to keep quiet. At Johan's request, Smith tells the officials that Ellie saved Emily through prayer, hiding Johan's role even though Ellie objects at first. The easy cover-up tells Johan something unsettling: either this hidden agency is sloppy, or Korea is dealing with even bigger supernatural chaos elsewhere. Some time later at the airport, Johan comes to see off Smith and Emily as they leave for the United States to escape the fallout. Smith thanks him again, and Johan keeps things polite while quietly valuing this first client as useful future overseas backup. Emily also thanks him, and Johan gently tells her to contact him again if she ever needs help. Instead of answering, Emily just stares at his face for a long second and then turns away, already acting strangely around him. After Johan leaves, Smith finds Emily sketching in the airport lounge, and she panics and hides the page. Once Smith walks away, Emily opens the sketchbook again and reveals she has drawn a vivid memory of Johan grabbing her hair during the exorcism. Emily turns bright red, covers her face, and realizes the boogeyman is gone, but it left her with a very embarrassing new fetish. The story cuts to the Agency for Paranormal Response, where tired team leaders gather because bizarre incidents across Korea have suddenly surged. The briefing gets worse when the screen shows Edward Coffin, a wanted necromancer from the UK, confirmed to have entered Korea. Team leader Park curses under his breath, and the room starts treating the necromancer's arrival as a sign that the current spike in anomalies is part of something bigger. Shin Seon explains the crisis with a black hole analogy, moving cups on the table to show how concentrated mystical power can pull smaller mysteries into one area. She reveals that powerful grimoires have gone missing, including the Book of the Angel Raziel and the 8th Book of Moses. When the others reel from the idea that such books may have chosen masters in Korea, Seon says it is not just 2 grimoires but at least 3 or more. Seon even suspects the university professor's killer may also be a grimoire master, but a government official abruptly shuts that line of thought down. She ends with the real warning: the recent anomaly surge may fade on its own, but the wizards coming to hunt those grimoires will be the real disaster. After the meeting, Shin Seon takes a coffee in the break room and goes right back to studying the Smith Mansion case that still bothers her. Seon points to the mansion file and says Smith's account sounds less like an ordinary evil spirit case and more like a boogeyman. The younger agent points out that a real boogeyman usually leaves far worse carnage, and Seon has to admit the low death toll weakens her theory. Still, the autopsy reports keep nagging at her, especially because Kim Soo-hyun's broken neck, crushed ribs, and organ damage look different from the other deaths. Then Seon spots the name Kim Yo-han in the mansion file and realizes it is the same man who was present during the university professor murder case. That coincidence rattles her, and she starts wondering why someone who hid so carefully would suddenly step into another paranormal case unless he was hiding something much bigger. Elsewhere, Johan heads to a cafe meeting already aware that the government will eventually find him suspicious, so he decides the answer is to become visibly involved in even more paranormal cases. He treats it like hiding a tree in a forest. If he keeps appearing around paranormal incidents as an exorcist, he may look busy instead of guilty, and he can also earn escape money fast. Inside the cafe, Ellie greets him and finally delivers the item Smith wanted him to have. Johan opens the box and finds a thank you letter and a stack of custom business cards with a goofy cartoon boogeyman on them. Smith's letter thanks him again for saving Emily, and the absurd card design makes Johan grin despite himself. When Ellie asks if she can contact him again, Johan hands her a card and plays along with the Ghostbuster joke one more time. Ellie shyly answers the line back to him, and Johan leaves the cafe quietly humming, already leaning into his new exorcist identity. In a quiet second-hand bookstore, the sleepy calm breaks when Chief Kim and a team from the Agency for Paranormal Response storm in and start tearing through the shelves. When the clerk protests, Chief Kim smoothly claims they are only looking for a book and promises to buy something, pressing the clerk into uneasy silence. Behind that smile, Chief Kim is irritated because the chairman's children have sent him on a wild hunt for a grimoire that might have appeared in used bookstores and libraries. Far away in the Sacred Maiden Convent, Elsia kneels by a glowing brazier and lovingly presses her cheek to the white grimoire called the Book of Angel Raziel. Elsia opens herself to Raziel's voice like a devoted saintess, But the message that comes through is abrupt and strangely specific: Korea, and the name Johan. The brazier flames suddenly turn blue and burn a brutal command across the floor: kill Johan. Raziel's rage is simple. After Johan ignored her at the old bookstore and chose the Vermis Mysterious instead, she decides that rival vessel of evil has to be destroyed before it grows stronger. Once the oracle ends, Elsia's deadly mission immediately collides with a problem more basic than magic when she timidly asks where Korea even is. The answer only makes her look more lost, because someone reminds her they are in Finland, and a cold wind howls outside the convent. Elsewhere in Korea, the wanted necromancer Edward Coffin works in a graveyard at night, swinging a smoking censer while black-coated zombies dig up graves around him. As Edward gives permission for the dead to rise, smoke pours into open coffins and corpses begin clawing their way upright. Edward treats graveyards like easy stockpiles, calmly using buried bodies as raw material while he studies the stars for the grimoire he has been chasing. His divination has led him to a prize every wizard would crave: the Lesser Key of Solomon, the grimoire of Solomon's 72 demons. Edward does not care if the book already has a master, because he fully intends to kill that person and prove he is the one worthy of Solomon's crown. Later, agency investigators reach the cemetery aftermath, and a new female recruit nearly throws up at the stench, the ruined graves, and the towering heap of rotting bodies while Sion looks on grimly. Sion studies the corpse tower instead of looking away, and when the recruit asks why anyone would do this, Sion gives a blunt answer: it is basically a mating display for a grimoire. She explains that Edward is flaunting his magical power the way a toad croaks louder, hoping to catch the grimoire's attention. But Sion also makes the key rule clear: if the grimoire already chose a master, that kind of show means nothing because grimoires choose by personal taste. What matters now is that someone willing to build this nightmare will keep escalating, so Sion decides they have to catch Edward before he causes something worse. Meanwhile, after getting 30 million won from Smith, Johan heads for a proper hotel vacation and casually wanders into a bazaar while he has time to kill. At one stall selling drinks, cookies, and books, a worn leather volume catches his eye: The Lesser Key of Solomon. The title feels familiar, but Johan tries to shrug it off and tells himself there are plenty of books with Solomon in the name. Then the clerk accidentally spills a drink right onto his face, and though he is annoyed, Johan accepts the apology without making a scene. Feeling guilty, the clerk offers him any book for free, and Johan stares at the Lesser Key of Solomon because the whole situation suddenly feels a little too deliberate. Now that he knows grimoires are real, Johan hesitates, wondering whether this book will be useful or whether it hides a monster far worse than Grizzly. Before he can decide, the clerk returns with a fresh drink and somehow spills that one on him too. After that second soaking, Johan gives up resisting and decides the book obviously wants him badly enough, so he will just buy it properly. Back at the hotel, freshly washed and wrapped in a soft bathrobe, Johan finally gets to enjoy the luxury he paid for after the Smith job. The best part is that Grizzly is enjoying the room too, happily splashing around in the large milk bath like a spoiled little partner. Johan basks in the warm sunlight and tries to enjoy feeling rich for once, even while admitting to himself that this is still freelancer money and not real security. He cannot stay idle for long, so he sits down at the table and studies the two grimoires he somehow ended up collecting: De Vermis Mysterious and the Lesser Key of Solomon. He opens De Vermis Mysterious first, but it still only reveals beginner material and leaves the deeper sections frustratingly locked away. That makes him wonder whether the book opens by skill, or by building a stronger bond with Grizzly, and the thought is embarrassing enough to snap him out of his own goofy imagination. Since De Vermis Mysterious has hit a wall, Johan switches to the Lesser Key of Solomon to see if the new grimoire is more practical for study. De Vermis Mysterious gives an annoyed metallic buzz when he puts it down, but Johan ignores the jealousy and opens the new book anyway. The first pages warn about demons, and Johan immediately decides he is not arrogant enough to gamble on outsmarting one in a contract. Instead of summoning demons, he looks for safer support magic, and the grimoire seems to respond by turning on its own to the section on pentacles. Johan realizes this book goes far beyond the basic pentagram notes in De Vermis Mysterious, because it contains Solomon's 44 pentacles tied to the 7 planets. But when he reads the materials list, his interest crashes into reality, because the sun pentacles need gold and the moon pentacles need silver. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it feels that Solomon's magic expects royal budget materials, making demon summoning impossible for him on money alone. That sends him back to De Vermis Mysterious in search of a cheaper pentacle method, hoping the rougher book is at least beginner-friendly. Instead, De Vermis Mysterious tells him the best parchment is hand-prepared from a lamb hide, which sounds less like wizardry and more like becoming a medieval craft worker. After clay pots and now parchment making, Johan seriously wonders whether he can skip all this antique ritual prep and just cast magic the normal fantasy way. Annoyed enough to give up for the moment, he tosses both grimoires aside, and they clatter helplessly across the hotel table. Back in Finland, Elsia starts researching Korea online with earnest determination, promising Raziel she will find where Johan is hiding. Raziel praises her progress, but Elsia immediately gets sidetracked by bizarre search results about a grand Finland versus Korea war and starts taking them seriously. As Elsia reads nonsense about allied forces, tyrannosaurs, and space marine legions, even Raziel sounds tired and tells her not to look at that. In his hotel room, Johann lies in bed and keeps worrying over the pentacle he still wants to make, because the real obstacle is not gold or silver but the rare materials and the skill to shape them. As he thinks through things, Johann realizes he cannot keep crafting advanced magic tools by himself forever, so he starts wondering if a hidden wizard market or wizard society exists at all. That idea immediately turns risky, because Johann knows the secret government already noticed the paranormal world, and if wizard networks exist, people might come after the two grimoires in his hands. After staring at the ceiling for a long moment, he accepts the danger anyway and decides he has to keep living as a wizard, stay careful, wait for information, and keep earning money through exorcism work. Even before the next job arrives, Johann has one more thing to handle. Grizzly yelps from the bathroom, reminding him the little monster still needs training too. Elsewhere, Minjun hears another vague rejection at an audition, then goes back to his waiter's shift feeling the same old fear that his life is slowly stalling out. Near closing time, his kind coworker Pedro tells him the restaurant is shutting early for Pedro's farewell before going back home, and the two end up drinking together after work. On the way home, Pedro notices Minjun's depressed mood and suddenly asks if he has ever heard of voodoo. When Minjun thinks of horror movies and curses, Pedro laughs and explains that real voodoo is about serving the Loa and receiving their help. At Minjun's home, Pedro has him set up a white vanity altar for Urzuli Frida with perfume and a framed portrait, all in the white and pink colors the Loa loves. Minjun is thrown by the portrait's white-skinned goddess, and Pedro explains that Urzuli Frida was shaped through the suffering and longing of enslaved people who blended different holy figures together. Then Pedro drops the real condition. Minjun is not just asking for luck, he is becoming Urzuli Frida's devotee and lover. Pedro lays out the rules one by one: keep the altar spotless, spray perfume every morning, bring gifts like dresses, jewelry, and sweets, and never offend her with cigarettes, drugs, or sex in front of the altar. Pedro mostly means it as a last sincere boost for his struggling friend, but the timing is dangerously real. Rare grimoires are gathered in Korea, mystical energy is rising, and Minjun happens to be exactly Urzuli Frida's type. That very night, the ritual works, and Minjun sees the beautiful goddess in a dream. After that, luck sticks to Minjun so hard that auditions finally open for him and success starts coming fast. Even his mistakes turn profitable, because a stock he buys by accident is the one that explodes upward instead. With money and status pouring in, Minjun moves into a luxury office and starts dating a beautiful model, but he still hides Urzuli Frida's altar behind a closed door. Then Minjun breaks the taboo himself by smoking marijuana with his girlfriend, and in that hazy reckless mood she reaches for the forbidden room. Inside, his girlfriend laughs at the hidden altar like it is a doll room and plays with the dresses and jewelry meant only for the goddess, while Minjun lingers at the doorway in a dazed state. When Minjun starts making out with his girlfriend in Urzuli Frida's altar room, the goddess's framed portrait suddenly shakes and crashes down. Back in the present, Johann listens to the now haggard Minjun tell the whole story in a cafe, and inside he is already exhausted by how completely this idiot ignored every warning. Minjun studies Johann's plain face and goofy Ghostbuster card with growing doubt, wondering if this calm black-haired guy is even a real exorcist. Johann immediately reassures him that client secrets stay private and jokes that he does not want police trouble either, because half this job is getting panicked people to trust him. When Minjun finally asks if his condition is dangerous, Johann first checks the most important detail: whether the altar was destroyed or thrown away. Minjun says he left the altar untouched out of fear, and Johann quietly decides that at least this mess has not reached the absolute worst-case scenario yet. After hearing about moving furniture, nightmares, and bad luck, Johann also notices something crucial. Minjun does not feel cursed in the usual ugly way. That is why Johann flatly tells him there is nothing an exorcist can do here, no matter how much Minjun offers to pay. Johann explains that this is not an evil haunting or a demon deal at all, but a lover's quarrel with a Loa who genuinely treated Minjun like her man. He breaks it down brutally simply. The gifts were not payment in a cold contract. They were offerings to a girlfriend, and now she is lashing out because Minjun cheated on her in her own room. Johann warns that bringing in some outside exorcist to tell an angry supernatural lover to get lost would only make everything worse. So when Minjun asks what he should do, Johann tells him to spend every last bit of money he has on luxury gifts for the altar and begs sincerely for forgiveness. When Minjun flinches at losing all that money, Johann sharply reminds him that the same impossible luck made that money in the first place, and that is exactly why he is so scared now. Johann makes the final reality clear too. Even if Urzuli Frida forgives him, things will never go back to normal after she has already seen his human lover. From there, Minjun only has two paths left: break up with his girlfriend and stay with Urzuli Frida, or tell the Loa he is unworthy and end that supernatural relationship instead. Johann gets up to leave, waives any real consultation fee, and gives one last warning with zero softness left: do not ever bring another exorcist or shaman into that house. Back at a motel, Minjun repeats Johann's warning to his beautiful girlfriend, and she immediately dismisses the whole thing as a scam from a man who never even checked the house. She quickly lines up a supposedly famous shaman through her contacts, and Minjun, tempted by her and unwilling to lose either his money or the relationship, starts deciding Johan must have been the fraud. Later in his cramped one-room apartment, Johan is quietly reading a grimoire when Minjun's call suddenly breaks the calm. The moment Johan answers, Minjun's terrified screams explode through the phone, but Johan's face barely changes because he already knows exactly what kind of mistake was made. Johan understands exactly what must have happened, thinks bitterly that Minjun rushed straight back toward death, and still says none of that out loud. Instead, he simply hangs up and never gets a second call, refusing to step into the mess he already warned Minjun not to create. A moment later, Grizzly presses his unseen body against Johan's hand for a snack, and Johan answers the cheerful cry with a faint, tired smile. At Task Force 3, Shin Seon quietly puts Kim Johan's photo on display and names him the prime suspect in the university murder case. Seon sums Johan up as diligent, isolated, hard to know, and quietly suspicious because no one really understands what he is thinking. Team leader Park asks if she found real evidence, and Seon has to admit she only has a strong hunch based on the situation. Park teases her by comparing Johan's suspiciousness to a coworker sometimes choosing spaghetti over his usual pork cutlet, and the room cracks up while Seon stiffens. Even after the joke, Park tells her the case is strange enough to keep an eye on, but warns her not to burn herself out with bigger investigations coming. Seon closes the briefing by telling her team this was only her personal lead, and the others look relieved they are not being dragged into more work. Once the room clears, Seon opens her new assignment, and her expression hardens at a harmless-looking weekend farm tied to multiple disappearances. She immediately sees the danger. A livestock farm could hide a wizard's workshop, an organ trafficking ring, or both. The story cuts to the farm's basement, and confirms Seon was right. The place is both a wizard's workshop and a human butchery operation. There, Kim Mirayo mocks her subordinates for failing to find the real grimoire she wants. Kim Bujang apologizes like a beaten servant, but inside he curses Chairman Kim's whole family for acting like grand wizards with copied books. Mirayo orders him to take the meat for an upcoming party, gesturing to corpses on the table with their skulls opened and brains removed. After sending him off, Mirayo uses the copied cults de Gauss to brew an elixir from a pineal gland, other ingredients, and human flesh. She drinks the mixture to force open her third eye, and the drugged ritual leaves her body shaking and hallucinating. Even that isn't enough for Mirayo, because she wants real power strong enough to kill her father and brothers who have lived too long. Knowing the agency reported the real grimoire was in Korea, she burns with frustration that it still has not appeared before her. Elsewhere in the mountains, Johan takes Grizzly out to test and train the invisible vampire's strength away from other people. Watching Grizzly yawn in daylight, Johan notes that this vampire can still move under the sun even if it prefers the dark. Johan briefly tries to explain Grizzly through science, then gives up because magic clearly refuses to fit inside normal logic. Then the boogeyman's last words come back to him, especially the strange line calling him the master of the beast from the stars. He brushes the thought aside, pats Grizzly's head, and gets back to the practical test he came here for. Johan picks a tree, demonstrates the motion, and tells Grizzly to hit it as hard as possible so he can measure its real power. The instant Johan steps back, Grizzly's punch doesn't just break the tree, it blasts the trunk apart. The shattered tree crashes into others with a mountain-rattling roar, and Johan panics because this training just got way too loud. Cursing in pure shock, Johan grabs Grizzly and bolts off the mountain before anyone comes to investigate. After escaping the mountain, Johan checks his phone and confirms his reservation for the weekend farm experience where he hopes to get material for parchment. At the farm, the place looks almost absurdly peaceful, with bright sun, green meadows, and soft sheep wandering around like a tourist had come to life. Johan quietly admits the sheep are cute, even though he is not here for rural healing or a farming fantasy. When the staff invites everyone into the pen, couples and tourists happily spread out, while Johan stays focused on why he really paid to come. He joined this farm because it offers a supervised slaughter program, which gives him a chance to secure hide for real magic parchment. As he studies the sheep, Johan mentally runs through the ritual parchment process, from skinning and blessing the hide to salting, soaking, scraping, drying, and smoking it. The thought of actually skinning an animal makes him sigh, because the work will be slow, messy, and full of trial and error no matter how simple it sounds in theory. Then Shin Seon spots Johan among the guests, and is genuinely stunned to find her murder suspect at the very farm she came to investigate undercover. Seon quickly masks her reaction and keeps Johan in the corner of her eye, because a rational man like him would not spend money on this farm without a reason. The more Seon thinks it through, the worse it looks. If Johan chose this exact farm, maybe he already knows it is a wizard's workshop. When a cheerful staff member approaches, Seon smoothly plays the harmless guest who is just nervous around animals. Under that calm act, Seon reminds herself that if Johan really has an invisible familiar strong enough to kill, one wrong move could get every tourist here slaughtered. So instead of confronting him, she keeps investigating the staff and notices a faint layer of mockery behind their polite smiles. Because all the past victims came alone, Sion already arranged agency backup outside and entered by herself as bait with orders to rush in if her signal vanished. At lunch, the staff warmly invites everyone to eat meat and vegetables from the farm, and the trap finally closes. The food is drugged, and soon the guests sag forward across the tables as the farm workers move in with practiced efficiency. As the workers strip belongings and load bodies onto stretchers, they casually talk about finishing everything today before the agency raids the place. Still pretending to be unconscious, Johann realizes his grimoire warned him in time, and that these people may lead him straight to another wizard. Sion also keeps her cover, and the staff's loose talk confirms both the workshop and the terrifying fact that someone inside the agency is leaking information. Without exposing themselves, Johann and Sion are quietly carried together down into the villa basement like two more pieces of meat. Johann worries for a moment about losing his confiscated bag, but he knows Grizzly will wake from the grimoire on its own when feeding time comes. In the workshop's central room, Kim Mirio leisurely checks the stolen belongings the way a hunter appraises prey. Most of the loot bores her, until she notices an odd icebox and then lifts another bag that feels heavy in a very different way. Inside, she finds Johann's iron-covered grimoire and instantly knows this one is real. As she grabs it, the title on the cover writhes and settles into De Vermis Mysteriis, making the book feel even more alive and raw. Mirio opens the grimoire, recognizes Latin, and starts laughing because she thinks fate has finally delivered the true book to her. A line about the book's owner being master of the invisible vampire only excites her more, because she wrongly assumes the grimoire has chosen her. Then the book suddenly drops from her hands, and in the next instant both of her forearms are simply gone. As she screams, chewing sounds answer from empty air, because the grimoire was never hers and Grizzly has already taken his payment. Her forced open third eye lets her sense the invisible monster just enough to understand what is coming, and terror finally crushes her arrogance. Mirio begs the unseen thing not to come closer, but Grizzly opens its jaws and moves in anyway. A single brutal strike severs her head, and the room fills with the wet crunch of Grizzly breaking into the skull and devouring the brain. In the CCTV room, Grizzly finishes biting into Kim Mirio's head and only belatedly remembers Johann told it not to eat without permission. Grizzly tries to justify itself, deciding the thing it ate was probably not really a person and maybe Johann will not be too angry if there is still body left. Then Grizzly spots Johann on a basement CCTV screen, and its panic instantly flips into pure excitement at finding its master. Grizzly smashes through the locked door, reaches the hallway, and starts tracking Johann's energy through the unfamiliar underground maze. Elsewhere in a barred cell, the kidnapped guests wake up drugged and terrified, while Johann keeps pretending to be just another captive. Shin Sion takes control of the room, shows a government ID, and tells everyone to stay quiet because the people who imprisoned them could still be nearby. Johann immediately realizes Sion is the real kind of paranormal official he suspected existed, not someone he can casually fool with a Ghostbuster card. When Sion says other agents are already outside the ranch, Johann understands she is both reassuring the captives and quietly warning him not to make a move. Sion explains the farm is really an organ trafficking front, while Johann quietly pieces together that the hidden boss is probably a wizard using this place as a workshop. That changes Johann's plan completely, because meeting another wizard is no longer worth exposing himself in front of a secret government agent. When their eyes meet, Sion approaches Johann directly and points out how suspiciously calm he is compared to everyone else. Johann dodges neatly, saying he is too scared to talk and that he has gotten used to strange incidents because he works as an exorcist. Before Sion can press further, gunshots suddenly rip through the basement corridor outside the cell. Sion moves first and smashes the barred door lock open with a brutal palm strike powered by her breathing technique. Now that she has shown her hand, Sion admits she already knows Johann from the Smith Mansion report and asks him to help with this case. Johann agrees to come, partly because refusing a woman who can break prison bars barehanded feels like a terrible idea. Even in the middle of the danger, Johann gets genuinely excited by Sion's power and starts wondering if martial arts might be worth learning alongside magic. At the same time, elsewhere in the workshop, ranch staff rush to move equipment because the Agency for Paranormal Response is coming. The cleanup is only possible because Kim Mirio's copy of Cults de Gauls has been enslaving dog-faced humanoid ghouls to haul the loads like obedient laborers. The moment Mirio dies upstairs, the control snaps, and the abused ghouls turn on the nearest workers in a frenzy. The escaped ghouls tear down the staff who cannot run, and after feeding, the biggest one howls like it is leading a revolt. But the pack hits the hallway, smells something worse than fear ahead, and suddenly hesitates because Grizzly is there. When the alpha ghoul forces itself forward anyway, Grizzly casually rips its head off and splatters it across the wall. The rest of the ghouls immediately give up on that route, while the surviving staff answer the chaos with smuggled guns and a desperate firefight. Ignoring the wider battle, Grizzly happily keeps following Johann's presence deeper through the basement. As Johann and Sion advance through the workshop halls, Johann finally asks about the power she used on the iron door. Sion says it is basically a special breathing technique that boosts her body for a moment, not the flashy martial arts fantasy Johann was hoping for. That is still enough for Johann to decide martial arts could patch the biggest weakness in his magic, because right now he is almost helpless without his grimoire. The gunfire grows louder, and when they peek around the corner, They find the basement in full ghoul vs. gunman carnage. Johann recognizes these are Cthulhu-style ghouls, the corpse-eating underground kind, and watches them overwhelm the staff despite the bullets. Then something taps Johann's shoulder from directly behind, and for one cold second he thinks an unseen enemy has gotten close. Instead, Grizzly cheerfully reveals itself by licking his face, turning Johann's fear into instant relief because his strongest ally is back. With Grizzly beside him, Johann feels his survival odds jump, but he still wishes he had his grimoire too. When he thinks about the grimoire, space starts shimmering over his hand and Johann realizes he can actually call the Vermis Mysterious to him remotely. Sion calls out to him, so Johann hastily cancels the summon and covers with a simple excuse about being startled. Internally, Johann is stunned that the grimoire really can teleport to him on command, and back in Mirai's blood-soaked room the interrupted book vibrates in angry protest. As Johann steadies himself in the basement, he realizes the missing grimoire can teleport back to its owner, so his real goal is already half solved. That realization brings a new problem. If Grizzly wandered around alone, he may have left evidence that could expose both of them when agents search the place later. Johann keeps his mouth shut around Sion, hiding everything about the grimoire and focusing on how to separate from her at the right moment. Sion mistakes his silence for shock and gently tells him to breathe, still treating him as a civilian she has to protect. Johann decides to follow her for now, but in the back of his mind he is already weighing escape, cover-up, and even murder if his secret gets cornered. Just as they retreat quietly, the rescued couple from the prison stumbles after them instead of staying hidden. The panicked couple clings to Sion for answers, too scared to understand they are walking straight into another trap. Then the couple sees the ghouls feeding in the corridor and screams, instantly blowing their cover. All the ghouls snap their heads toward the noise, and Johann instantly sees a brutal opportunity in the disaster. Johann tells Sion he will cooperate with her case, then bolts forward to drag the ghouls away from the others. Half the pack takes the bait, chasing the fleeing human, while Sion is forced to hold the line for the terrified couple. Sion understands exactly what Johann did for them, but he has already gone from sight with the monsters on his heels. The ghouls race after Johann around a side passage, convinced they are about to tear apart easy prey. Then the corridor erupts with wet crushing sounds, and one trailing ghoul stops dead as the hunt suddenly goes wrong. Johann walks back out alone, calm now, with the steel-bound grimoire in hand where it had not been visible before. Grizzly finishes the last ghoul from behind, and Johann praises him before turning straight to the bigger question: who else is down here? Johann asks Grizzly whether he saw a real wizard or a special room, because the owner of this hidden workshop is now his next threat. Grizzly answers by presenting a severed human finger on his tongue, confirming he definitely found someone first. Johann realizes Grizzly already ate the workshop owner, which means the danger may be dead, but the evidence problem just got much worse. He orders Grizzly to lead him to the body, deciding to verify everything himself before the agents arrive. In a broken-doored CCTV office, Johann finds the mutilated corpse of Kim Mirai lying in a pool of blood beside the monitors. When Johann accuses Grizzly of eating a person, Grizzly's furious denial makes him suspect the victim may not have been fully human. On the nearby desk, he finds Cults de Gauls and immediately recognizes the room as a real wizard's workshop. As Johann schemes the book, he learns its magic is about cannibalism and false immortality, turning people into monsters instead of saving them. That shifts the charge a little. Kim Mirai was already turning into a monster, but Johann still concludes Grizzly attacked because he was hungry and left loose. So Johann decides Grizzly still deserves punishment, and pulls out holy water and hyssop like a strict, exasperated parent. Grizzly tries to look pitiful, but Johann smacks him with the hyssop and scolds him for eating without permission. That awkward punishment ends when a ranch worker bursts through the broken door, sees the corpse and Johann, and freezes in horror. Johann drops the scolding instantly and tells Grizzly to eat, choosing cleanup over hesitation. As Grizzly kills and feeds on the worker, Johann puts on gloves and starts searching Kim Mirai's body like a man fully aware he is crossing another line. In her wallet, Johann finds the name Kim Mirai and realizes the dead wizard was a student at his own university. The coincidence bothers him less as sentiment and more as a pattern, because the university murder case, this dead wizard, and his stolen grimoire suddenly start fitting together too neatly. Before chasing that idea further, Johann handles the immediate risk and goes through the CCTV system to erase what happened today. He deletes the footage of Kim Mirai finding De Vermis Mysterious in his bag and dying when her head and arms suddenly vanish. Once the records are gone and the system is shut down, the basement becomes a blank space for anyone investigating later. Now working fast, Johann pulls out the Lesser Key of Solomon, and the grimoire opens by itself to the first pentacle of Saturn. He collects strands of Kim Mirai's severed hair as necromantic material, planning to question even her remains if he gets the chance. Searching the room further, he hits the real prize, a cabinet full of magical materials, including a compartment labeled parchment. Johann bags several sheets, satisfied that a dead wizard's workshop has finally given him the parchment he came here to find. Looking at Kim Mirai's body, Johann sees an even better use for her than parchment. Her identity could become the perfect corpse to pin the university murders on. He connects the dots coldly. Dead professor, dead man near campus, wizard from the same university, and a hidden murder farm make Kim Mirayo a believable culprit if the scene is shaped right. Sion's calm eyes flash through his mind, and that alone is enough to push him toward using the coincidence instead of gambling on innocence. So Johan decides to borrow everything from the dead wizard, including her name, and make Kim Mirayo take the fall for his crimes too. He sets the Vermis Mysterious on top of Kim Mirayo's corpse to stage her as the wizard behind the case and Grizzly as her uncontrollable familiar. It is a gamble, but Johan plans to summon the book back later and use the whole setup to test how much the government can really control a grimoire. Then his attention shifts back to Cults de Gauls, because even if he dislikes it, he still wants to know what kind of magic Kim Mirayo was using. As he reads, Johan realizes the book is probably incomplete and stumbles onto a grotesque spell about opening a third eye through the pineal gland. He reacts with open disgust, mocking the whole idea of eating human parts for power even while admitting real magic makes the madness harder to dismiss. But while Johan keeps reading the copy, the Vermis Mysterious starts vibrating harder and harder, furious at being ignored. Without warning, the jealous grimoire bursts open and lashes out with dark tentacles, ripping Cults de Gauls right out of Johan's hands. The copy is shredded to pieces in midair, and the dark energy slips back into the book like it just acted on petty spite. Johan briefly wonders if the grimoire absorbed the weaker book, but one look inside proves it did not evolve at all. It was just being insane. Fed up, Johan hurls the Vermis Mysterious to the floor and curses it for acting like a lunatic. The book only hums back at him, so Johan gives up on arguing with curse paper and gets back to the plan. He places the grimoire back on Kim Mirayo's corpse, restoring the fake story he wants the investigators to see. Then Johan turns to Grizzly with the final cleanup order: hunt every staff member in the basement before anyone can contradict the cover story. Grizzly answers eagerly from off-screen, licking blood from invisible lips as he gets ready to make sure no witness walks out alive. In the basement, the ranch staff realize too late that whatever is killing the ghouls is not on their side. One wounded staffer is dragged screaming into a side passage by something completely invisible. The staff open fire at the empty hallway, hoping bullets will stop the unseen monster before it reaches them. Then they finally understand the creature was never in front of them at all, because it had crawled across the ceiling. The invisible vampire tears that man apart so brutally that the rest of the staff lose whatever nerve they had left. Even when one of them shoots directly at the ceiling monster, the bullets bounce off and clatter to the floor. That is when the survivors realize the creature was not avoiding their guns out of fear, it was just toying with them. The invisible vampire finishes the last staffer in the corridor and starts hunting down the rest by smell so nobody escapes the basement. Elsewhere in the same basement, Johan calmly does push-ups and squats because meeting Sion without looking winded would seem suspicious. After forcing himself to look exhausted, Johan starts walking again, trying not to dwell on the dead around him. A severed staff face stops him for a moment, and he admits to himself that he feels relief more than guilt because these people butchered humans too. He pushes the thought further and admits the real reason he ordered the killings was his own survival and alibi, not justice. Johan bitterly concludes that in this world, once beasts cross territory, one survives and one dies, so half measures will only get him killed. Using the basement map he saw earlier, Johan breaks into a run toward the exit and the final step of his plan. At the exit path, Sion spots him first and calls out to him. Johan seizes the moment and shouts for Sion to run, right on cue for Grizzly's staged entrance. The invisible vampire smashes through the wall behind them in a loud, theatrical chase scene. Johan secretly arranged himself. Sion instantly shifts into protector mode and tells Johan to stay with her while she guides him out. At the stairs, Sion tries to draw her pistol to hold the monster back, and Johan hurriedly stops her because shooting Grizzly would ruin the act. Sion makes a snap decision, scoops Johan into her arms, and leaps up the stairs with him. She kicks open the basement door, and the two of them burst out of the underground nightmare into bright grass and sunlight. Right after reaching the surface, the invisible vampire puts on a fake sunlight death and vanishes back into Johan's grimoire. Playing the shaken survivor, Johan stares at the entrance and blurts out that the monster looked like the one from the university murder. The Agency for Paranormal Response floods the ranch, and Sion joins a tense re-entry team because the invisible entity might still be hiding below. Back underground, the agents finally see the scale of the slaughter, and Sion understands why an ordinary pistol would have been useless. As the agents tighten their grip on heavier anti-entity weapons, Sion starts profiling the invisible killer and wonders if it could be a demon like Glaciolabalas. But Johan's earlier line keeps bothering Sion because he did not sound like a witness remembering trauma. He sounded like someone feeding her a clue. When Team Leader Park brings up Johan's report about the central control room, Sion refocuses on the case and follows the lead. A worse possibility hits Sion next. If the familiar was really an invisible vampire, then the true danger is the grimoire controlling it. The team reaches Kim Mirayo's wrecked private room and finds her mangled corpse with a black iron-covered book resting on top of it. Sion carefully picks up the book, reads the title De Vermis Mysterious, and realizes the agency just found a national disaster-level grimoire. After the kidnapped prisoners are rescued, the agency sets up an operations tent and starts piecing together the whole disaster. Then the grimoire suddenly disappears from the evidence table, and nobody in the agency understands that Johan quietly called it back. To steady the meeting, Sion suggests the book may have vanished because Kim Mirayo died, giving the team a neat explanation they can work with. The agency also confirms the CCTV room is trashed, the workers and ghouls are dead, and the surviving footage is probably gone for good. When Kim Mirayo's university ID turns up, the team builds the exact scenario Johan wanted. She got to Vermis Mysterious, lost control of the invisible vampire, caused the university murder, and then got everyone here killed too. Sion quietly objects that the conclusion fits too perfectly, because her instincts tell her something about Johan still does not add up. An exhausted senior casually calls Sion Miss, exposing a personal edge to the hierarchy before Park and another leader shut the moment down. Outside the tent, a rookie asks why Sion was called Miss, and team leader Park reveals she is the agency director's daughter and only 21. Park adds that he has looked after Sion since she started because the director personally asked him to, even while trying to keep her out of this work. Meanwhile, Johan sits under an agency blanket sipping cocoa, satisfied that the case wrapped the way he wanted and that Vermis Mysterious is back in his bag. Even so, Johan knows it is not fully over yet when he sees Sion walking toward him. Both of them size each other up in silence, with Johan hoping she will settle for the convenient answer, and Sion thinking the real danger is a beast that learned the hunters are weaker than expected. Sion thanks Johan formally for helping save the kidnapped victims, choosing professionalism over accusation. Johan answers just as politely, credits Sion for saving him, and neatly keeps playing the role of grateful civilian. Then Sion asks for his contact information, framing it as the agency's need for civilian help in the future. Knowing refusal would look worse, Johan hands her his Ghostbuster card, and the ridiculous little joke lands awkwardly after all the bloodshed. After the nightmare at Weekend Farm, Johan finally gets back to his cramped one-room apartment and drops onto the bed completely drained. He wants to sleep immediately, but he forces himself back up because skipping dinner after a day like that feels worse. The sight of all the mutilated corpses from the farm keeps flashing back, and the memory kills his appetite even though he knows he still has to live normally. Since rich food sounds impossible, he settles on cold soy sauce noodles as the one thing he can probably get down. With loud punk music blasting from his phone, he starts cooking and lets the rhythm pull him out of his foul mood. Alone in his room, Johan shamelessly hums along and bobs to the song because no one is there to judge him. The noise wakes Grizzly, and the invisible vampire pops out to join the song in his own weird little squeaky duet. Johan bursts out laughing, scratches Grizzly's head, and the apartment finally feels a little less heavy. Since Grizzly is awake, Johan prepares meat and milk for him too, deciding they might as well eat together. He rinses the noodles cold, dips them in the salty spicy sauce, and the simple meal goes down better than he expected. Watching Grizzly eat so happily helps Johan's own appetite come back. Once his stomach wakes up, he throws cheap beef into a frying pan and happily admits that plain grilled meat can fix almost anything. By the end of dinner, noodles, cheap grilled beef, and cherry tomatoes add up to a proper recovery meal, and Johan turns in early to sleep off the exhaustion. The next day, Johan finally lays out the things he stole from Kim Mirayo's underground workshop and starts checking his haul with a clearer head. The 7 finished parchment sheets are the real prize, because now he can finally start making pentacles instead of hunting materials from scratch. The second spoil is a loaded Glock 17 taken from one of the dead farm workers, and just holding a real gun makes his new life feel absurdly criminal. He knows a gun is risky evidence, but after the farm disaster he also knows he needs something besides Grizzly if his own body is in danger. Johan remembers Shin Sion's breathing technique and decides proper self-defense would be better, but he does not want to get tangled with the agency any more than necessary. For now, he settles on the ugly practical answer and checks whether his white coat can hide the pistol in an inner pocket. The last item is Kim Mirayo's blood-soaked hair, which he kept because spirit summoning needs a body part or some personal remnant of the dead. He opens the Lesser Key of Solomon and studies the rules for preserving a dead person's memory data through spirit summoning. The book says a nighttime crossroads is best because it symbolically connects every direction, including the road to the afterlife. When the book adds that a wizard's workshop can also work, Johan glances around his tiny apartment and doubts this cluttered room really qualifies. Before he can keep reading, Vermis Mysterious starts vibrating on the desk again, and Johan finally decides to treat the grimoire like it might have a personality. Remembering how the grimoires reacted before, he gets a ridiculous idea and decides to test whether this one responds to attention. He picks up Vermis Mysterious and tosses it onto the bed like he is starting a melodramatic seduction scene with a cursed book. When the book starts shaking angrily, Johan leans in with a cold romance novel act and basically tells it to stop playing hard to get. He doubles down on the nonsense, strokes the metal cover, and whispers that he will make the grimoire forget all its previous owners. The whole line is so embarrassing that Johan almost breaks first and starts laughing at himself. Then the joke stops being a joke when Vermis Mysterious glows red hot, opens itself, and starts flipping pages on its own. The unreadable script rides into a language Johan can understand, and now he is the one left flustered by the grimoire's response. Even the Lesser Key of Solomon seems tempted to react, but after a brief flutter it shuts itself again and silently judges the desperate display with pure pity. Elsewhere at the Agency for Paranormal Response, A formal meeting opens on the Weekend Farm case and the national disaster grimoire tied to it. The investigators confirm that Kim Mirayo owned the underground workshop, but the room goes careful when Chairman Kim's name comes up because his money reaches the agency itself. Director Shin Duryong shuts down the political side of the talk in one cold sentence, and pushes the meeting straight to the grimoire itself. Shin Seon takes over and presents Divermus Mysterious as a grimoire so dangerous that international authorities classify it as a threat to an entire nation. When someone asks what that rating actually means, Seon spells it out plainly. If this book is used properly, it could cause mass death or even an apocalypse. She adds that most owners self-destruct before reaching that point, which is the only reason the grimoire is not even more infamous. An old photo reveals one of its most notorious past owners, a beautiful black-haired woman in a funeral dress who was feared enough to become she whose name must not be spoken. Team leader Park punctures the grim mood with a joke about that overdramatic title, and Seon dryly moves on without missing the point. Seon explains that the woman was ultimately defeated by Father Johann of the Vatican, who sealed the grimoire away after mastering several holy books of his own. That seal should have kept the book at Miskatonic University, so its reappearance means it probably found a new master it could accept. Seon warns that the invisible vampire is dangerous too, but compared to the spells inside the book, even that familiar is only a side problem. She outlines the first forbidden spell, a body-stealing technique that turns the caster into maggots and lets them invade someone else's brain. The second spell is just as bad, letting a person throw their consciousness or body back into the past. And the worst spell of all is a supposed summoning for the worm that gnaws in the night, a great old one said to have devoured an entire world. Even Park cannot hold back at that point, blurting out disbelief that some Crusade-era wizard apparently thought summoning a giant space worm was a good idea. Seon tries to make sense of it by linking the grimoire's meteoric iron cover and old Damascus occult traditions to something not entirely of this world. The room falls quiet as the task force realizes how bad this could get if word ever spreads that Divermus Mysterious surfaced in Korea. Privately, the investigators can only hope the vanished grimoire left the country and that its next owner destroys themselves before causing a catastrophe. After the meeting ends, Seon quietly asks Director Shin Duryong for a private talk. In his office, Duryong immediately slips into father mode and has black tea and strawberry cake set in front of Seon. Seon pushes back at once and insists on keeping work and family separate, even when her own father is the agency director. Duryong only smiles at that, reminding her that the boundary was impossible the moment she entered his workplace as his daughter. Seon points out that he is the one who taught her breathing techniques and how to fight anomalies in the first place. He answers that he taught her to survive, not to join the special task force, but one look at her mother's face and his daughter weakens his resolve again. Once he asks what she really wanted to say, Seon carefully admits she thinks the official story about Kim Mirayo dying to her own grimoire may be wrong. Her real suspicion is sharper. Kim Mirayo may have been killed by the true master of Divermus Mysterious instead. After hearing her out, Duryong admits Kim Johan does sound suspicious, especially if he learned Kim Mirayo was tied to the same university case. The theory is plausible enough that Johan could have killed her, staged the grimoire as evidence, and deliberately exposed the invisible vampire to muddy the trail. But Duryong also points out the hard limit. Right now Seon only has instinct and suspicion, not proof that Johan is really the grimoire's master. He refuses to split the agency's manpower because the bigger target is clearly Chairman Kim, who almost certainly funded and protected the fake ranch operation. Duryong is convinced the farm was not the only facility, and he wants this chance used to drag Chairman Kim out completely instead of chasing a private hunch. So he tells Seon to postpone her personal investigation into Johan, and she agrees even though the answer clearly frustrates her. He still cannot resist ending the conversation as her father, grumbling that she should at least call him dad. Back in his apartment, Johan finishes reading the newly translated pages and tosses Divermus Mysterious onto the desk in disgust. Instead of anything useful like a clean combat spell, the hidden section only reveals 3 spells that all sound like disasters waiting to happen. The first spell horrifies him because turning into brain-eating maggots to steal a body sounds less like survival and more like losing himself completely. The second spell is time regression, and Johan instantly rejects it because he knows enough occult horror to expect time travel to ruin everything. The third spell is the dumbest of all, a ritual to summon a giant cosmic worm to eat Earth, and Johan cannot see a single version of that ending well for him. He finally slumps back and admits the real heartbreak here is that the grimoire still does not contain anything as simple and useful as Fireball. Seeing him miserable, Grizzly wanders over and rubs against his hand, pulling Johan out of his spiral. Johan pats his familiar and realizes that whatever else Divermus Mysterious is, Grizzly is still the one genuinely good thing he got out of this mess. After that, he makes a clean choice: ignore the minefield spells, reopen the other pages only as needed, and focus his real study on proper magic from the Lesser Key of Solomon. In a lavish office, Chairman Kim coolly treats his dead daughter Kim Mirayo as just one forgettable child among many. Once his aide confirms Divermus Mysterious appeared in Korea, Chairman Kim immediately focuses on the real prize instead of mourning her. Chairman Kim decides Kim Mirayo probably never controlled the grimoire at all and was instead used by its true owner. He orders a search through the ranch victims for a healthy, attractive body, already planning to steal a new life with the flesh possession spell. The idea of true immortality excites him so much that he even starts imagining taking over a woman's body or a child's body instead. Elsewhere, another powerful patron named Namgung-soo receives the same lead and stares at an old family photo with shaking hands. Namgung-soo wants to vermis Mysterious for one reason only. He is desperate enough to chase its time reversal magic and undo his family's death and ruin. When a secretary mentions his daughter wants to volunteer at a church camp, he barely reacts, still trapped in memories of happier days. Near a reservoir campground, the necromancer Edward Coffin roars into the sky, furious that the Lesser Key of Solomon still refuses to answer him. Edward convinces himself the answer is scale, so he marches his undead army forward to prove he deserves Solomon's crown. Back at his studio, Johann studies grimoires and leaves the Vermis Mysterious on the desk with a humiliating sticky note as punishment. While reviewing the Lesser Key of Solomon, Johann learns that parchment pentacles need the right planetary colors and a smoke consecration before they are complete. He almost loses patience when the recipe demands mastic, another obscure ingredient that sounds impossible for a beginner to find. A quick search shows mastic is at least available online in Korea, so Johann orders what he needs and turns his attention back to work. Before leaving for a client call, he peels the insulting sticky note off de Vermis Mysterious, still taking proper care of the powerful book he likes to tease. At a woman's studio apartment, Johann quickly realizes her feared ghost is not real even though she is genuinely terrified. He judges this as stress and grief, not haunting, but knows she will never accept that answer from an exorcist she paid to come. So he slips into the bathroom, checks her social media, and finds the real wound. Her longtime dog Poppy recently died. Johann makes a pragmatic choice and tells the grieving woman that Poppy came to see her, giving her something kind to hold on to. When she asks what Poppy is saying, Johann commits to the lie and turns it into practical advice about real meals, exercise, sleep, and getting professional counseling. Johann wraps up the fake haunting by saying Poppy is grateful but hates seeing her suffer, and the grieving woman finally promises to eat, exercise, and get counseling. At the doorway, Johann refuses an exorcism fee because there was no malicious spirit at all, accepting only a small consultation payment and a brunch coupon from the grateful client. Walking away, he realizes the Smith case spoiled him and starts wondering if ghostbusting is actually a pretty lousy way to make money. Then Ellie calls, and instead of an exorcism request she asks if he wants paid work as a helper at a church camp. The paid offer is odd but hard to turn down, so Johann asks Ellie for the schedule and starts treating it like another job. At that same moment in Finland, Alcia sulks under her blanket after getting blocked on a Korean alternate history forum. The Book of the Angel Raziel tries to cheer her up with lottery numbers and a reminder to strengthen the convent and defeat Johann someday. But Elsia is upset about something much smaller and much pettier. Online commenters tore apart her alternate history novel and one anonymous troll drove her crazy. Raziel gently explains that faceless internet fights only wound her more and tells her to stop arguing with people who just want someone to tear apart. Elsia grumbles that the world is unfair and even blurts out that she wishes there were magic to smash the whole planet. Instead of lecturing further, Raziel quietly types an apology and appeal to the forum admins on Elsia's behalf. The block is lifted, and Elsia instantly bounces back, praising Raziel as the greatest grimoire in the world. Raziel tells her to use Kinder language online, and Elsia agrees with bright sincerity for about 2 seconds. Then she jumps right back into another keyboard war and immediately earns herself a 3-day ban. Back in Korea, Johann uses the thank you coupon for lunch at a quiet brunch cafe and finally lets himself relax for once. He plans to read the Lesser Key of Solomon while he waits, but the little manga corner catches his eye and steals his attention first. Back at the table, Johann ignores the Lesser Key of Solomon and reads a random manga instead, setting off the grimoire's obvious jealousy. A server suddenly trips and dumps ice water over Johann's head, and the timing makes him suspect the sulking grimoire immediately. Johann stays calm, dries off, and stares down the Lesser Key of Solomon like he is confronting a sulking lover instead of a book. When the offended book keeps resisting, Johann grabs the Lesser Key of Solomon and teases that it came to him because it likes him too. Then he lowers his voice, coaxes it to open, and the grimoire instantly melts and obeys. Johann almost laughs at how absurdly well this romance novel tone works on yet another sentient grimoire, but he smooths things over anyway. The server returns safely this time with his meal and an apology dessert, and Johann picks pudding while the grimoire's mood finally settles. Meanwhile at the reservoir, Edward's zombies rip into the caretakers as he prepares a far bigger move to force Lemegeton to notice him. Edward pours a vial of violet liquid into the reservoir, fully aware this could drag the whole agency down on him and cripple the region. He offers the disaster itself as proof that he deserves command over demon legions, still begging the Lesser Key of Solomon to choose him. Back home again, Johann finally gets his deliveries and is relieved that he can stop waiting and start making pentacles for real. He has already drawn 7 parchment pentacles in the proper planetary colors, leaving only the consecration rite to finish them. Cleaned up and ready, Johann lights a small camping brazier in his tiny room and starts the ritual from the Lesser Key of Solomon step by step. As charcoal, aloe, frankincense, and mastic burn together, The brazier flares hard and smoke fills the room while Johann recites the long consecration words with care. He holds each parchment pentacle over the smoke and finishes the blessing, turning them into real tools against spirits. The finished pentacles do not look impressive yet, but Johann knows the set is complete and neatly rolls them up for field use. With the ritual done, he packs up because it is finally time to head out as Ellie's church camp helper. Before leaving, he gives Grizzly a generous meal and warns him they are going somewhere a little far away. Even as he leaves, Johann cannot shake the uneasy hope that this weird camp helper job will stay simple and pass without any trouble. Johann rides a church camp shuttle with Ellie and 6 orphan kids, already treating the whole job like a weird side quest. Ellie notices Johann staring at the bold campground name and gently admits it sounds a little blatant, while he plays along and says it feels healing enough. Johann checks the kids and quickly reads the setup. This orphanage trip is meant to give little children a normal camp memory, and that makes the job sound easy. His attention catches on a black-haired high school volunteer sitting alone, and Ellie introduces the sharp-eyed girl as Namgung Sua. When a child asks who Johann is, he cheerfully introduces himself as the camp mister instead of anything more suspicious. Ellie teases that today he is a friendly camp mister instead of a ghostbuster, and Johann can only laugh at how fake that cover sounds with a gun hidden under his coat. Relaxing for a moment, Johann decides this should be an easy overnight job once the kids go to sleep, but the bus keeps rolling toward a campground swallowed by fog. The moment they arrive, Johann feels the whole place is wrong. The fog is too thick, the parked cars have no owners, and the healing camp looks like a horror set. Johann immediately tells Ellie they should get back on the bus and leave before whatever is wrong here gets worse. Ellie tries to call the camp manager, but her phone has no signal, and Johann realizes the outside connection is dead too. That escape plan dies fast when the bus driver shrugs off the signal loss, refuses to drive in the heavy fog, and goes off to smoke instead. With the kids starting to worry, Ellie asks Johann what to do, and he decides they need to find the missing manager first. Johann tries to split the group by ordering Sua to watch the children at the auditorium, but she bluntly refuses and says she only came for volunteer hours. Even while grumbling and calling the kids orphans to their faces, Sua still herds them toward the auditorium. Sua soon returns because the crying kids want Ellie, so the 3 of them end up investigating the deserted campground together. As the fog cuts visibility down to a few meters, everyone starts whispering that something is badly wrong. Then the bus driver spots a human shape in the fog and shouts at it, only to walk straight into a corpse that tears open his throat. That scream flips the whole scene at once, and a hidden horde of zombies comes charging out of the fog toward the living. Knowing the bus is useless now that the driver is dead, Johann switches to a basic survival plan and orders Ellie and Sua to run for the auditorium. The escape instantly goes sideways when Sua trips hard and hits the ground just as the zombies close the gap. Johann coldly says it is too late and they should leave her, but Ellie refuses and runs back to pull the girl up. Once Ellie commits to saving Sua, Johann commits to and kicks away the zombie lunging at them. Johann tells Sua to stand and run, and she grimly admits she thinks she sprained her leg. Johann decides fast. If they are saving her, they have to do it properly, so he moves in to support Sua and tells Ellie to take the other side. Ellie does not take Sua's arm at all, because the nun has already chosen a much bolder plan. In one practice motion, Ellie hoists Sua into a fireman's carry like a soldier hauling the wounded through battle. When the same zombie shambles back in, Ellie smashes its head apart with one free hand and leaves Johann and Sua stunned. Then Ellie shouts for everyone to run to the auditorium, and her voice finally jolts the frozen survivors into motion. Johann realizes Ellie is trying to save far more than just their group, and he sprints after her under the full weight of that choice. The good news is these zombies are slow, so the living only need to stay slightly ahead of the crowd to reach the building alive. At the auditorium entrance, Johann barks at the orphans not to come outside, and Ellie finally sets Sua down. Sua limps inside with the children while Ellie and Johann stay at the door to pull in every last survivor they can. Only after the final survivor makes it through do Johann and Ellie slam the thick auditorium door shut against the horde. The zombies immediately hammer the outside of the building, but Johann latches the pull door and buys everyone a shaky pocket of safety. The survivors do not calm down at all, and their screaming convinces Johann the door alone is not enough and they need a barricade. Johann raises his hands and quietly tells everyone to shut up, but panic instantly turns the room hostile toward him instead. Before Johann can explain himself, Ellie proudly announces that he is a ghostbuster, which only earns him a room full of disbelief. Sua jumps on that opening to call him a scammer and a fraud for trying to abandon her earlier, and Johann lightly smacks her for it. That argument cuts off when something crashes deeper inside the auditorium and a zombie lurches out from within the building itself. Johann finally owns the ridiculous title and steps forward as the ghostbuster, warning everyone to stay silent because these zombies react to sound. To confirm what he is dealing with, Johann pulls out the Vermis Mysterious, and the grimoire flips itself open to a blunt answer. If the dead are walking, put them back down. Johann decides the zombie is still just a corpse in the wrong state, so the fix is simple: force it back into stillness. He grabs the zombie, hooks its ankle, and slams it to the floor with a quick, practical takedown instead of some flashy spell. With the corpse pinned under his knee, Johann recites an exorcising command that denies it permission to walk. Smoke slips from the zombie's mouth, its body goes limp, and in one clean beat Johann proves the Ghostbuster claim was real. Sua is the first to recover, and instead of praising him she asks why he insists on the lame title Ghostbuster when Exorcist sounds better. Ellie actually flinches at that and timidly asks if Ghostbuster is not cool after all. More importantly, once the room falls quiet, the zombies outside lose interest and the pounding on the auditorium door finally fades. Seeing the opening, Johann takes control of the room and orders everyone to find planks or anything else they can use to barricade the entrance. Inside the auditorium, Johann quickly confirms the room is cleaner and safer than expected, with no hidden zombies in the storage areas. He has the survivors lock the windows, close the side door, and draw the curtains, turning the auditorium into a sealed shelter. Back at the corpse, Johann is quietly relieved that his spell really worked, even if it took a lot more effort than Ellie smashing zombies with one punch. Ellie reports that the windows and side door are secured, and Johann tells her to keep the children away from the body. Before leaving, Ellie offers a short prayer for the dead man, showing the gentleness Johann lacks in the moment. Wearing gloves, Johann examines the body and confirms the man died from a zombie attack after a bite tore open his neck. That inspection settles an important rule for him. These are occult zombies, not infection zombies, because his anti-undead incantation turned one back into a normal corpse. With that in mind, Johann heads up the emergency stairs to the rooftop to see what the fog outside is really doing. From the roof, he sees the zombies have spread out through the campground instead of clustering at the auditorium. Then he catches the real horror. Fog seeps into a fresh corpse outside, and the dead body rises as another zombie. Johann realizes the fog is not just blocking escape and signals, it is the spell that keeps creating more zombies. That pushes him to one grim conclusion: some reckless wizard caused this on purpose, and the scale is so insane it feels less like hiding a crime and more like open terrorism. Even so, he talks himself into a practical plan. Wizards still die like normal humans, so the Agency for Paranormal Response should eventually crush whoever did this. Back downstairs, his calm plan lasts about 2 seconds before the survivors explode into panic over a man with a bite on his wrist. Johann shuts the hysteria down fast and explains that these occult zombies do not spread by bites, so killing the man now would only create another corpse to reanimate. He personally bandages the man's wrist, backing up his claim with simple treatment and finally settling the room. Once the shouting dies down, Johann gathers the 19 survivors and tells them their only real option is to stay inside and wait for rescue. Ellie quietly tells him she already wrapped the corpse in a tarp and moved it to storage so the children would not have to stare at it. When Johann rejoins Ellie's group, he notices Sua still rubbing her sprained ankle and decides to test a healing spell on her. He opens the Vermis Mysterious and finds a surprisingly practical spell for sprains, fractures, and bruises among all the grimoire's crazier magic. Sua instantly gets suspicious when Johann asks for her leg, then hurriedly claims she was joking as soon as Ellie is right there to hear it. Still embarrassed, Sua pulls off her sock, offers her injured foot, and mutters a tiny thank you she clearly does not want to dwell on. Johann wraps the injured ankle, recites the healing incantation, and orders the sprain to mend in the Lord's name. When Johann downplays the spell as a mother's healing touch, Sua admits she never had that, and his blunt reply lands harder than he meant. A second later, Sua pops up, realizes the pain is gone, and looks at Johann like he just worked a miracle. Sua blurts out that he must be Jesus, and Johann smugly says he is more like John Constantine. His cool moment dies instantly when Sua calls him a nerd for referencing someone she has never heard of. Trying to make the shelter livable, Johann drags out mattresses and tells everyone to sit on them instead of the hard floor. Ellie sits beside him and asks what they should do now, still looking to Johann as the one holding the room together. Johann shocks her by saying the best move is to rest, chat, and conserve energy because nobody knows when the next crisis will hit. He even tells Ellie to wake him in 10 minutes, so they can take turns resting, acting like this nightmare is some strange indoor camp. The break barely lasts before the trapped survivors start snapping at each other over who dragged them to this campground in the first place. When Johann looks over, he realizes Ellie has been shrinking under the blame and absurdly thinks this whole disaster is somehow her fault. Johann firmly tells Ellie this was an unpredictable attack by a lunatic, not a mistake she could ever have prevented. Then Sua loudly jokes that this really is Ellie's fault for picking camp instead of taking the money and going to a hotel. Johann immediately tells Sua to watch her mouth and lightly smacks her on the head off panel. Sua quickly drops the joke and tries to cheer Ellie up, and that clumsy little apology is enough to bring Ellie's smile back. After more waiting, the mood turns into ordinary misery when Sua slumps against the wall and complains that she is starving. Johann dryly says he is hungry too, which only makes Sua snap that agreeing is useless unless he can find food. Since the camp food is still stranded on the bus, Johann pulls out the campground guide and finds a convenience store in the connected building. Hungry and stuck inside, Johann checks the campground pamphlet and realizes the next move is simple: get food from the convenience store in the connected building. Inside the auditorium, Johann watches the stranded campers guard their own food and decides he has no intention of playing saint while everyone starves. He goes straight to the strongest person there, Ellie, and says they need to risk a trip to the convenience store before hunger gets worse. Before Ellie can answer, Sua speaks up from off-panel and insists on coming too because staying near Johan and Ellie feels safer than waiting inside. Johan coldly warns the unseen girl that anyone who falls gets left behind, and Ellie immediately pushes back that they should help if someone stumbles. With no other volunteers, Johan opens the side door and leads Ellie out, warning the group to stay quiet because the zombies react to sound. They cross the foggy side corridor into the next building and reach the convenience store, where the uneasy silence breaks when they spot a zombie trapped under a fallen shelf. Keeping their voices low, they split up inside the store and start grabbing water and ready-to-eat food while the trapped zombie keeps moaning under the shelf. As Johan crouches by the immobilized zombie, he starts thinking like a wizard and wonders why so many simple zombies were scattered through the camp in the first place. He decides to test the thing with the Lesser Key of Solomon instead of Divermus Mysterious and pulls the worn grimoire from his bag for only a moment. That brief reveal is enough for the zombie to suddenly tremble and speak, gasping that it found the book. Johan instantly realizes the necromancer programmed the zombies to hunt living people and also search for the Lemegeton itself. The whole campground reacts at once as the fog howls, zombies scream in unison, and the convenience store building shudders around Johan and Ellie. The half-crushed zombie rips itself free despite its severed lower body and slams into Johan before he can react. Johan smashes the attacker away, but the back staff room bursts open and a whole group of hidden zombies rushes straight for him. Before Johan can summon his hidden trump card, Ellie charges in front of him and takes the whole wave head-on. Ellie drops the first zombie with a brutal low kick and follows with a body blow that sends it crashing through the rest. Johan watches in stunned silence as Ellie tears through the pack far harder and faster than he expected. At the same time, someone from off-panel yanks Johan up by the arm and smugly asks if he can finally tell the difference in character. Back on his feet, Johan realizes the enemy is after his grimoire and orders a retreat so Ellie can pull back before the endless zombies bury them. Johan bolts for the corridor first, and Ellie crushes one last zombie before sprinting after him with terrifying speed. As windows break and zombies converge on the building, Ellie drops the one blocking the corridor entrance and tells the others to keep moving. They make it back to the auditorium door, only to find the survivors inside have locked them out in panic. Ellie finally snaps and orders the door open before she breaks it down, and that gets the terrified people inside moving. The instant they slam the door shut behind them, the zombies hammer against it in a frenzy and then goes suddenly quiet. Ellie hopes the zombies gave up, but Johan grimly says no because now that the necromancer found the book, he will come in person. The other survivors crowd around blaming them for making things worse, and Johan cuts the whole room silent by pulling a handgun from inside his coat. He quietly tells Ellie the gun is just a fake toy, even though the threat alone is enough to stop every argument. Once the shouting dies down, the children rush to Ellie, and she immediately shares the bread she managed to bring back with them. Johan ends up with nothing for himself, and accepts that as the price of his own bad luck. Ellie naturally offers Johan her own last red bean bun, treating it like the most obvious thing in the world. When Johan tells her to eat it herself, Ellie's stomach growls and gives away that she is hungry too. So Ellie simply tears the bun in half and shares it anyway, and Johan quietly accepts with real gratitude. Sua notices the mood, offers Johan a tiny quarter of her own already bitten bread, and still demands a thank you. Elsewhere in the campground, the necromancer Edward Coffin laughs through his zombies because the Lemegeton has finally appeared. Edward dismisses the current owner as a lucky amateur, but he still prepares carefully because even a briefly chosen grimoire master might fight back. He pulls out a preserved blue-skinned corpse and transfers his consciousness into that decoyed body as protection against hostile magic. With reinforced zombies at his back, Edward heads for the auditorium and sees Johan as nothing but a treasure chest holding his prize. Back in the auditorium, Johan quickly kills off the idea of simply fleeing because a mad wizard who saw his face would never stop hunting him for the grimoire. That thought hardens into a clean decision. For his own safety, he will kill Edward here before the man can keep targeting him. Johan steps into the center of the auditorium and addresses everyone, opening with an apology for the rough way he shut them up. He drops a bigger lie next and introduces himself as Kim Johan from the government's Agency for Paranormal Response, not just a ghostbuster. Ellie blurts out in surprise, and Sua immediately doubts the story, but Johan barrels ahead before anyone can examine it too closely. He points to the gun as proof enough, declares this a paranormal attack by a malicious criminal, and tells them the zombies will soon overrun the auditorium unless everyone helps. Once the survivors are listening, Ellie asks how to help, and Sua bluntly asks whether any of this government agent talk is actually real. Johan admits with one look that the cover story is fake, then immediately sends them to fetch paint, rope, and a pole because what he really needs is labor. He pulls out the Lesser Key of Solomon and announces that he is going to draw a magic circle big enough to shelter everyone inside. Using the pole and rope like a giant compass, Johan walks the floor and lays down the outer rings of the circle in red paint. After that, he fills the bands with Hebrew divine names and directional sacred words, turning the crude paint job into a real working structure. Then he hands out copied symbol guides and puts the survivors to work engraving the smaller marks in their assigned sections. As the rough circle takes shape, Johan reminds himself that the real killing power will come from the prepared pentacle parchment, and the planet ruling today. He also decides to keep De Vermis Mysterious and Grizzly hidden since Edward has not noticed those cards yet. When Johan checks the work, he snaps at Sua for a crooked section, and she instantly points out that Ellie made a mistake too. Ellie apologizes on reflex, but Johan softens and quietly fixes her mistake instead of scolding the woman who saved him and shared her bread. When Sua complains about the double standard, Johan says it is because Ellie gave him half a red bean bun. Sua grumbles that she should have given him more, and Johan finally admits her own section was actually done well. The tension breaks for a second when Sua says the whole thing looks like the Sea Bear magic circle from SpongeBob, and Ellie eagerly recognizes the reference too. That brief laugh dies when the zombies start shrieking outside again, and Johan realizes he finished the circle just in time. He gathers everyone tightly inside the giant circle and gets the ritual materials ready as the door begins taking heavy blows. As the wall cracks and the children nearly break down, Sua suddenly asks Johan about his favorite singer just to cut through the fear. Johan says Green Day, and Sua dryly jokes that if he liked Kurt Cobain, he could have met him tonight because they might all die. The joke is bleak enough to make Johan laugh, and he realizes Sua is trying to steady herself as much as anyone else. Johan steps in front of everyone, tells them to stay behind him, and grips the grimoire with the calm of someone who finally has a way to fight back. The auditorium door explodes apart, and Edward Coffin finally appears leading bigger, reinforced zombies straight into the room. Edward starts crowing over the Lemegeton, but Johan cuts him off and begins chanting before the necromancer can seize control of the moment. Johan's prayer hits first, freezing the zombies in place as his words turn from scripture into direct magical command. Light erupts through the painted circle, linking heaven and earth through Johan and turning the rough floor diagram into a complete working barrier. With Saturday's Saturn power behind him, Johan unfolds the prepared parchment and calls on the second pentacle of Saturn to destroy every obstacle in his path. The pentacle answers in a flood of light that washes over the zombies and reduces their bodies to drifting dust on contact. Johan does not waste a second on talk this time, and the same unseen force rips into Edward before the necromancer can mount any defense. Edward collapses screaming as if his soul itself is being shredded, and Johan's counterattack lands before the old monster can even begin his own. Edward's fake corpse body takes the full blast of Johan's pentacle light, and the spell doesn't just burn flesh away, it reaches through the link and tears at Edward's real soul. But Johan pushed too much power through the parchment medium, and the pentacle itself starts cracking under a spell that worked too well. Edward catches that tiny opening, severs his link to the fake body, and the ruined decoy drops dead at Johan's feet, crumbling into dust instead of taking Edward with it. Back in his hideout, Edward jolts awake drenched in cold sweat, shaken by how close Johan came to killing him for real. Fear quickly turns into greed when Edward remembers the Lemegeton in Johan's hands and realizes that taking it could raise his necromancy to another level. He also admits the truth to himself. Johan is still young, but dangerous enough that he has to be killed now before he grows into something uncontrollable. Certain Johan burned out his one big attack, Edward sends every zombie under his control straight back to the auditorium for the kill. Back in the auditorium, Johan studies the dust where the body fell and realizes the real wizard is still alive somewhere in the fog. Sua blurts out the obvious question from off to the side, and Johan flatly answers that Edward got away. The pentacle parchment crumbles in Johan's hand, and he clicks his tongue at the wasted tool and his own lack of control. The frightened survivors gather around Johan for instructions, suddenly much more polite after watching him wipe out zombies with one spell. Johan tells them the simple truth: the auditorium is no longer safe, so if they want to escape, they should move now. Ellie steps up and proposes a real escape plan: reach the parking lot and try to use the bus instead of waiting to die in place. Someone in the group remembers the bus keys were left in the ignition, and Ellie's desperate plan suddenly becomes workable. When Johan asks whether anyone can really drive a bus, an off-panel answer about a truck simulator gets dismissed immediately. Then Ellie quietly reveals that she really can drive large vehicles, another strange skill her mother made sure she learned. Johan connects that to the martial arts Ellie showed earlier, and becomes genuinely curious about the kind of mother who trained her like this. Ellie invites Johan to come with them, but he refuses on the spot because hunting the wizard alone gives him better odds than babysitting a crowd. Ellie accepts his choice without arguing and thanks him sincerely for saving lives when everyone else would have died without him. Before leaving, Ellie still worries about him and asks him not to push himself too hard, even though he is the one walking back toward danger. Ellie shifts the sick child Minhye onto Sua's back, and Sua gives Johan a blunt thank you for fixing her leg before saying they can meet again if they both live. With the door broken and no real shelter left, the survivors follow Ellie into the fog and leave Johan alone in the auditorium. Once the room is empty, Johan drops the sentiment and focuses on the only thing that matters now: find Edward and kill him properly this time. Then he spots another zombie wave coming through the mist and realizes Edward is thinking exactly like he is: this fight is not over. The taste of the cold red bean bun Ellie gave him lingers, and Johan decides that even if this feels like overtime, he will finish the job. Instead of preparing another spell, Johan heads for the auditorium's sound equipment and starts looking for something loud enough to drag every zombie back to him. He finds Green Day's Holiday on the laptop, and that absurd choice becomes his bait. Outside in the fog, Ellie instantly realizes she made the wrong call when a fresh horde of zombies comes roaring at the escaping survivors. Still carrying a child, Ellie fights and shouts for everyone to keep running, but she is badly outnumbered in the fog. A child trips, a zombie lunges in, and the whole scene is one heartbeat from turning into a massacre. Then an electric guitar explodes across the campground, and every zombie in the area stops and turns toward the auditorium instead. Through the gap in the mist, Ellie sees the impossible answer: Johann on the auditorium rooftop, microphone in hand, singing at full volume to pull the horde onto himself. The zombies abandon the survivors completely and stampede past them toward Johann's rooftop, leaving Ellie and the others stunned but alive. To Ellie, that insane rooftop concert feels like salvation, so overwhelming that the only word she can manage is a quiet amen. An unnamed survivor snaps Ellie out of it and pulls her back into a run, trusting that Johann will survive better without them getting in his way. On the rooftop, Johann keeps singing as the zombies stack over each other to climb up to him like a living ladder. When the first zombies reach the roof, Johann pulls the pistol from under his coat and starts shooting them in rhythm, enjoying himself far more than he should. He burns through bullets without even aiming carefully, turning the zombie rush into a loud, reckless stress release. At the song's big finish, Johann belts out the final line, empties the gun, and kicks back the zombies that make it onto the rooftop. The moment Johann stops singing, the rooftop goes eerily still as Edward finally climbs up in his real body to face him. Edward climbs up over a staircase made of his own zombies, and Johann immediately recognizes him as the necromancer behind the whole nightmare. Edward checks the rooftop for another magic circle, sees none, and mocks Johann for wasting time saving other people instead of preparing to survive. Then Edward reveals 13 elite armored zombies he crafted by hand and declares that Johann is just a lucky amateur who already hit his limit. Johann barely reacts to Edward's big finish, then answers with one quiet word that sounds meaningless until the trap closes. A second grimoire appears in Johann's hand, not the Lemegeton but De Vermis Mysterious, and Edward is thrown off by the sight of two grimoires under one boy's control. That split second of confusion is enough for the invisible monster to strike, blowing Edward's left shoulder and arm apart before he can even understand what hit him. Johann keeps calling the hidden attacker forward, and then Grizzly finally tears into the rooftop crowd, shredding zombies in a storm of invisible violence. Edward's rage vanishes into raw terror when he senses what Grizzly really is, a being from outside the world that his wizard instincts recognize immediately. Johann walks through the wreckage and mocks Edward's careful magic for collapsing in front of overwhelming physical force. Bleeding out, Edward accuses him of using the power of an outer god, horrified that someone who called on the Lord would fight with something this heretical. Johann answers without drama: dangerous power is still power, and like nuclear energy, the point is to control it, not pretend it should never be used. When Edward insists that kind of power cannot be controlled, Johann says he can do it, and the certainty in his voice is what finally shakes Edward most. Johann pushes the idea further, saying that once someone ends up aboard a runaway force like this, they have no choice but to be the one holding control, because that is what being a wizard means. As Edward listens, he finally understands too late that he did not lure the arcane here, he was the one drawn in as prey for a far greater wizard. Then Edward Coffin finally dies for real, his body going still with no trick left to save him. Johann calmly notes how long Edward lasted after the shot, then takes hair samples from the corpse for later magic instead of wasting the body. With the job finished, he pats Grizzly for waiting and finally gives the invisible familiar permission to eat. Grizzly happily devours Edward's body, and while it eats, the cursed fog over the campground finally starts to lift. Sunlight returns, the campground clears, and Johann spots agency for paranormal response vehicles coming in, which means he has a new problem immediately. Johann suddenly panics and yells for Grizzly to finish eating before the agency reaches the roof, just as Ellie calls up to him from the arriving convo. After the rooftop fight, Johann just wants the classic horror movie ending where the survivors ride away in silence and nobody asks questions. Instead, the real Shin Xian walks up behind him and coolly thanks him for his work at the Agency for Paranormal Response. Johann apologizes for impersonating her, and Xian quickly says she is not here to blame him for that. Then Xian shifts to the real problem and calmly says she heard he also pulled a gun during the chaos. Knowing the evidence is impossible to hide, Johann gives up the pistol and shamelessly asks her to let it slide just this once. He explains that he grabbed the weapon from the ranch basement before, and with zombies everywhere, he treats illegal possession like the smallest problem on the roof. Xian studies him in silence, unsettled by how easily he confessed and wondering if he is cutting off suspicion before anyone asks about De Vermis Mysterious. Johann feels the same pressure back, reading her cold stare as the look of someone trying to decide whether he is a threat to eliminate. Both realize the silent staring contest is useless, so Xian finally turns the interrogation into official questions. Xian says she can handle the gun problem, but only if Johann honestly explains the magic he used against the zombie horde. She repeats the witness's story about his magic circle, prayer, and incantation, then asks the question she already half knows the answer to: is he a wizard? After a deliberate pause, Johann admits it and says wizard is close enough. To control the story, Johann claims he will trust Xian and reveal his secret, while inwardly using that trust as pure misdirection. He shows her the Lesser Key of Solomon, using one dangerous truth to hide the far worse secret that he also has the Vermis Mysterious. Sion is visibly shaken, because a grimoire that famous changes the whole shape of her suspicion. Johann presses the cover story, saying he happened to obtain this book and has only used the magic inside it to survive the strange incidents surrounding him. Sion thanks him, but inside she is already recalculating whether she misjudged him or just let a more dangerous exception slip through her hands. She offers a compromise. The gun will be covered as agency firearm lending, if Johann agrees to work with the agency as a civilian collaborator. Johann knows getting closer to the agency is risky, but he also sees a chance to peek into their information network and keep surviving. He finally accepts with a faint smile and one firm condition: he is not working for free. Sion agrees to pay him, ends the interview, and tells him a bus is waiting below so he can finally rest. Just as he starts down the stairs, Sion drops one last probing question about why he packed meat and milk in an ice box again. Johann answers casually that he just likes meat and milk, hiding the truth while his nerves spike. Only after he leaves does the real danger become clear. Grizzly had been hovering above Sion the whole time, and now slips back into the Vermis Mysterious without touching her. Johann finally boards the agency bus and sees the surviving church groups scattered through the seats, all of them sagging now that the nightmare is over. Ellie spots him and starts to speak, but exhaustion wins, so she just bows her head in grateful thanks and goes back to caring for the kids. When Johann drops into an empty seat, Kim Soo-hyun immediately comes over and asks if Sion scolded him for the impersonation. He brushes her off, and as the bus pulls away from the campground, Johann finally gets the worn-out survivor ending he had been craving. Then Soo-ah quietly asks the question he was thinking too: does this mean it is really over now? Annoyed that she stole his line, Johann reclines his seat and mutters that he has no idea, and the bus carries them away anyway. Later, at the bureau, Shin Sion leaves the zombie incident debriefing worn out, and still bothered by everything that does not add up. The bureau has already identified Edward Coffin as the wanted wizard behind the zombie disaster, but his hideout was found near the reservoir, and Edward himself is still missing. Witnesses said a suspicious man led zombies into the auditorium, took a hit from Johann's pentacle magic, and vanished before the undead suddenly collapsed. Sion briefly lets herself imagine the worst version, that Johann lied, killed Edward in a hidden wizard duel, and fed the body to his invisible monster. She forcibly shuts that thought down, warning herself not to decide Johann is the owner of the Vermis Mysterious first and invent the rest afterward. What complicates everything is the grimoire Johann actually showed her, because the Lesser Key of Solomon is important enough to make him valuable even if he is dangerous. As she thinks it through, the story briefly lays out the three main paths to becoming a wizard, ending with grimoire owners as the rarest and most coveted of all. That is why the bureau only has 2 grimoire users, and why Johann looks less like a lucky recruit and more like a tiger they may have just invited inside. Her rookie teammate Lee Hyun snaps her out of it by asking if she is alright and suggesting coffee after the meeting. Sion agrees to coffee, but even the break comes with the tired understanding that they will keep working while they drink. Before Sion and the rookie can go for coffee, a gentle medical department staffer stops them, warns them not to overdo it, and hands Sion the documents she requested. Sion clocks the woman more carefully and notes that the bureau does employ a rare grimoire owner on the healing side, not just frontline fighters. The medical staffer then asks about a patient caught in the monkey train urban legend, a nightmare trap that starts again every time the victim falls back asleep. Sion says the prescription worked in the weirdest way possible. A tiger appeared inside the dream and tore through the monkeys, and the nightmare finally stopped. The healer is left embarrassed but relieved, and Sion quietly reflects that this kind of life-saving grimoire owner feels nothing like the dangerous wizard she usually investigates. After the zombie disaster, the survivors are supposed to rest under bureau supervision, but Soo-ah makes one call and casually reroutes the whole group to a luxury hotel instead. The kids instantly start wavering between suspicion and admiration, while Ellie hesitates at the price tag and then leads them inside anyway. Johann goes along with them and privately admits he is a little excited by a hotel this fancy, especially with the dinner buffet waiting. But once Soo-ah is alone in her hotel bathroom, the fear she held down all day finally breaks loose and her whole body starts trembling under the hot shower. Even after changing clothes and lying on the bed, she cannot settle down, because the image of zombies still crashes back the second she closes her eyes. She checks her phone for comfort, only to find no message from her father beyond a distant call handled by his secretary. The silence becomes unbearable, so she steps into a hallway with nowhere to go, too uneasy to stay put and too self-conscious to bother Ellie. She even starts walking toward the lobby just to make sure zombies have not somehow appeared there too. On the way, she runs into Johann, still slightly damp from washing up, and asks where he is going. Johann answers with perfect normalcy that he is heading to the dinner buffet, then casually asks if she wants to come too. Walking through the hotel corridor, Johann reads the news and sees the campground massacre has already been covered up as a toxic gas leak with hallucinations. Beside him, Soo-ah tags along to the buffet only because she cannot bear being alone, still half expecting screams or zombies around every corner. The buffet hall is safe and full of food, but Soo-ah still feels hollow and alone even with other guests around her. Johan comes back first, not with a meal, but with a plate of chocolates and cookies, quietly aiming for the simplest way to lift her mood. He bluntly tells her to eat something, get under a warm blanket, and sleep before grief and hunger wreck both her body and her mind. Sua realizes he noticed how badly she was holding up, and that small bit of care catches her off guard. When she asks if he will eat the same, Johan flatly says no and calls it a lump of sugar, and the absurd answer finally makes her laugh. Johan jokes that he loves himself enough to cover for the parents he never had, then leaves her to get real food. Left alone again, Sua finally eats the chocolate, and the sweetness works well enough to loosen the weight crushing her chest. At the buffet line, Johan ignores the usual expensive first strategy, starts with vegetables for his empty stomach, and starts wondering if a health-focused grimoire exists. Elsewhere at the Bureau's medical department, books suddenly topple across Minhwa's desk as Dongui Bagam forces itself into view like an urgent warning. Manhwa recognizes the grimoire's bad habit of warning her about danger, and her resignation vanishes into panic when the book starts creeping toward her coffee cup. To satisfy it, she hurriedly sets up an augury ritual and throws a favorite old romance novel into the brazier because treasured books produce stronger results. When she arranges the singed scraps, the warning comes out clear enough to be unnerving. Do not go wandering outside. Far away, Chairman Kim drifts through a dream of his own childhood, back to the freezing winter when his starving family had already fallen apart. In that alley, the boy clings to his last surviving sibling for warmth and slowly realizes the body in his arms has already gone cold. Grief loses to starvation, and his first real thought is that there is no longer any reason not to eat the corpse. He gives in and tears into the flesh like an animal, splattering blood across the snow under the moonlight. Then a pale blonde foreigner in a black coat appears soundlessly in the snow, watching him close enough to be terrifying. The stranger says he is neither disgusted nor pitying, only curious, and asks the starving boy what he is really thinking right now. The boy answers through chattering, blood-smeared teeth that he is still hungry and it still is not enough, and that answer delights the vampire. Yoanni's hands over Kult's Gowls, shrugs that it is not to his taste, and casually discovers the boy cannot even read. The vampire offers the starving child a future instead, promising to teach him how to read, pass for human, and use magic. Back in the present, Chairman Kim wakes from that first meeting and stares at the report about the fake gas leak, immediately connecting it to Edward Coffin. He remembers Edward as a dangerous wizard strong enough to fight him to a draw, and that old fear curdles straight into murderous resolve. He orders a subordinate to call Yoannis to Korea, deciding this is the moment to lure his old master in and finally kill Edward for good. At the top of a New York hotel, Yoannis lounges in a blackout dark suite, sipping cola over ice and sounding weirdly nostalgic for wartime soda laced with cocaine. His servant Mia breaks in with the real news. Rumors in the wizard world say Edward Coffin may have died in Korea after causing an incident there. Yoannis casually guesses Edward either did something arrogant and got shot for it, or ran into an enemy strong enough to force him into the fight himself. As the rumors pile up about Vermis Mysterious and maybe even the lesser key surfacing in Korea, the whole country starts sounding impossible even to them. Then Chairman Kim's email arrives, saying Korea has become interesting and inviting Yoannis to come see it for himself. Yoannis is immediately tempted, but Mia sees it coming and protests that the head of their bloodline should not be rushing into Korea on a whim. Instead of arguing, Yoannis climbs onto the bed and shuts Mia up with a kiss, turning his servant's concern into flustered submission. Yoannis pushes the teasing further with a cruel line from a novel, bites at Mia's neck, and leaves him genuinely trying to figure out whether he is supposed to cry. Then Yoannis suddenly softens, admits he was joking, and reframes the whole Korea trip as nothing more than a vacation. To soothe him for real, Yoannis opens his collar and offers his blood, and Mia gives in to the temptation he can never quite resist. Afterward, Yoannis sits alone again and drops the joking tone, deciding Korea is worth checking personally if the rumors about those grimoires are even half true. He plans to bring all his vampires with him because anyone who remembers the old wars knows Vermis Mysterious and its owner are never something to take lightly. Back at Special Ops Team 3, Sion quietly writes her own letter of reprimand instead of hiding the paperwork mess she caused by lending Johan a gun. Lee Hyun brings her coffee, and Team Leader Park dryly points out that only the bureau director's favoritism kept this from becoming a much bigger punishment. Even with that trouble, Hyun reminds her she pulled off something huge by securing the owner of the Lesser Key of Solomon as a collaborator. Park presses the real issue instead. The collaborator is Kim Yo-han, the same man Sion kept suspecting. So what exactly is her read on him now? Sion admits Johan is not exactly suspicious, yet something about him still feels wrong in a way she cannot explain. Park bluntly suggests she may just be fixated on Johan, and the comment lands hard because Sion suddenly realizes that is exactly what has been happening. Thinking it through, Sion understands her suspicion may have been a side effect of that fixation, not the cause, ever since Johan first caught her eye in an old enrollment photo. Before she can solve that mystery, Park casually notes that the way she narrows her eyes is exactly like her powerful father, and Sion can only sigh and go back to writing. That night back at the hotel, Sua awkwardly thanks Johan after dinner and retreats to her room, calmer than before. Johan does not go upstairs yet and instead slips into a nearby convenience store, already deciding to grab food for Ellie because she obviously skipped dinner too. He tells himself this is not kindness so much as settling an old debt for the bread she once gave him, because he hates leaving that kind of hesitation unresolved. He carries the bag to Ellie's door and chooses this direct, awkward visit over flashy hotel room service because anything else would feel ridiculous. Ellie answers fresh from the shower with damp hair, instantly lights up at seeing him, and blurts out both praise for his singing and heartfelt thanks in one flustered rush. Johan cuts through the panic by handing her the bag and saying he brought a few simple things for her and the kids. Their fingertips brush as she takes it, and for Johan that should have been the clean end of the transaction. But Ellie stops him anyway, cheeks still warm from the bath, and asks if she can treat him to a meal next time as her own way of saying thank you. Johan answers with a polite smile and a perfectly adult yes, accepting the invitation without reading any more into it than that. As he finally heads back to his room, Johan sums up the whole bizarre night as a pretty decent weekend vacation, then reminds himself that tomorrow the break ends and work starts again. Back in his cramped studio, Johan slumps against the bed and admits the camp fallout left him in a bad spot. He thinks showing Sion the Lesser Key of Solomon was the best move he had, but it still dragged him straight into the Special Operations Division. What really bothers him is that Sion has nearly pinned him as the owner of Divermus Mysterious, and every suspicion she has is correct. Johan grimly imagines the day the truth comes out and Sion returns with a full team to gun him down. He considers killing Sion first, but he immediately sees the trap in that idea. Since Sion is the only agent openly focused on him, her sudden death would just make the entire division look his way. Even the one version that might work sounds ugly to him, Sion dying during a joint mission, with some paranormal threat taking the blame. He still hates that plan too, because being anywhere near Sion's death could be enough to ruin him. When he looks over at his desk, the real problem is staring back at him in two books, Divermus Mysterious and the Lesser Key of Solomon. One grimoire puts him on the government's hunt list, and the other makes him a target for wizards, so his life keeps getting more tangled from both sides. Still, Johan refuses to pretend the grimoires destroyed some perfect life, because as far as he's concerned, things were already bad long before magic showed up. He talks himself into a rough kind of acceptance, reminding himself that the grimoires have also saved his life more than once. And somewhere along the way, he has even gotten used to living with Grizzly. Grizzly happily treats the fridge like a toy, and Johan ends up wondering if he should just buy it a dedicated refrigerator to destroy. Since he is already stuck thinking, Johan tries to define a bigger personal goal instead of just reacting to danger every time. But when he looks back at his choices, almost none of his careful plans have actually worked the way he meant them to. He admits he likes to think of himself as smart and rational, but his own track record says impulse keeps winning. To get his head straight, Johan stands up, opens the Lesser Key of Solomon, and goes back to practical planning. The page on the first pentacle of Saturn reminds him he had prepared a real spirit subjugation ritual before the zombie attack ruined his chance to use it. If the timing had been different, he could have questioned the spirits of Kim Mirayo and the old zombie wizard directly. Even without that ritual, the recent fights taught him something important. With his grimoires and Grizzly, most wizards are simply outmatched. He reframes the last incidents completely. He was not the unlucky victim who stumbled into dangerous wizards, they were the ones unlucky enough to meet him. Then one small detail clicks for him. The old wizard controlling the zombies spoke Korean far too well. That pushes him to a new conclusion: magic alone is not enough, and a real wizard needs skills for crossing borders and surviving abroad. So he writes down his first concrete goal: study English, both to understand future enemies and to run if he ever has to leave Korea. His second goal is simple too: run more, because all the magic in the world will not help if his ordinary body cannot keep up. Then he adds a driver's license, remembering how badly it hurt not knowing how to drive when things went wrong. When he reads the list back, Johan can only laugh at how wholesome his wizard survival plan sounds. With nothing else pressing right now, he decides to go out and run at the nearby park. Elsewhere, a motorcyclist slips up to the sealed healing campground and checks the air with a toxic gas detector. When she removes the helmet, the intruder turns out to be Kim Ji-eun, a broker who dealt with Edward Coffin under the cover of being a freelance reporter. Ji-eun knows the toxic gas story is fake, and what bothers her is that Edward vanished after causing an incident this huge without sending any signal at all. She has already checked the safe house and watched the agencies move, and none of it proves the division or rival wizards actually killed Edward. That leaves her with one unnerving possibility: a complete third party got to Edward first. Edward's favorite line comes back to her then, and suddenly his insane campground attack no longer looks random. If Edward was hunting the Lesser Key of Solomon, then maybe the owner of that grimoire really did show up at the campground. Deciding to dig deeper, Ji-eun leaves before the agents can spot her and starts investigating the survivors instead. Her information channels get her the survivor list quickly, and two names jump out at once: Namgung Sua and Sister Ellie. She immediately crosses both of them off, because one belongs to a powerful family and the other is tied directly to the Vatican. So she picks an easier survivor instead and approaches him in broad daylight wearing her usual harmless smile. The survivor knows he was told to avoid fake reporters, but Ji-eun looks so harmless that he lets his guard down anyway. A little later, in a more secluded spot, Ji-eun flips the whole situation and slams him face down onto the asphalt. She calmly threatens to break his fingers and makes it clear that calling the police will not save him. When the man says his memories of the campground are hazy, Ji-eun understands exactly why and decides to force them back out of him. She gags him with a bandana and snaps one of his fingers, turning the interrogation into raw torture. The pain works, and Ji-eun finally gets the story she wanted about what happened in the auditorium. The key detail is enough to make her laugh. A man named Kim Yo-han drew a magic circle, chanted a spell, and turned the zombies to dust. To Ji-eun, that all but confirms Edward's crazy plan worked and the owner of Lemmigeton really showed up at the campground. She profiles Johan as a ritual specialist who is deadly with preparation time but still just an ordinary man if caught off guard. That makes her bold enough to imagine two outcomes: exploit him if he is useful, or overpower and sell him if he is not. Without hesitating, she heads straight for Johan's shabby studio apartment building. When she sees Johan's room dark and gets no answer at the door, Ji-eun treats that as an invitation to investigate. She picks the lock and slips into the apartment, checking even the floor by the entrance in case he set a trap. Inside, the place looks small and neat, but the kitchen herbs and earthenware tell her she is in a wizard's home. Then she unfolds Johan's white trench coat and finds divine names and ritual symbols written inside, which is all the confirmation she needs. But before she can search further, the door opens and Johan walks back into his own apartment. Ji-eun instantly draws a suppressed pistol on him and orders him to stay quiet and shut the door. Johan obeys, quietly closes the door, and even raises his hands before she tells him to, which only makes her more confident. Then Johan finally speaks, and the first thing he says is a flat complaint that she should not enter someone else's home wearing shoes. Before Ji-eun can even process that answer, an invisible arm punches through her torso and kills her on the spot. Ji-eun hangs limp on Grizzly's unseen arm, and Johan sighs over the body with the weary acceptance of someone who decided this was inevitable. He jokes to himself that it was not really about the shoes, but in his eyes her break-in and drawn gun had already declared a fight to the death. The truth is even simpler. The moment she broke into his apartment, Johan had no intention of letting her leave alive. His first problem now is not her identity but the spreading blood, because if it leaks to the apartment below, he has a whole new mess on his hands. So he orders Grizzly to take the body to the bathroom and eat it there, treating corpse disposal like an ordinary household task. Grizzly objects in its own way, and Johan actually pauses long enough to agree that the bathroom is not a proper place to eat. Instead, Johan pulls out a tarp he had already kept in the room for exactly this kind of problem and starts preparing a cleaner workspace. As he spreads the tarp under the body, Johan can only laugh at himself for once again doing his part to keep the wizard average terrible. Then he remembers the timing worked out neatly for him, because he was already carrying materials for a soul-summoning ritual before he came home. So Johan settles on the next step with chilling ease: search the body first, and if that is not enough, summon Ji-eun's soul and ask her himself. At Special Ops Team 3, Rookie Agent Hyun blurts out the obvious bad idea and suggests secretly ransacking Johan's home. Sion dryly hands Hyun pen and paper and tells her to write a full-page reflection about how breaking and entering is a crime. When Hyun panics, Sion takes the joke back and firmly reminds her they have no request, no report, and no legal grounds to enter a civilian's home. Sion adds that Johan is not just a suspect anymore but a civilian collaborator, so she has to keep her personal suspicions in check. Even so, Sion privately thinks that trespassing into Johan's room would be dangerous, because a wizard who handled the mansion case and repelled Edward Coffin would treat an intruder as a real threat. She catches herself spiraling again and pulls out Johan's file, suddenly more unsettled by one question: why does she keep paying attention to him at all? The file only tells her simple facts like Johan being 21 and raised in an orphanage, but the small overlap in age leaves her quietly staring. Hyun breaks the moment by asking about another report on Sion's desk, and Sion says it belongs to a different team. That report is about a cursed game tied to recent disappearances, and the laptop image shows a sugary harem visual novel that has spread online like a haunted file. Because Team 3 is weak against this kind of anomaly, Sion quietly realizes they may end up needing Johan's help again. Back in his studio, Johan sits against the wall listening to Grizzly finish eating Kim Ji-eun's corpse behind him, refusing to look directly at it. The ugly scene drags Johan into a cold childhood memory of being left behind at an orphanage after his mother had a new daughter. He decides he does not hate her so much as learn from her, settling on one brutal rule for himself: live for your own survival. Looking over Kim Ji-eun's belongings, Johan guesses she came after his grimoire or leverage on him, and that only makes him more certain killing her was the right move. He inspects the suppressed Walther pistol with wary interest, noting that silencers are not the whisper-quiet movie version. Her locked phone is more annoying than useful, so Johan decides the soul summoning might reveal the password before he destroys it to avoid being tracked. When Grizzly chirps happily after finishing the body, Johan takes it as his cue to finally start the soul summoning ritual he has been wanting to test. Because an enemy already found this apartment once, Johan decides he needs information fast enough to abandon this studio for a safer hideout. He asks the hair samples of Kim Mirayo and the zombie wizard for useful answers, then drags the bloody tarp into the bathroom and scrubs the floor clean. With the room darkened, Johann calls out the Lesser Key of Solomon and ignores the Vermis Mysterious vibrating for attention on the side. He recites prayers, sprinkles holy water, and carefully completes the magic circle for a proper soul summoning. At the center, Johann sets a burning stove and raises the first pentacle of Saturn to command the spirits to answer him. He feeds the flames with the hair of Kim Mirayo, Edward Coffin, and the freshly killed Kim Jaeun, and the fire surges high enough to form a face in the smoke. The first summoned memory is Kim Mirayo, and Johann quietly reminds himself this is not a true soul so much as leftover thought and stored information. It still feels awkward facing someone he killed, but the pentacle keeps Kim Mirayo's summoned remnant quiet and obedient instead of hostile. When Johann holds up the pentacle, Kim Mirayo blurts out fragments about family secrets, a hidden workshop, and emergency funds. Johann hurriedly writes down the numbers and address she gives him, realizing it points to a secret hideout and hidden money. But when he demands more detail, Kim Mirayo's smoke scatters without mercy, as if the magic releases her the moment her answer is finished. The next place in line is Edward Coffin, and Johann starts with the simplest question by asking the old zombie wizard's name. Edward identifies himself, but his next words come out warped and broken, as if something is going badly wrong inside the summoning. When Edward screams out the name Mephistopheles, the room jolts, the brazier shakes, and Johann's pentacle burns to ash in his hand. The whole ritual collapses at once, and Johann is left staring at an ordinary dark room with Kim Jaeun still unsummoned. Annoyed that all that work ended early, Johann vents his disappointment with a tired joke and a long sigh at the dead brazier. He tosses the Lesser Key of Solomon onto the bed in disgust, and the book trembles like it wants to protest being blamed. The Vermis Mysterious starts vibrating noisily on the desk for attention too, but Johann ignores that grimoire just as bluntly. After wiping away the magic circle, Johann sits down to review what the summoning actually taught him about how this magic works. He realizes soul summoning is useful but limited. The dead do not spill everything, and he cannot pull answers cleanly if he does not already know what to ask. Kim Mirayo's clue still matters, because Johann now has what looks like the address of her family's hidden workshop and hidden funds. Edward's clue is stranger, because the broken words he forced out look less like a confession and more like a website address. Instead of guessing further, Johann decides to test the clue directly and types the address into his computer despite the risk. The site opens with a captcha that does not ask if he is human, but if he is a wizard, and Johann clicks yes without hesitation. A chat window appears, and the unseen admin politely asks how he found the site, proving this is more than a normal web page. Johann answers carefully that he learned about it through someone he knew, which is technically true even if that someone is dead. When the site asks for an alias, Johann hesitates until a philosophy book on his desk gives him a name he can use. He opens Plato's Republic to the story of Gyges and decides that stolen invisibility is as good a handle as any. He enters Gyges, and the site formally welcomes him to Mephisto Market as a verified wizard. The plain chat page suddenly flips into a gaudy storefront with fireworks, neon signs, and a black-haired bunny girl mascot named Mephi-chan. Johann immediately judges the place as deeply untrustworthy, but he also spots exactly what he has been searching for, a real wizard marketplace. Once he opens the reagent listings and sees parchment and other occult supplies for sale, Johann knows the soul magic did lead him to something valuable. The site even sells firearms, which convinces Johann this hidden wizard world is bigger and stranger than he expected. Grizzly waddles over to peek at the screen, spots a listing for a hanged convict's wrist, and instantly starts drooling like it found dessert. Johann teases Grizzly by pretending he might buy it, then calls the invisible vampire a pig for begging right after a full meal. He relents just enough to give Grizzly a snack of meat and milk, and the creature settles down happily. With Mephisto Market confirmed, Johann logs out and turns back to the more urgent lead, Kim Mirayo's hidden workshop address. Even though it is late, he decides this clue is too important to leave unchecked and starts getting ready to go out. While Grizzly keeps eating, Johann puts his coat back on, hides Kim Jaeun's suppressed pistol inside it, and heads out to investigate the secret workshop. Johann spends money on a taxi and heads straight to the address of Kim Mirayo's hidden workshop, hoping her stolen notes are real. The building is almost laughably plain, just an empty leased property on a deserted street, which makes Johann suspect that the bland exterior is exactly the point. At the front keypad, Johann enters the passcode from Kim Mirayo's notebook, and the locked door opens on the first try. Inside, the first floor looks like a dead rental unit full of dust, concrete, abandoned furniture, and junk, with nothing that feels magical at all. After confirming nobody is hiding downstairs, Johann decides the first floor is just camouflage and heads for the stairs. A second steel door with another keypad blocks the upper floor, and Johann calmly punches in the next code from memory. When the door opens, Johann breaks into a startled laugh because the hidden workshop beyond it is absurdly luxurious. Realizing this whole second floor is now effectively his, Johann slips off his shoes and steps into the secret shelter with obvious excitement. He quickly pieces together the layout: a living space, ventilation instead of windows, and even a separate room running CCTV over the area outside. In the kitchen area, Johan stops at a full indoor kiln and realizes Kim Mirio really had the kind of magical setup that serious occult work needs. The deeper he looks, the more impressed he gets by the stocked shelves of beakers, flasks, filters, and other ritual tools that a street wizard like him could never have afforded. Once the tour is over, Johan's eyes settle on the one thing still waiting in the room, a safe tucked into the living area corner. He uses the code he learned from Kim Mirio's summoned soul, and the safe opens cleanly, proving the ritual information was good enough. Inside are false identity documents, a bank book, and a card, making it obvious Kim Mirio had prepared an emergency life under another name. Then Johan checks the bank book balance, freezes, and realizes Kim Mirio left behind roughly 100 million won. For a moment the money feels unreal, because killing one enemy wizard has suddenly handed him a fortune and a fully equipped hideout. That jolt of excitement scares him a little, because he can feel himself starting to think of other wizards as walking treasure chests. Johan deliberately reins himself in and reminds himself that safety, not greed, is still the only goal that matters. He thinks through what he actually wants from life: enough money to live comfortably, feed Grizzly, enjoy small pleasures, and stay safe. That decision lands clearly. He will not hunt wizards for profit, but if one threatens his peace, he will kill without hesitation. Of course, that doesn't stop him from happily pocketing the money, because magical supplies and Grizzly's meals still cost cash. He drops into the desk chair, spins once, and quietly announces that he is rich, savoring the moment just enough to amuse himself. After the brief victory lap, Johan decides he cannot move in yet without looking suspicious, so the workshop will stay a secret hideout instead of becoming his official home. He leaves planning to study Mephisto Market more closely, still blissfully unaware that the grimoires around him have already made him prey. The danger he doesn't know is huge. Edward Coffin's corpse carried a $1 million bounty, and the owner of Vermis Mysterious now has 3 billion won on his head. In Chairman Kim's room, Ioannis casually reads a newbie post from someone calling himself Gyges and immediately finds the name interesting. He even answers the post while rambling happily about Plato, Socrates, and Alcibiades, which tells Chairman Kim this conversation is about to get unbearable fast. Chairman Kim cuts in and shoves the real issue at him: a wanted post that puts a 3 billion won bounty on the unknown new owner of Vermis Mysterious. Ioannis brushes off the complaint and tells his disciple to act like the rich monster he is, because of course he can afford to put that much bait on the table. Chairman Kim snaps that the problem is not the cost but the swarm of attention the bounty is drawing to their target. Ioannis warns him not to underestimate the new owner, because once Vermis Mysterious chose him, that man stopped being easy prey and became a dangerous predator. Then he explains the point of the bounty: loose the hunters first, wear the target down, and only step in once the net has tightened. Back in his tiny studio, Johan checks his own Mephisto Market post and sees a single blunt reply telling him that a gun beats half-baked magic. The next morning, he keeps digging through Mephisto Market and realizes it is not just a magic bazaar but a full underground marketplace for weapons, supplies, food, and wizard-to-wizard deals. He sees that private trades are possible too, but with his knowledge gap still this bad, he decides dealing directly with other wizards would be asking to get cheated. He checks the inquiry board next and immediately finds exactly the kind of creepy nonsense he expected from a site full of criminal wizards. Another post is even more useless, just "I love pretty boys" flirting with the site mascot, and Johan backs out with growing irritation. When he checks his fireball thread again, the comments have devolved into nerdy arguing about guns, alchemy, and tabletop classes instead of answering his question. That kills his interest in chatting, and he reminds himself that these jokers are still likely murderers, not harmless online weirdos. He makes a new rule for himself: use the board only for necessary information, because even casual posts could leak details that identify a grimoire owner. What really matters now is the shop itself, because Johan wants to know how this impossible market delivers real goods to a real address. So he deliberately orders cheap groceries he skipped buying earlier, treating potatoes, carrots, and onions as a test purchase instead of lunch shopping. The second he pays, a message hits his phone saying the package has already arrived. Johan opens the door and finds a delivery box sitting outside his apartment like the site simply dropped it there by magic. The box really contains the groceries he just ordered, and Johan ends up more impressed by instant delivery than by the fireball spell he wanted. After reading the delivery restrictions, he understands the basic rule well enough to trust the system and moves on with his day. Satisfied with the test, Johan sets the vegetables on the cutting board and turns his attention back to something simpler: making lunch. The moment he starts cooking, Grizzly pads over for food, and Johan promises the invisible little monster a proper meal too. Now that he has money, he upgrades Grizzly's bowl with more expensive milk mixed into the meat and feels oddly pleased about it. Grizzly eats happily without caring about the price tag, while Johan tastes the milk himself and decides it really might be richer. Then Sual calls out of nowhere to complain about Constantine, saying the movie he recommended was way too unfriendly to the viewer. Johan has no patience for that conversation, so he bluntly tells her he is about to eat and hangs up on her. A second call buzzes in right away, and Johan's annoyance fades the instant he checks the screen. The caller is Shinseon, and that name alone is enough to make Johan narrow his eyes and take the call seriously. At Special Ops Team 3, Shin Seon gives the team a quick lesson on grimoires now that Johan will be working with them as a collaborator. Hyun asks if Johan's Lesser Key of Solomon is the same book once held by the Vatican's priest John, and Seon immediately says no. Seon writes both titles on the board and explains the difference. One grimoire subjugates demons, while the other was made to protect Solomon's son by blocking magic itself. The briefing is cut short when another agent rushes in with bad news. Team 6 has disappeared while investigating a game-like anomaly tied to the recent missing person cases. Sometime later, Shin Seon arrives right on schedule outside Johan's apartment, keeping her face composed even as she steadies herself with a tense breath. She rings the bell, and when Johan opens the door, the two greet each other with the careful politeness of an official visit. Seon thanks him for letting the Special Operations Division use his home for the anomaly case, and Johan welcomes her in as part of the deal they already made. Once inside, Seon neatly removes her shoes and offers a pricey box of sliced cake as a careful gift, and Johan pauses at the unexpectedly classy gesture. Johan thanks her, invites her to sit and talk over the cakes, and quietly notes that for all her paranoia, Shin Seon has the polished manners of someone raised well. At home, Johan dozes on his bed after watching anime and idly complains that the vampire in his house is not a pretty girl. Grizzly takes the jab personally and transforms into a gorgeous vampire girl, but the result is even more absurd because he is still completely invisible. Furious that his new form is invisible, Grizzly goes on a chaotic rampage that explodes into a ridiculous city destruction dream. Trying to stop Grizzly, Johan calls for Divermus Mysterious, but the grimoire appears swollen and shyly claims it is pregnant with his baby grimoire. When Johan summons the Lesser Key of Solomon too, that book is swollen as well and announces the same impossible thing. A crude choice window tells him to pick which grimoire to believe, and that is finally enough for Johan to accept he is trapped in one deranged dream. A school chime cuts through the nonsense, and Johan wakes with his head on a classroom desk instead of in his apartment. The shock gets worse when Shin Seon appears in a school uniform, calmly calls him Appa, and asks him to wake up so they can go home together. Seon quietly slides him a notebook that says to play along, and Johan immediately realizes this is not a dream at all. The classroom gives itself away when every student falls deathly silent and turns to stare at them, with one head twisted all the way around. Johan stands up, forces himself to act along with Seon's script, and calls her his little sister just to get them out safely. The instant they sell the act, the whole class snaps back to ordinary chatter and the pressure in the room disappears. Out in the hallway, Johan remembers how this started. Seon visited his room, they shared expensive cake and milk, and she briefed him on a paranormal game that kidnaps players. Seon explains the rules. The entity drags people into a game, and the trapped victims can only escape by clearing it or killing the thing behind it. She opens the suspicious dating sim game on her laptop, and Johan already senses that the cheerful screen is hiding horror. The moment Johan presses play, unnatural drowsiness hits him, and the two of them are pulled into the game. Back in the sunset hallway, Johan asks how long he was out, and Seon says she woke up about 10 minutes before him. Seon shows that the notebook assigned her a helper role, which is why she knows the game rules and heroine information. When Johan asks why she called him Appa, Seon tells him to open the menu and check his student ID. The hologram reveals that he is now Kim Johan, a second-year Harem Academy student with parents abroad, and that Shin Seon has been assigned as his cousin. The worst part is the family setting. The game has written Shin Seon in as his cousin. Seon explains that players are randomly assigned roles and have to act them out while raising stats and capturing heroines to survive the academy scenario. A passing student forces Seon to speak in character again, and she reveals Johan drew a rare role, the academy's popular bad boy Sunbae. Johan privately hates how ridiculous the role is, because being a natural womanizer is about as far from his real life as possible. Before he can process it, a crowd of faceless schoolgirls rushes him and starts demanding dessert dates and cake. Johan tests the role by snarling at the crowd in over-the-top bad boy style, and the faceless girls scatter off looking thrilled instead of scared. With the mob event out of the way, Johan cuts to what matters and tells Seon they need to search the school for other missing special operations people. Seon follows his lead and quietly notes how fast he adapts even inside a hostile, unknown game. As they keep searching, Johan says nothing seems wrong just before a classroom door slams open and a man bursts out screaming. Seon recognizes him as one of the missing victims, and the two rush over to calm him and identify themselves as government agents. The victim is too far gone to listen, babbling that someone is dead and that the nightmare has started again before bolting away in blind terror. He rounds a corner and crashes straight into a cute pink twin-tailed heroine, complete with sugary dating sim effects that make the scene even more wrong. Seon checks the notebook and identifies the girl as Momi Momo, one of the game's heroines and a textbook Tsundere character. The fallen man does not react like he met a heroine at all. He freezes on the floor like he is staring at the thing that kills people here. Momo grabs her skirt, screams that he saw her panties, and drops the Tsundere act straight into murder. Before Johan or Seon can move, Momo kicks the man's head apart in one grotesque instant and paints the corridor with blood. Momo walks away like it was a nuisance, then peeks back around the corner with flat dead eyes to wait for the next victim. Johan snaps himself back into survival mode and realizes this academy is not playing with dating sim tropes at all but weaponizing them. Then another heroine arrives, a graceful brown-haired girl who sighs over the mess, opens a window, and talks like the blood-soaked hallway is just a school chore. She turns to Johan, asks what he thinks of the school, and the moment stretches with the eerie confidence of a scripted route trigger. Instead of a real conversation, the academy launches into full visual novel narration and introduces her as Gremory, the student council president who will change his ordinary days. The game title and opening sequence explode onto the scene, making it painfully clear that this is the official start of the academy route. The opening song rolls through a montage of cheerful schooldate scenes that keep glitching into butchered bodies and smiling heroines doing horrifying things. Among the victims in those scenes, Sion spots real missing people being toyed with and killed, and her quiet anger starts to show. Johan, fed up with the trashy spectacle, tries to skip the opening like a normal game player. There is no skip button, which only confirms to him that this thing is deliberately forcing players to watch people suffer. Then the real danger lands on him. Ever since waking here, either of his grimoires has answered his summons. Because the game world has replaced even his clothes, Johan realizes outside tools cannot enter this place, and he has been trapped in an aberration without his grimoires for the first time. Back in the real world, Grizzly comes out in Johan's studio, finds both humans gone, and stares at the open laptop left behind on the desk. Grizzly pokes at the silent laptop in confusion and then starts remembering how Johan deals with broken things. He remembers a ridiculous but successful lesson from before, when Johan repaired a broken refrigerator by slapping it and yelling at it to fix itself. Taking that lesson completely seriously, Grizzly lifts an invisible arm over the laptop to smash it and rescue his missing master. Before the blow can land, both grimoires on the bed spring into action together and stop Grizzly for the first time as a united front. Facing the student council president at last, Johan tells Sion to pull up Gremory's character info before they say anything reckless. Sion checks her notes and goes still when she finds almost nothing on Gremory, which is a bad sign in a world built on visible game data. When Sion tells him to see it himself, Johan looks straight at Gremory and quietly calls up the info window. The window only shows Gremory's name and title, while the rest of her data is mangled into corrupted symbols. Gremory laughs at their reaction and makes it clear she wants this to be a game, not an answer sheet. She leans in close to Johan with a rom-com heroine pose and tells him to capture the other girls first if he wants to know her. After a brief staring match, Gremory walks past them and casually points them toward delinquents at the old school building behind the main campus. Once she is gone, Johan and Sion agree the tip felt deliberate, but with no better lead they decide to follow it anyway. Johan slips into casual speech, and that small awkward moment finally explains why Sion has been forcing herself to call him dear brother. Sion suggests he stop forcing formal speech around her, because a consistent act matters more than politeness inside this twisted scenario. As they compare notes, both confirm the same ugly rule: their normal gear is gone, and this game world only dragged in their bodies. Sion suspects the so-called delinquents are actually the missing special ops agents, just recast by the game as troublemakers. At the old school building, they find Sion was right. The missing Team 6 is hiding here with shaken civilians because repeated clashes with the psycho heroines already broke them. That discovery also tells Johan something useful about Gremory. She sent them here because she truly does not see them as a threat. While Sion gathers reports from Team 6, Johan studies the game's newly opened menu and starts looking for a way to turn this mess into something usable. He sees how broken everyone is and decides he cannot babysit them here, so he plans to at least check the house assigned to his student ID. Sion comes back for Johan and draws him into the hallway to share the ugly rules Team 6 has learned about Harem Academy. The game is a loop that resets unless every heroine is captured within 2 in-game weeks, which means the trapped victims have been reliving failure after failure. Sion's time comparison makes it worse. 1 real-world hour equals 1 in-game week, so a single day outside means 12 full loops of suffering in here. She admits the first agents tried to clear the heroines and failed so badly that now all they can manage is protecting civilians. Then Sion asks Johan directly for help, because as a helper character she cannot do the captures herself. Johan pushes back hard and makes the issue plain. She is really asking him to risk his life for strangers on a payment that does not even come close to matching the danger. Before Sion can answer, the old building door explodes inward and a blue-haired swordswoman storms in, calling them wicked delinquents. Satsuki rushes the hallway at impossible speed and swings to kill, revealing she is one of the psycho heroines, not some angry classmate. Sion grabs a fallen mop and intercepts the katana mid-strike, protecting Johan without hesitation. Even when Satsuki accelerates, Sion calmly redirects every slash with pure martial skill the game could not strip away. The moment Satsuki overextends, Sion steps in and drives the mop handle into her chest hard enough to launch her across the hall coughing blood. But instead of pressing the advantage, Sion throws away the shattered mop and tells Johan to run immediately. As something behind them starts cracking and reassembling, Sion drags Johan around the corner and shoves both of them into a locker. Cramped together in the dark locker, they hear Satsuki's blade scrape past outside while Sion whispers that the lockers function as game-style hiding spots. Johan braces for an argument in that suffocating silence, but Sion surprises him by apologizing for not considering his side first. She makes a personal offer instead of an official one. She will risk her own life to protect his, and she will pay him 10 million won for every one of the 25 people he helps save. The offer is so blunt and sincere that Johan can only stare, realizing Sion really is willing to spend her own money and her own life on this. Instead of answering directly, Johan suddenly asks Sion to cry out Jaya Jaya for him, leaving her completely baffled. Trusting there must be a reason, Sion forces out the embarrassing little cry anyway, and Johan quietly decides that is enough for him to work with. Still hidden in the locker, Johan finally gives his answer and sets 2 conditions. Sion protects his life, and he handles the strategy entirely his own way. Sion immediately tests the dangerous point and asks if his method will sacrifice other people for information, because she needs that answer before trusting him. Johan says no, promises he will try to save everyone he was hired to save, and only draws the line at people getting themselves killed doing something stupid. As he shifts in the cramped space, he slips into an accidental wall-pin posture and repeats the promise more clearly. If Sion keeps him alive, he will save all 25 people, including her. For the first time at this distance, Johan notices Sion's eyes are not just cold but painfully straightforward, and that honesty is exactly what makes her so different from him. Sion accepts his terms and agrees to follow his approach, sealing the deal between them. When they step back out and Sion asks what that strange Jaya test was for, Johan deadpans that he was just helping her loosen up. Sion realizes he was teasing her and goes stiff with embarrassment, her ears turning red even though her face stays controlled. After a time skip, Johan wakes in the house assigned to his student ID and dryly notes the classic line, unfamiliar ceiling. Downstairs, he finds Sion already making breakfast, because the game has assigned them to live together as cousins. Sion also points out a practical game rule: if they skip meals or rest, their stamina and action points drop. A tiny domestic exchange catches Johan off guard when Sion asks about his salad preferences, and quietly decides to remember them for tomorrow. Once they finish eating, Sion lays out a compiled strategy file and confirms she has sent the other trapped players back to their assigned homes as Johan ordered. The file reveals there are 5 psycho heroines besides Gremory, all with absurd strength and regeneration so extreme that even decapitation did not stop one. Sion starts listing the known threats, including Momo's ambush route and Satsuki's murderous sword triggers, but Johan cuts her off before she gets far. He rejects the idea of clearing this nightmare honestly, because everything about the game feels malicious rather than meant to be played. Instead, Johan declares he will solve this as a wizard, not as a trapped player following the game's intended routes. So instead of going to school, Johan drags Sion to a chick-sexing part-time job and calmly uses the info window to sort birds by sex for quick cash. With the job money, he buys regular clothes and a white trench coat, throws off the Forced Academy uniform, and starts rebuilding his occult toolkit. He lays out the real plan at once: flower shop next, because he needs ingredients like hyssop and aloe to make holy water, incense, and a robe by Wednesday. Sion finally sees the shape of his strategy, and immediately starts helping him avoid known heroine encounter routes instead of fighting his method. Later, Sion lures Momo into an empty classroom exactly as Johan planned. Momo charges and ready to kill, then freezes when she sees the trap: blackout curtains, candles, a magic circle, and Johan waiting in a white coat. Johan wastes no time on normal conversation and simply tells her to look, raising a copper pentacle engraved with the 5th pentacle of Venus. Then Johan chants over the pentacle and forces Momo's heroine route to clear instantly, proving he can still use prepared magic even without his grimoires. Momo's body starts crackling and glitching as if the game itself is breaking under the shortcut he just forced through it. In the next instant, Momo's affection maxes out, and the deadly heroine collapses into a broken, love-struck route clear. When Sion asks if that magic works on real people too, Johan shuts that down and explains he only skipped to a result the game had already decided for a heroine. Sion can only stare as the same aberration that slaughtered agents now stands there drooling, hearts popping, and glitching out nonsense in front of Johan's completed ritual. On Saturday morning at Harem Academy, Gremory strolls through the sunny corridor already mocking Johan as a loser who gave up on conquering anyone. She even jokes to herself about sending the heroines on a home visit event, still convinced Johan never had a chance. Then something outside the window makes Gremory and the mob students freeze, because what is rushing toward the school is too bizarre to process. The impossible sight finally comes into focus. A chariot is charging straight for the academy gates. Instead of horses, the chariot is being dragged by smiling heroine aberrations with bright pink, blue, green, purple, and blonde hair. At the center stands Johan in his fluttering white coat like he owns the place, with Sion beside him wearing a strained, complicated expression. When Sion timidly comments, Johan buys a toy whip and snaps it at the enslaved heroines, ordering them to run faster like a complete madman. The controlled heroines answer in cheerful broken obedience, with hearts, stars, and machine-like glitches bursting around them, while Sion decides not to say another word. The chariot rolls right through the school gates and into the courtyard where Gremory has gathered a swarm of mob aberrations to meet them. Johan stops in front of Gremory, steps down from the chariot, and lets the hem of his white coat swing like a deliberate challenge. As Johan and Sion dismount together, the hypnotized heroines line both sides and start chanting for praise and prostration in a scene so insane it even annoys him. He casually corrects them to shout Banzai instead, turning the whole entrance into a humiliating parade right in front of Gremory. Gremory is shaken because in all her cycles, she has never seen anyone conquer every heroine in less than a week and turn them into obedient slaves. She tries to take the heroines back, but their glowing fifth pentacle of Venus eyes block her control with a stronger magic than hers. The moment Gremory feels the source behind that spell, she realizes it may come from her original body and finally panics. Retreating a step, Gremory orders the mob aberrations to block them, but Johan answers with a colder command of his own. The heroine aberrations instantly draw chainsaws, katanas, chain sickles, crescent blades, and morning stars, then crash into the mob crowd in a savage massacre. With the path cleared, Johan walks toward Gremory beside Sion like they are repeating their first meeting, except this time Gremory is the one losing her smile. Johan stops in front of her and calmly says he conquered all the heroines as requested, then asks if he is qualified to conquer her too. Gremory admits he qualifies, snaps her fingers, and shifts all three of them to the unused ending scene inside the luxurious student council office. Leaning against the desk in the student council room, Gremory praises them as the first pair ever to clear the heroines, then offers a new baited reveal. She asks what they would do if the people who died here were not really dead, trying to hook Sion with one more uncertainty. Sion is about to react, but Johan lifts an arm to stop her and quietly takes control of the conversation. When Gremory refuses to give a straight answer about the dead, Johan says he does not need to know and cuts off the trap completely. He reminds Sion that the only people they agreed to save were the 25 still alive, and she does not need to risk herself for maybe dead strangers because a demon dangled hope. Then Johan steps closer to Gremory and warns that nothing good ever comes from listening to a demon's proposal, which finally cracks her composure. Desperate now, Gremory changes tactics and asks whether Johan really even wants to go back when this academy could become his private toy box. She sweetens the offer by saying he can indulge every pleasure here and even do whatever he wants with her. Gremory loosens her ribbon and exposes her cleavage to tempt him, but Johan only finds the demon trick almost funny. Instead of giving in, Johan walks right up to her and mocks the demon fantasy outright. He grabs Gremory by the neck and slams her down onto the desk, turning her invitation into a brutal show of dominance. Pinned under him, Gremory still tries to use seduction as a weapon, stroking his back and wrapping her legs around his waist while offering herself as his servant. Johan thanks her almost gently, then rejects her completely, and says he already has plenty of love. For Johan, protecting his own self-respect matters more than uncertain affection, so he reaches into his coat for the spell he prepared instead. He reveals the lead second pentacle of Saturn and shows that while everyone was distracted yesterday, his controlled heroines had already drawn magic circles all over the academy. Gremory lashes out with growing claws, but Sion moves instantly and pins her down before she can touch Johan. With Sion holding the demon in place, Johan chants to the spirits of Saturn and commands the false world to shatter. The spell erupts through the academy-wide magic circles, and the entire school world starts breaking apart under Saturn's destructive force. Back in Johan's real studio, the lesser key of Solomon opens by itself and pours out light to reinforce its master's spell from outside the game. Vermis Mysterious is jealous that its power was not used, so it vibrates angrily on the bed while the magic surges around it. Inside the collapsing game, the fake sky shatters into a white void and the entire academy starts floating apart in huge broken chunks. Hit head-on by the spell, Gremory's body splits with glowing cracks like broken glass, and she bitterly admits she should have killed Johan the moment she first saw him. Johan coldly tells her the real mistake was ever letting him into this place, and Gremory can only glare up at him as she keeps breaking apart. As Gremory's remains disperse, one strange strand of deep red hair flashes inside the particles for an instant before disappearing too. Then the true collapse finishes, the false world is obliterated, and everyone trapped inside is finally released. Back in the real room, the laptop rattles with light, both grimoires slide back into place on the bed, and Grizzly is forcibly recalled as the game shuts down. When the light fades, Johan comes to in his familiar studio and finds Sion asleep against his shoulder. He looks up at the plain studio ceiling and dryly notes how familiar it is, making the return feel absurdly normal. Sion wakes, apologizes for leaning on him, and the two quickly slip back into casual speech now that they are outside the game. Once she regains her focus, Sion checks the laptop and realizes Harem Academy has become an empty file. Right then Sion gets a call confirming the breakthrough. Missing agents are back, abducted civilians returned, and every copy of the game has vanished. After the call, Sion finally exhales and tells him that more than 25 abducted people made it back alive, even if they are badly shaken. She bows and thanks him sincerely, and Johan brushes it off as paid work while saying the civilians should be grateful to her instead. When Sion explains why she offered 250 million won for such a dangerous case, Johan catches her off guard by asking for only the original 10 million fee. He says the case ended up less dangerous than expected and that her protection and help with the spell already balanced things out. When he adds that she can just buy him a meal sometime, Sion gets even more flustered. Almost by habit from the game, Sion heads for the fridge to cook for him before catching herself halfway through. Johan tells her to go ahead, and Sion ends up making Gamba's pasta in his apartment. She serves pasta and salad at the folding table, and the mood turns unexpectedly domestic after everything they just survived. Over dinner, Johan bluntly brings up the background check on him and asks about Sion's family in return, catching her off guard. Sion admits they only checked the basics on him, then decides to answer honestly about her own family instead of dodging it. Her biggest reveal lands first. Sion's father is the director of the Bureau for Abnormal Phenomena Countermeasures, the very organization above Special Operations. Johan immediately realizes how dangerous that connection could have been and answers with careful praise, only for Sion to say her father is impressive but not necessarily a good person. She explains that her birth mother died young, her current mother is a stepmother, and her younger sister is only her half-sister. Then she tells the absurd story of her 5th birthday, when she asked her father for a kind mother and a cute little sister. Her father actually brought both on that birthday, because he had already been carrying on an affair and had a child with the other woman. Johan can only admit the man is impressive in a completely different sense, neatly summing up Sion's point that a capable father is not the same thing as a decent human being. Over dinner, Sion carefully asks why Johan refused Gremory's offer to stay in that fake paradise forever. Johan answers flatly that he refused because he is sane, treating Gremory's paradise like an obvious trap instead of a dream come true. He says happiness handed over by someone else can be taken away just as easily, and he refuses to live with his whole life in another being's hands. His words hit a deeper wound, as Johan remembers being a child who clung desperately to a hand that abandoned him at an orphanage. Johan brushes off the heavy answer with a light smile and says he really refused because the whole thing was ridiculous and left a bad taste in his mouth. Sion thanks him for answering honestly, and the tense conversation settles back into ordinary small talk. When the meal ends, Johan tells her to go home and rest, but Sion insists on helping with cleanup as her way of thanking him. She even finishes the dishes before leaving, and Johan quietly gives this wary special ops agent a few points for that. After Sion leaves, Grizzly comes out of the grimoire, and Johan starts teasingly comparing the vampire's little Jaya sounds to Sion's embarrassed locker voice. The silly thought finally gets a laugh out of Johan, and the night ends on an unexpectedly lighter note. Back at her own apartment, Sion comes out of the shower in pajamas with wet black hair and drops onto the bed, exhausted after reporting the game incident to the Bureau. Her tired mind drifts back to Johan mocking Gremory with that bizarre pelican insult, and curiosity wins out. When she looks up pelicans and finds the ridiculous image he meant, Sion finally breaks into helpless laughter. She pulls herself together, reaches for the hairdryer, and decides the rest of her thoughts can wait until after some proper sleep. At the Bureau Director's office, Sion's father Shin Duryong coldly faces his aunt Shin Seihi as she presses him to take a second wife and produce a son for the family line. Duryong shuts her down hard, making it clear that Sion is the only heir he wants and that no son will be brought in to stand in her way. When Seihi keeps pushing, Duryong bluntly asks if she wants to get hit, and the room freezes under the threat. Humiliated and unable to fight back against a man known for beating even his own father, Seihi leaves the office with her pride badly bruised. Waiting just outside, team leader Park reads the mood instantly and enters only after the family fight is over. Park brings Johan's file into the office, and Duryong takes one look at the photo and instantly decides the young man has dangerous eyes. Sion's father trashes Johan on sight, ranting that men like him act sweet in public and turn violent in private. Park blurts out that Johan resembles the director when he was younger, then instantly panics when the director gives him a dangerous stare. Still, Duryong gives a practical order. Johan is a grimoire owner, so the Bureau should not provoke him with clumsy surveillance, and Sion can handle him herself. Far away in a hidden temple near ancient Uruk, worshippers part in delight as Gremory arrives like a beloved goddess atop a camel beneath white doves and song. Gremory speaks gently and tells them they do not need to kneel, but her warmth only makes the crowd adore her even more. As she settles into the place of honor, a strand of red hair rides the wind to her hand, carrying back the power she once lent to the fake world. The memories inside that hair first disgust her, because the false academy was built on cruelty and malice rather than anything she would call love. Then she reaches the part where Johan crushed and mocked her other self, and instead of anger, she bursts into delighted laughter. Thinking of Johan as arrogant, ugly, bold, and strangely beautiful all at once, Gremory's heart races and she decides she wants to teach him what love really is. The next day at Special Ops Team 3, Hyun is surprised to see Sion show up even though she was supposed to be resting. Sion says she came to pick up some documents and think things through, and Park grumbles that people on leave make everyone uncomfortable. Since she is already there, Park opens a laptop and shows her a site called MageNet, a low-tier occult forum used by wizards, hunters, and government watchers. As they look, Sion briefly explains that the real heavy hitters use a demon-made site instead, so MageNet is mostly for smaller rumors and trades. Then the real problem appears on screen. A hot post offering 3 billion won for the owner of Divermus Mysterious somewhere in South Korea. Sion immediately searches for more leaks and relaxes only when she confirms that nothing about Johan and the lesser key has surfaced there. That still means someone outside the team sold information about Divermus Mysterious, and Sion quietly takes comfort in knowing it was not leaked by the people she trusted with Johan's name. When Hyun points out that Sion once suspected Johan might be the true owner, Park dismisses it by saying the lesser key's owner is already confirmed. Sion agrees out loud because grimoires normally choose only one owner each, and powerful books like these should never tolerate sharing the same wizard. Even so, what Johan showed inside Harem Academy keeps bothering her, because no other wizard she has ever seen comes close to that level. Sion thinks that if Johan had shown that kind of talent in Europe, major schools and wizard families would either have tried to kill him early or fought to claim him as their heir. With no proof, she still cannot stop wondering whether Johan could somehow be one of the rare exceptions who owns more than one grimoire. At the same time, she feels a separate, quieter relief that Johan's identity is not yet circulating among the killer mercenaries crawling that site. Elsewhere, the custodians of the Books of Moses celebrate as the long-lost 8th book returns on its own and starts glowing in reunion with its siblings. Their glowing exchange boils down to one clear complaint: the 8th book found an interesting person, but Divermus Mysterious was there, so it wisely came right back. Meanwhile, in Kim Mirio's old secret workshop, Divermus Mysterious and the Lesser Key suddenly stand upright and start physically bickering over Johan's attention. Divermus Mysterious is openly sulking because Johan has been studying pentacles from the Lesser Key more often lately. Johan walks in on the ridiculous scene, grabs Divermus Mysterious, and separates the two books before they can keep scrapping. With the jealous grimoire smug in his hand, Johan turns back to business and starts reading up on artifact crafting instead of pentacle magic. He decides to make a Hand of Glory, a magical candle holder from Divermus Mysterious that grants invisibility when lit. The idea immediately appeals to him, because an invisible wizard paired with an invisible vampire would be a perfect matching set. The brutal ingredient list almost ruins the plan, since the core material is the hand of an executed criminal, but Mephisto Market can actually supply it. He hits another snag at Lapland Sesame, has to look up where Lapland even is, and learns the northern region is prized for magical potency linked to old pagan traces. Once he confirms the ingredient and finds Swedish sesame for sale too, Johan orders everything through Mephisto Market. The delivery appears almost immediately at the secret workshop door, proving again how unnatural Mephisto Market's logistics really are. Inside the package, Johan comes face to face with a real severed human hand still dripping blood, and the ugly reality of wizard materials lands hard. But before he can even process that, Grizzly circles excitedly around him because the vampire has mistaken the severed hand for a snack. In the workshop kitchen, Johan starts making a Hand of Glory by setting a severed criminal's wrist in a clay bowl like he is about to cook with it. As he thinks through how to drain the blood properly, Johan catches himself treating the corpse part like just another ingredient. Beside him, Grizzly crowds the counter with obvious hungry interest, tongue out and drooling at the sight of the hand. That hungry look makes Johan realize, with a dry laugh, that he almost considered buying a human hand as casually as pet food. He soaks the wrist in sugar water and quietly accepts the uglier truth. Outside emergencies, he has already become the kind of wizard who can handle this without flinching. After brushing off the thought, Johan decides Grizzly is not getting the real thing and firmly tells it no. He compromises by pouring the drained blood over meat in Grizzly's bowl, and the invisible creature immediately starts eating happily. With Grizzly settled, Johan dries the wrist and starts the next step, grinding salt, saltpeter, and pepper into a harsh curing mixture. He kneads the severed wrist through the cure like dough, a bizarre step that even makes him think of a serial killer for a second. Then Divermus Mysterious gives him the last instruction for now: cure it out of sunlight for about 15 days. Since the process is stalled by time, Johan seals the bowl in plastic wrap and puts it in the workshop fridge to wait. With the Hand of Glory curing and money in reserve, Johan figures he can spend the next couple of weeks studying or taking more ghost-busting jobs. The story shifts to a winter street, where Ioannis strolls through Seoul enjoying the long nights with Mia at his side. Mia complains that Chairman Kim was rude enough to refuse Ioannis' invitation even after Ioannis came to Korea himself. Ioannis brushes it off, saying Chairman Kim is probably busy because his family event, the Table of the Great Ones, is coming up. Mia sneers at that dinner, disgusted by rich people pretending to be grand while eating human flesh like ghouls. Ioannis agrees the gathering is tasteless, and the story reveals its real purpose. Chairman Kim uses cults de Gauls to tempt powerful elites with youth and vitality through cannibalism. To Ioannis, the whole event is not just business but Chairman Kim's twisted hobby, born from the same appetite that once drove him to tear into his own sibling's corpse. A passerby rushing for a bus jolts the moment, and Ioannis pulls Mia aside to avoid the collision. That sidestep makes Ioannis brush shoulders with a black-haired man in a white trench coat, and the two strangers exchange a polite apology and move on. Mia grumbles that the man was rude to Ioannis, but Ioannis only laughs and pulls him even closer under his coat. Whispering that they should go somewhere with no people, Ioannis buries his face in Mia's hair, and Mia quietly agrees. Walking away, Johan barely spares the foreigner another thought except that his Korean sounded surprisingly natural. Back at his tiny studio, Johan grills brisket and heats yesterday's curry into a soup-like side dish as a small celebration. After surviving the dating sim nightmare and getting paid 10 million won, he lets himself enjoy a richer dinner than usual. He happily digs in, half joking to himself that curry becoming just a side soup next to beef feels like absurd luxury. Just as dinner ends, Suah calls and immediately demands to know why he already ate without her before telling him to open the door. The bell rings furiously, and when Johan opens up, Suah is already there in a fancy party outfit instead of her school uniform. Suah barges in, insults the tiny place, throws her coat on the bed, and claims the bed for herself without hesitation. Johan dryly asks why she is sitting on the bed instead of the floor, and Suah stares at him like he said something stupid. Then a text from Chairman Kim's side pops up on Suah's phone, inviting her to a dinner gathering and instantly souring her mood. She silently remembers Chairman Kim as a grotesque old man whose very presence felt inhuman and made her skin crawl. To calm herself, Suah pops a piece of chocolate into her mouth, a habit she picked up after the campground incident. The second the sweetness hits, she slips back into being mouthy and complains that Johan has not even offered his guest a drink. Johan answers that with a quick smack to the head, and Suah explodes in outrage. Still rubbing her head, Suah immediately opens a delivery app and brazenly orders salmon sushi to his apartment. Since she clearly came for a reason, Johan offers water, milk, or green tea and tries to steer the conversation somewhere useful. As he prepares warm tea, Suah quietly notes that he acts indifferent but still looks after people unless someone hits a real danger button. Once the tea is set down, Johan asks directly why she came and warns her there is nothing fun to do here. Suah finally gets to the point and asks Johan to tutor her. Johan is thrown because nothing about this sounds like normal school tutoring, especially not coming from Suah. She clarifies that she means magic tutoring and loosely bodyguard work while she tags along as his assistant for a week. Johan shuts down the bodyguard idea on the spot, saying if she wants protection she should hire professionals, not him. Suah backpedals fast and says she will just follow him around as an assistant instead, sweetening the deal by calling him half unemployed. What catches Johan is her 1-week limit, so he asks why the timing matters so much. Suah admits she expects to be forced into Chairman Kim's dinner gathering within the next week because her father has kept refusing the invitations. Hearing that a powerful chairman is trying to drag a high school girl into some elite dinner, Johan agrees the situation feels wrong even before he knows the full truth. He asks the obvious question first, whether she told her father about it. Suah bristles at first, then admits she did, and that her father's answer was only to assign more bodyguards. Johan says that is a reasonable response and points out she already has better options than him, including asking Ellie for help. Suah refuses to dump this on Ellie and cheekily says bothering Johan is different because that is already normal between them. She keeps pushing, calling herself his super cute assistant, and asking him to teach her magic while she helps him for the week. The sushi arrives, and Johan goes to collect it himself so the neighbors do not get the wrong impression. Back inside, he puts the sushi on the table and says he will not take bodyguard money, but he is willing to treat her week as assistant work in exchange for basic magic tutoring. He also warns her not to romanticize it, because magic is much less convenient than she imagines. Suah accepts easily and slides him the 2 egg sushi pieces, claiming she is even generous enough to save his share. Too tired to argue with her logic, Johan just takes the egg sushi and eats it. As they eat, Suah keeps the real reason to herself. For this one dangerous week, staying beside Johan feels safer than anything else. In Suah's head, Chairman Kim feels like a hyena and Johan like an elephant, so staying close to him makes the threat feel smaller. And underneath all that fear and calculation, Suah ends the night quietly annoyed because she had also, very simply, wanted to see him. After Suah leaves, Johan gets back on Mephisto Market and starts rebuilding the metal pentacles he lost when he escaped the dating sim anomaly. He puts special weight on remaking the second pentacle of Saturn, because for now it is still his only reliable wide-area killing spell. Then the Lesser Key of Solomon flips itself open and shows him the sixth pentacle of Mars, a rare defensive spell that can stop fatal wounds. The spell has limits though. It needs Tuesday's planetary power, and once cast he has to keep the Mars pentacle on his body at all times. Even with the uncertainty, Johan decides some kind of body protection is non-negotiable, because surprise attacks are too dangerous for a wizard. With his own combat prep reviewed, he opens the Vermis Mysterious and starts studying what he can safely teach Suah. He immediately draws a line around dangerous material, and sticks to safe Catholic lineage basics that are useful without causing accidents. His lesson plan settles on practical beginner work like holy water, magical incense, and simple daily use tricks such as health socks. As he writes with real focus, the plain notebook quietly starts soaking up faint traces of mana without him even noticing. Elsewhere, Namgung Soo reads a report about a 3 billion won bounty on Vermis Mysterious' new owner and soul. The sparse bounty notice tells him the real move right away. Someone wants lesser hunters to flush the grimoire's owner out first. The leak annoys him because he wants the time reversal technique inside the grimoire, not the book itself, and he would rather negotiate first. His secretary reports that their side has already pushed the rumor as fake, and Namgung Soo calmly approves the move. When the secretary mentions Chairman Kim inviting Suah to dinner, Namgung Soo is not worried at all. He is sure the investigation has already started, so whatever this dinner is, it will only tighten the noose around Chairman Kim. Left alone with an old family photo, He lingers on his dead wife's face before telling his people to keep searching for Divermus Mysterious. The story cuts to Chairman Kim, raging over the Special Operations Division closing in and Kim Mirio getting captured. His strength shatters the heavy desk, and Ioannis watches the tantrum from nearby with amused detachment. The old chairman complains that he needs more connections and money to buy time, and Ioannis mocks the plan to use Namgung Sua as leverage. A noise outside interrupts them, and Ioannis' curiosity pulls both men into the hallway. There they find one of Chairman Kim's sons gripping a female housekeeper by the wrist after already striking her hard enough to swell her cheek. Chairman Kim barely cares, but Ioannis takes offense anyway and coolly tells the son that what he is doing is not platonic at all. The son snaps back and threatens the stranger, but Ioannis only repeats the line in the same soft, eerie tone. When Chairman Kim cuts in, Ioannis makes it clear this has nothing to do with morality, and everything to do with his personal whim. Chairman Kim first orders the son to leave, then changes his mind when he realizes the boy may still be useful as a test subject. He brings the son inside and asks Ioannis for help, turning the whole ugly scene into another experiment. Ioannis cuts his own palm, lets blood spill into a glass, and charges it with magic for a vampire compatibility test. Chairman Kim hands the blood over and orders his son to drink every drop, and the son obeys even after finally sensing that something is badly wrong. The result is instant horror as his teeth burst out, fangs grow in crooked, and his body twists apart under the failed transformation. He collapses dead, and Chairman Kim bitterly confirms that once again one of his children could not survive Ioannis' blood. Ioannis dryly points out the truth of Chairman Kim's parenting. He never raised children at all, only livestock to use and discard. Behind the insult sits a bigger truth. Chairman Kim keeps feeding his children to this test because he is too afraid to risk the same rejection on his own aging body. Ioannis reflects that Chairman Kim does not need this crude method at all, because Cults de Gauls already offers a magical path to vampirism. Unlike Ioannis, who became a vampire through his own research, Chairman Kim only reached long life through cannibalistic magic and is still trapped in a visibly decaying old body. Ioannis decides Chairman Kim has simply hit his ceiling, and that is why the old man is so desperate to climb higher through the dinner ritual called the Table of the Great Ones. After the failed test, Chairman Kim coldly orders the corpse fed to the ghouls and moves straight on to planning the guest list and surveillance for his coming dinner. On a later weekday afternoon, Johan meets Sua in an ordinary cafe, and she casually admits she only attends school when she feels like it. Sua cuts right to the point and asks whether Johan is basically both a ghostbuster and a wizard. When she asks the difference between a wizard, an exorcist, and a shaman, Johan decides it is time for a basic orientation. He explains it with a house squatter analogy. Shamans listen, negotiate, and persuade the intruder to leave. Exorcists and wizards, on the other hand, beat the squatter out by force, and a wizard might even enslave it instead. Sua instantly prefers the brutal wizard version because it sounds cleaner and more satisfying. Johan cuts the lesson short because he has a client appointment, and to his mild surprise Sua decides to tag along as his assistant. She expects more flashy beam magic, but Johan warns her that this job probably will not be anything like the zombie fight. At the client's home, a nervous woman points to face-shaped black mold on her wallpaper and begs to know if it is paranormal. Johan knows immediately that it is just mold, and that most of these exorcism requests are really cases like this. Sua pokes his arm, whispers that the woman needs a therapist more than an exorcist, and Johan quietly agrees. Since the client believes it is haunted anyway, Johan decides to perform an exorcism in the most literal way possible, by cleaning the wall. Masked and gloved, he sprays mold remover and scrubs the wallpaper like a blue-collar worker pretending to be a ritual specialist. Sua even steps in to dab the sweat from his forehead, taking her assistant role weirdly seriously in the middle of the cleanup. He finishes by blow-drying the wall, and the face-like mold vanishes completely. Even the client hesitates and asks if this was really just mold cleaning, and Johan calmly insists that removing the mold was exactly how the spirit manifested and got exorcised. He doubles down with soft advice about sunlight, ventilation, and anxious hearts, gently nudging the woman toward counseling while packaging it as spiritual care. Whether she believes him or just wants the bizarre pair gone, the client thanks him and accepts the result. Johan treats it as another completed case and charges extra this time, because unlike a normal fake haunting, he actually had to do manual labor. Once outside, Sua decides the whole thing feels half scam and half legitimate, and Johan's only defense is that he did the work. Then Sua asks the disturbingly practical question of why he does not just release real ghosts into homes and charge people to remove them. Johan's first response is to ask if she is a psycho, and Sua immediately snaps that she was only curious, not volunteering to do it. His real answer is simple: that kind of scam is not his style, because he wants money for a safe life, not more chaos and enemies. He makes it even plainer: if a request is manageable, he takes the job and gets paid, but he refuses to create fresh trouble on purpose. Sua quietly absorbs that answer, realizing he genuinely dislikes crossing that line even when the money would be easy. With the job over, she immediately pulls the conversation back to magic and asks the bigger question of whether talent is required. Johan explains with another analogy: magic is what people use when raw talent alone would never let them win. His point is blunt: truly gifted people can often reach what they want without magic, so obsessing over magical talent misses the point. Suah twists that logic in a very wizard-like way, grinning that if magic is still her own power, then winning with it still counts as winning herself. Johan admits that mindset is exactly right for a wizard and jokingly awards her 1 point as his student. She instantly asks what 10 points will get her, and his deadpan answer is both stingy and oddly sincere. She gets to feel good. As they keep walking, Johan thinks the point system is a joke, but if Suah reaches 10, he may actually hand over the notebook where he organized her beginner magic lessons. While Chairman Kim carries out his cannibal ritual elsewhere, Yohani stays back at the vampire's hotel base with Mia because Mia hates the ritual itself. Mia brings up possible buildings for a future Korean base, but Ioannis is distracted by Mage Net instead. Ioannis shows Mia the Mage Net bounty he posted for Divermus Mysterious and notes that the response is suspiciously weak. When Mia suggests raising the bounty, Ioannis says the bigger problem is that someone may already be suppressing interest in the grimoire's owner. Ioannis explains why he cares so much. Whoever controls Divermus Mysterious also commands the invisible vampire. Mia assumes it is still basically a vampire, and Ioannis calmly tells him that thing only fits vampire rules on the surface. He calls it a cosmic invisible vampire, an alien monster that only happens to fit vampire rules on the surface. The name sounds almost ridiculous to Mia, so Ioannis laughs and agrees the words do not match the danger. Then Ioannis turns grim again and says he personally saw that monster rip apart a tiger tank. That memory makes Ioannis uneasy that Chairman Kim's ritual could attract the owner of Divermus Mysterious instead of the other way around. He reasons that anyone who can survive owning that grimoire without self-destructing must already be a dangerous wizard on their own. Even so, Ioannis tells himself Chairman Kim should survive behind armed guards, though probably with heavy losses. Mia, sounding jealous, complains that Ioannis is too lenient with that ugly human. Ioannis teases that people always fuss more over disappointing students, and Mia blurts out the real worry underneath it by asking if they used to be lovers. Completely thrown, Ioannis denies it and says their relationship was master and student, then later something closer to old friends. After soothing Mia's mood, Ioannis sits down, cracks open a can of cola, and keeps thinking about the danger ahead. Elsewhere, Johan stops by Kim Mirayo's hidden workshop and checks that the pickled hand of Glory is still fine. He clears out one of the workshop refrigerators because he has finally decided Grizzly needs a dedicated toy fridge. When Johan proudly offers the unplugged fridge to Grizzly, the creature eagerly opens it and immediately realizes something is wrong. Grizzly keeps opening and closing the door in confused disappointment before looking to Johan for help. Once Johan plugs it back in and the cold air returns, Grizzly goes right back to happily playing with the door. After indulging Grizzly for a bit, Johan remembers Suah is due soon and leaves the workshop to teach her how to make holy water. Back at his studio apartment, Johan prepares a holy water lesson just as Suah arrives right on time. Johan tells her holy water is the baseline for Catholic magic and starts by demonstrating the full ritual himself. After finishing the blessing with salt and prayer, he asks if Suah can follow the process. Suah admits there is no way she can memorize all that at once, so Johan hands her his notebook and says he will recite alongside her. He warns her not to stumble over the words and says occult magic is less about formulas than belief. Left alone with the bowl, Suah suddenly gets nervous that one failure might make Johan give up on teaching her at all. As if he sees right through her, Johan casually tells her that if she fails, she can just try again. Suah snaps back to save face, steadies herself, and reaches for the salt with careful hands. Remembering the magic she has already seen from Johan, she finally commits and begins the incantation in earnest. By the end, Suah swishes the finished bottle around and complains that holy water just looks like plain salt water. She gets cocky fast and begs Johan to teach her some flashy destruction beam instead. Johan shuts that down, tells her to stop talking nonsense, and starts getting ready to walk her out because it is late. Suah teases him for sounding worried, but Johan bluntly says he just does not want trouble after she has been at his place. She says she often crashes at Ellie's place anyway and asks him to just walk her to the bus stop. As Johan and Suah head down the winter street, the black car waiting on her quietly starts up behind them. Inside the waiting car, Chief Kim calls Chairman Kim and says he has found Namgung Suah and is bringing her to the dinner gathering. At Special Ops Team 3's office the next day, Lee Hyun asks Sion how someone even becomes a grimoire owner. Sion says bloodline matters less than people think, because a grimoire may notice a previous owner's child and still reject them. To prove it, she brings up Solomon's own son, who inherited only a grimoire made for him and was never chosen by Solomon's greater books. Sion adds that talent matters too, but grimoires seem to care most about personal taste, not raw greatness. Hyun is even more stunned when Sion casually mentions that Isaac Newton was a wizard and still never became a grimoire owner. That leads Hyun back to the real issue. If Johan was chosen by Solomon's grimoire, does that mean he will not cause trouble for Team 3? Sion immediately refuses to make that promise, because Solomon himself was brilliant, blessed by God, and still far from morally simple. She sums Solomon up as a wizard king who subjugated demons, ruled wisely, then grew arrogant enough to twist divine favor into selfish indulgence. Seeing Hyun sink further, Sion softens and says Johan did not seem reckless on the mission they shared. Still, in Sion's private judgment, Johan is exactly the kind of person who could become a major problem if he ever chose to. That doubt gets worse when Sion glances at the Chairman Kim operation files and remembers her theory that Johan may also own the vermis mysterious. Back on the winter street that night, Sua chatters brightly on the walk and asks when Johan plans to take Ellie up on her dinner invitation. Johan brushes it off as politeness, but Sua insists Ellie has almost called him more than once. A little later, Sua looks at her bottle of holy water and asks the bigger question she still cannot shake: does mana really exist? Johan answers with a rough Newton comparison. Nobody fully knows why magic works, but it does, so mana is real enough. Sua gets distracted by the Newton reference itself and asks if Johan was secretly a science major. Johan deadpans that even a humanities major knows Newton, then keeps the conversation moving. After walking in thought, Sua admits 1 week is nowhere near enough and asks if he can keep tutoring her in magic. Johan gives a brutally practical answer: if she wants deeper lessons, assistant work will not cover the price. Sua laughs it off, then quietly admits her father might not care enough to stop her anyway, even if she asked for money for something this strange. Then Sua stops, turns around to face him, and awkwardly asks if he will take her in the way a child might be offered to an evil wizard in a fairy tale. Johan's mind goes straight to prison, and he instantly scans the area to see whether anyone is filming this disaster of a sentence. Flustered, Sua hurriedly explains she meant becoming his servant in the old fairy tale sense, not anything else. Johan tells her not to say things like that so lightly, because hearing her talk as if she has no value at all genuinely pisses him off. He starts to tell her to value herself and live more positively, but the sentence never finishes. A black car suddenly jumps the curb and slams straight into Johan, launching him through a convenience store window. Sua freezes for a beat, then breaks into a scream and runs toward him. Chief Kim gets out first, grabs Sua, and coldly says Chairman Kim has invited her to come along. When Sua's bodyguards rush in, Chief Kim pulls a suppressed pistol and shoots both of them dead in the street. Even his own men flinch at the mess. But Chief Kim says cleanup can wait because if they fail to deliver Sua, Chairman Kim will kill them anyway. He radios the van for cleanup, shoves the stunned Sua into the car, and drives off at once. A second team jumps out of the following van and starts collecting the corpses from the street like this is routine work. The convenience store clerk timidly asks what they are doing, and one thug casually lies that they are taking Johan to the hospital. As they move him, one thug realizes something is wrong. After that crash, Johan somehow has no visible wounds at all. They still load Johan into the van with the dead bodyguards and drive off, never realizing he is fully conscious underneath it all. Then the driver checks the mirror and nearly dies from shock when Johan calmly opens his eyes in the back. An eerie black iron grimoire appears in Johan's hands, and the whole van suddenly lurches as if something invisible just got inside with him. Before the passenger can react, an unseen force crushes his head with a sickening crack and paints the van interior with blood. The driver starts breaking down, but Johan tells him in a low, frozen voice not to stop and simply change the destination. A transparent monstrous grip closes around the driver's head, and he finally understands that some invisible thing is right there with him. As the man drives under threat, Johan opens his coat and quietly confirms the sixth pentacle of Mars is what saved him from being killed by the car. Inside the van, Johan forces the trembling driver to talk and learns Chairman Kim had Sua abducted for a fake dinner gathering. The full truth is worse. Chairman Kim's so-called Table of the Great Ones is really a cannibal ritual where human corpses are cooked and eaten. That makes Johan connect Chairman Kim to the same kind of cannibal wizardry as Kim Mirayo and her copy of Cults de Gauls. But Johan pushes the speculation aside, because what matters right now is simple. They tried to kill him, and he is furious. He realizes if Chairman Kim's people discover he survived the hit, they will hunt him down again to erase the witness. So Johan quietly decides to strike first and wipe out Chairman Kim's whole faction before they can move again. He uses a quick healing incantation on his split forehead, stopping the bleeding just enough to keep going. When the van stops, the driver shakily announces they have reached the dining venue, and Johan sees an enormous dark building waiting in the night. Johan adds one more goal to the massacre in his head. If Sua is still alive inside, he will drag her back out too. The driver begs for mercy, but Johan gives no promise and simply steps out into the night. A second later, Grizzly crushes the driver's head and follows Johan toward the building. At the entrance, two guards move to stop the bloodstained man stepping out of their own van, and Grizzly grabs them before they can even understand what is happening. Johan has the guards dragged inside first, because making this much noise outside would only alert the whole building. The instant Johan steps into the lobby, Grizzly bursts both guards' heads and turns the luxury entrance into a slaughterhouse. The other men in the lobby barely get to react before Grizzly tears through them too. Johan deliberately leaves one subordinate alive, walks up through the blood, and demands to know where the dining gathering is being held. While Johan hunts through the building, Sua sits trapped in the banquet hall and drifts back to the worst memories of her childhood. She remembers her father running with her from a burning house and a woman's scream that she believed was her mother's last moment. After that came only blame and distance, until Sua grew up convinced every disaster around her was her fault. Now, after seeing Johan hit by a car for her sake, Sua sinks into the numb belief that he died because of her too. The table of the Great Ones has already begun, and the room is dressed like a mock noble feast under dim candles and masks. Waiters force Sua into the seat marked with her name, while the guests watch her like she is the next course. Then Sua finally sees what kind of party this is, and the horror almost breaks her on the spot. When a waiter sets a steak of human meat in front of her, every eye in the room silently pressures her to join them. Sua clenches her teeth and refuses, deciding she would rather die than become part of this feast. Just as she is giving up on living anyway, the banquet hall door opens and someone impossible walks in. Sua stares in disbelief as Johan enters alive, still wearing his white coat splashed with red. Instead of panicking, Johan walks straight to Sua's table and examines the meat like a critic judging bad cuisine. He cuts a piece, chews it once, and spits it into the waiter's face because it tastes disgusting. Johan bluntly mocks the whole meal, saying the human meat reeks, and they should at least drown it in sauce. In his eyes, these people are not connoisseurs or enlightened elites, just pathetic monsters feeding their own superiority. The guests finally start shouting for security, but Johan ignores them and turns back to Sua instead. He tells Sua that if she still wants to be his assistant, she needs to close her eyes right now. Sua does not waste time asking questions and shuts her eyes exactly as told, which only makes Johan trust her more. The hall doors slam shut, and an invisible predator tears through the cannibal guests while Sua keeps her eyes shut at the table. While the screams and flying flesh fill the room, Johan watches the massacre with a cold face and starts planning the next move. He has killed everyone gathered here, but Chairman Kim is still missing and the rest of the building will soon send armed men after him. Hunting every loyalist floor by floor would take too long, and that is when the Lesser Key of Solomon appears in his hand by itself. The grimoire flips open to the section on Solomon's 72 demons, practically making the decision for him. Johan hates where this is going, but with blood, flesh, and expensive metal offerings already covering the room, he admits he has no better option. Once he commits, Johan acts fast, dismissing Grizzly back into the grimoire so he can start the ritual cleanly. He turns to Sua, who is still trembling with her eyes shut, having heard every scream without seeing the massacre itself. Johan tells her to open her eyes, and the blood-soaked reality hits her all at once. The horror nearly overwhelms Sua, but mixed into it is relief so intense she can barely breathe, because Johan is still alive and still talking to her. Instead of asking what happened, Sua looks at Johan and asks the only thing that matters to her now: what does he need her to do? Johan gives her the blunt version: armed men are coming, and the only way they survive this is by summoning a demon. He hands Sua the page with the protective magic circle and orders her to sketch it on the floor in blood while he handles the rest. Sua goes pale at the body parts around her, but she still kneels down and starts drawing the circle with blood-soaked cloth in her own hands. At the same time, Johan strips off his white coat and begins an improvised purification ritual with water and salt right there in the ruined banquet hall. He drenches himself, recites the cleansing prayer, and shakes salt over his wet body because there is no time for a proper ritual bath. When he looks up, Sua has already finished the base circle well enough to impress him. Johan purifies Sua too, tapping holy water onto her head and shoulders before the real summoning begins. Then he gives her his coat for cover and orders her to hide under the table without coming out, no matter what happens. Sua crawls beneath the table and disappears under the hanging cloth, wrapped in Johan's coat like a last bit of shelter. Johan kneels to check Sua's work and confirms she really does have a natural hand for drawing ritual circles. He finishes the protective circle, then starts the second one, the demon summoning circle that will call a high-ranking spirit into the room. By the time Johan draws the demon's sigil and steps into the protection circle, the summoning setup is complete. Right then the party hall doors explode open and Chief Kim storms in with riflemen in helmets and body armor. Chief Kim sees the massacre, buries his shock, and snarls that Johan really did choose death. Because he has watched Chairman Kim's rituals before, Chief Kim notices the circle looks incomplete and smugly assumes Johan's magic already failed. Johan does not answer the taunt with words and goes straight into the invocation instead. As Johan names himself the master of the key, wind suddenly howls through the sealed room and sulfur heat rolls off the summoning circle. Chief Kim finally feels the danger and screams for his men to open fire before the summoning finishes. The rifles roar, but the bullets stop in midair because Grizzly has appeared again to shield Johan with its invisible body. Grizzly growls at the shooters, then pulls back into the grimoire the moment Johan needs the summoning space clear. Now the trap is obvious. Johan left the demon circle incomplete on purpose so the summoned king could spill part of his legion into the building. Johan finishes the invocation with a cold promise of despair, making it clear he intends to feed every one of Chairman Kim's people to hell. The summoning circle erupts like a geyser and a demonic legion bursts out into the party hall. Elsewhere in the building, Chairman Kim is still strolling toward the banquet with a smug smile when he hears Namgung Sua has arrived. That easy mood vanishes when Kultsta Gauls suddenly starts thrashing in his hand like a terrified living thing. Through the grimoire and his occult senses, Chairman Kim feels a horrible mix of fear, excitement, and anticipation he cannot explain. When his third eye looks through the building, Chairman Kim sees an abyss opening beneath his own workshop and instantly knows staying means death. He does not even try to keep his dignity, just turns and runs screaming for the nearest escape. Chairman Kim smashes through a window, mutates one arm into a giant beast limb, and tries to claw his way down the building's exterior. The escape is ugly and desperate, with his fingers snapping and his body crashing onto a parked car below. Badly hurt but alive, Chairman Kim staggers back up and keeps running because his instincts say distance is the only thing that can save him now. A thin membrane seals over the building behind him, turning the whole structure into an offering claimed by a king of hell. Inside, one baffled subordinate reaches for the open window and realizes too late that nothing can pass through the barrier anymore. Then the elevator dings, and demons in mixed eras of armor and military uniforms step out to begin the real massacre floor by floor. All through the building, the people who came to devour humans are devoured themselves. Back in the party hall, Johan notes one useful detail amid the chaos. Guns can kill at least some low-ranking demons, even if sheer numbers still overwhelm the shooters. Then the whole hall shifts from battle to performance, as corpses start singing in beautiful voices about the King of Flames, Paimon. Flames bloom from dead mouths and eye sockets while the demonic chorus calls for the Great One to appear. Through the smoke, a kneeling camel emerges first, making the hellish entrance feel less like a ritual and more like a stage show. Riding it is Paimon, a king of hell who appears as a crowned, and possibly beautiful golden-haired girl despite being male underneath the guise. Paimon dismounts elegantly, flashes a perfect smile, and turns the summoning into a full concert in front of his cheering legion. With spotlights and a demonic band backing him, Paimon starts singing virtual insanity over the corpses like this is his personal show. Johan watches the absurd spectacle, mildly irritated but also recognizing that the demon's taste in music is annoyingly solid. When the song ends, Paimon cuts the music with a snap and asks the little wizard what offering he plans to give after already feeding him a whole building. Johan answers with pure disrespect, telling the King of Hell that his head is too high. Before Paimon can process that answer, the Lesser Key of Solomon flares and fires chains of light straight out of its open pages. The chains lock around Paimon's neck, wrists, and ankles and yank the glamorous demon king down onto all fours in front of his own army. Humiliated and furious, Paimon glares up from the floor, but Johan calmly introduces himself as Kim Johan and declares that from now on he is Paimon's master. The grimoire practically thrills at Johan's answer, tightening the chains even harder until Paimon screams through the ruined hall. In the ruined party hall, Johan holds the lesser key like a leash while Paimon, a king of hell in the body of a beautiful crowned man, crawls forward in glowing chains. Johan drags Paimon closer and crushes his pride, making it clear that the demon will kneel to Solomon's authority, not the other way around. Dragged to the edge of the circle, Paimon finally bows his head and admits he was wrong, but he still dares to ask for mercy. Johan jerks Paimon upright by the throat and coldly warns him that a demon only gets what Johan chooses to give. Once Paimon has been thoroughly put in his place, Johan closes the grimoire and releases the chains. Johan orders Paimon to take everything harvested here and leave, and Paimon obeys with a mocking smile and one last provocative threat. The summoning circle erupts, and Paimon, his host, every corpse, and even the spilled blood are sucked away in smoke until the hall is impossibly clean. When the silence finally settles, Johan staggers out of the circle, his forehead wound reopening as the mental crash hits him all at once. Still half delirious from the strain, Johan admits the summoning was too much, even if putting Paimon on a leash felt disturbingly satisfying. Johan drops to one knee beside the banquet table and lifts the cloth to find Suah still hiding underneath, wrapped in his coat and trembling. When Johan says it's over, Suah crawls out and immediately panics at the blood running down his face. Suah collapses into guilt and apologizes for dragging him into this, and that answer annoys Johan more than the injury does. Johan refuses to let her blame herself, because as far as he's concerned, none of this was Suah's fault. He grabs the front of her hair, forces her to look up, and finally says what matters most to him. He was the one who saved her, so she should start living less miserably. Instead of killing the witness, Johan decides to squeeze some profit out of this disaster by making Suah his assistant. Johan tells Suah there is a notebook of magical knowledge in the coat and orders her to memorize it and make holy water for him every week. Suah accepts the deal, but not without dryly pointing out that his wording made him sound like a creep. Johan quickly rewrites the offer as a normal assistant job, but the room starts spinning harder and he nearly buckles. Suah catches him, and Johan uses the last of his focus to tell her to ruin the magic circles with water before they escape. Suah pours water over both circles to erase the evidence, then hauls Johan out of the building and into a taxi. At the upscale hotel, Suah gives her father's secretary a cleaned-up story about the attack and asks the family doctor to treat the injured Johan without mentioning the occult massacre. The doctor finishes bandaging Johan's forehead and tells Suah the good news. He has no serious injuries, he just collapsed from exhaustion. After the doctor leaves, Suah stays by the bed and quietly watches Johan sleep. Remembering his instructions, Suah takes the notebook from Johan's coat and finds the healing spell he once used on her. Not knowing if it will work, Suah places a trembling hand on Johan's forehead and carefully recites the healing incantation anyway. Johan wakes later in the same hotel room to Grizzly secretly licking his cheek from under the bed. Satisfied that he was not kidnapped in his sleep, Johan praises Grizzly for guarding him and dismisses the summon. When Johan turns, he finds Sua asleep beside him on the same bed, curled up after the nightmare of the night before. He checks his forehead, notices the gauze, and guesses Sua must have looked after him while he was out. Sua wakes too, and their first awkward exchange is simple. He is up, she checks how he feels, and he thanks her for the bandage. When Sua asks what they do next, Johan admits there is too much to sort out and decides to start with washing up and breakfast. After washing up, Johan peels off the gauze and discovers the forehead cut has already healed completely. At the breakfast buffet, Johan deliberately skips the heavy food first and chooses vegetable dishes to go easy on his exhausted stomach. One bite of the stir-fried mushrooms surprises him so much that his mood visibly lifts over a tiny but carefully made side dish. Across from him, Sua can only stare in disbelief that a man who survived that nightmare is now this happy over mushrooms. After breakfast, they move to the back of the hotel lounge to finally talk through what happened and what comes next. Sua explains that she sent his blood-stained white coat to her house for cleaning and stored the inner pocket items safely in the room. She also says she told her father's side that Johan rescued her before she was taken, and Johan agrees that hiding the building visit is safer if the cameras do not expose them. What really bothers Johan is the silence, because after a disaster that big, Shin Xian and Special Ops should have already come for him. As Johan worries about CCTV and missing evidence, the lesser key suddenly flutters open by itself to Paimon's page. The new message on the page makes the answer obvious. Paimon wiped the traces for him and left a smug note calling it complimentary service. Johan hates the favor, shuts the book, and doubles down on the one rule he keeps relearning the hard way: do not summon demons. Sua immediately asks if they need to run and even offers to hide him at her house, but Johan decides there is no urgent danger now. For the moment, the crisis seems to have settled, and Johan lets himself enjoy that brief, fragile calm. Elsewhere, Special Ops raids Chairman Kim's gathering site and finds a wizard's workshop that is far too clean and far too empty. The only visible clues are a broken window, wrecked furniture in the party hall, and the impossible absence of even a drop of blood. When they check the CCTV, every screen is dead except for black static, proving the entire building was hit by a full blackout phenomenon. At the Bureau firing range, Lee Hyun rushes in with the report, while Shin Xian stops shooting and reads the result with cold focus. Xian identifies the scene for what it is: an occult blackout so severe that every electronic device in the building was wiped out. With the building wiped clean and Chairman Kim missing, Xian realizes the cannibal wizard has lost his base and become a runaway target. She immediately orders Team 3 to join the pursuit, widening the hunt for Chairman Kim. Night falls over Chairman Kim's hidden warehouse, and the old predator is suddenly down to almost nothing after his whole network gets wiped out. Even after losing his ghouls, armed men, and wizard relatives, Chairman Kim forces himself to focus on the one thing he still has left: magic. He starts plotting his comeback, telling himself he can rebuild his forces now and steal the Vermis Mysterious later to change bodies and erase his identity. Then one careless remark from a subordinate makes him freeze. If all the other workshops were exposed, why was this one still untouched? The answer hits him all at once. This hideout was left standing on purpose, and he just walked straight into a trap. Before the bullets even start, Chairman Kim grabs the men beside him and yanks them in front of his own body as living shields. The ambush opens up with automatic fire, shredding the shields to pieces and still punching several rounds into Chairman Kim. When Team Leader Park checks the kill zone during the reload, Chairman Kim is already gone from behind the collapsing corpses. A falling shadow gives him away, and Chairman Kim crashes down from above in a grotesque beast form that kills an agent on impact. Drunk on blood and panic, the transformed Chairman Kim tears into the agents at close range so they cannot gun him down cleanly. Team Leader Park instantly sees the problem. Chairman Kim is making casualties on purpose so the wounded slow the whole formation and give him an escape route. Just as the fight starts slipping, Shin Xian cuts in over the radio and enters the battlefield herself. Chairman Kim senses danger and swings backward, but Xian is faster and cleanly chops off his massive left arm. She lands, raises her pistol without hesitation, and shoots out Chairman Kim's left eye before he can recover. Now missing an arm and an eye, Chairman Kim stares at the tiny girl in disbelief and finally feels real fear. Surrounded again by rifles and Xian's killing intent, Chairman Kim breaks and screams for his master instead of trying to fight alone. The answer comes instantly when green fire blooms under Xian's feet and Yoannis steps out of the dark like he had been there all along. The agents recognize the face from old records and realize the nightmare standing in front of them is Yoannis, the head of a vampire clan and a former Nazi vampire officer. Yoannis brushes off the old insult, kills one agent with a casual burst of green flame, and announces the title he prefers: the Alchemist of Constantinople. Vampires quietly finish the encirclement, and one of them locks Team Leader Park down before he can get proper help on the radio. Park still shouts for the director anyway, and the rescue arrives in the loudest way possible when a motorcycle drops off a container and slams straight into the vampire, restraining him. Shin Do-young steps off the bike with perfect calm, and the floating Muto appears beside him like a silent declaration that the real heavyweight is here now. A vampire barely has time to ask what that floating book is before Shinduryong takes his head off so fast nobody sees the draw. The rest of the vampires rush him together, but Muto feeds him twin swords and he carves through them like they were standing still. After the slaughter, only Shinduryong and Yoannis matter anymore, and the battlefield settles into a cold stare-down between two monsters in human form. Yoannis orders his blood kin to stay back, because after one look at the bodies, he knows this director is no one they can overwhelm by rushing in. He names his opponent at last, calling Shinduryong Korea's Heracles, and Shinduryong immediately kills the mood by calling the nickname childish. Shinduryong swaps styles without warning, pulls a Thompson from Muto and points it past Yoannis straight at the wounded Chairman Kim. Yoannis draws his claymore and steps in front of Chairman Kim just as the gun opens up. In a ridiculous display of skill, Yoannis bats aside the entire burst with the flat of his great sword and turns a machine gun ambush into a stage trick. Yoannis smugly calls bullet deflection magic, and Shinduryong fires back that no, that was just swordsmanship and wizard shamelessness. Realizing Chairman Kim is unreachable unless he breaks the vampire first, Shinduryong calls for a Japanese sword and settles in for a real duel. Mia wants to help, but Yoannis quietly orders him to stay out of it because this is already beyond the level of an ordinary intervention. Then Shinduryong explodes forward so fast the concrete cracks under his feet, and Yoannis actually loses track of him for a split second. Their blades collide with thunderous force, and the warehouse yard turns into a blur of impossible exchanges between two true monsters of technique. Mia ignores the warning long enough to tell a subordinate to shoot Shinduryong, hoping raw firepower will create an opening. The shot changes nothing, because Shinduryong knocks the bullet away without even looking and proves Yoannis was right to keep everyone else out of this. While the director holds the line, Sion regains control of the battlefield and orders the wounded treated and the formation rebuilt. Shinduryong finally opens Yoannis' forehead with a clean cut, but when he pulls back, he realizes his own sword edge has been ground down to nothing. Yoannis proudly shows off his alchemically forged Damascus claymore, making it clear the weapon difference is real even if the director barely cares. As Muto starts to supply a fresh weapon, Yoannis snaps his fingers and throws up a wall of green fire to cover a retreat instead of pushing the duel further. The agents shout in panic, but Shinduryong slices through the burning net and reveals the ugly truth behind the trick. By the time the flames clear, Yoannis and his vampires are already escaping with Chairman Kim, and the director explains the so-called magic was really burning threads manipulated at range. When Park asks how he figured that out so fast, Shinduryong answers with complete simplicity, because he could see it. The terrifying fighter turns gentle the moment he reaches Sion, checking whether his daughter is hurt before anything else. Sion reports that the wounded have been treated and reinforcements are coming, and her father quietly praises her before turning back to the bigger problem. Chairman Kim got away, but Shinduryong is more concerned by why someone like Yoannis showed up in Korea at all. A message from the analysis team gives him the answer. The magical energy at Chairman Kim's building was so overwhelming it could have lured dangerous things from overseas. Later, after cleaning up at the hotel, Johan waits in the lounge with a borrowed coat and realizes the Special Operations Division never came crashing in after all. Suah still does not want to leave, and with her family bodyguards waiting in the lobby, her guilt over the dead men is written all over her face. She timidly asks if they should stay one more day, but Johan tells her to stop hiding here, go home, wash up, and sleep. When he sees she is blaming herself, Johan gives the only advice he thinks matters: do what you can for the families, and do not drown in things you cannot change. That gets her moving. But before leaving she turns back and asks the question she actually cares about: will she get to see him again? Johan stays non-committal, and Suah, already fragile and frustrated, marches back over and lightly punches his arm for making her more anxious. So Johan finally gives her a real answer in his own style, telling her to keep memorizing her notebook and call him if she gets stuck. Satisfied at last, Suah says she will see him next time, and the two finally part ways outside the danger zone of the hotel. A rich contractor kneels before an expensive magic mirror and begs King Paimon for power, wealth, and honor like a desperate servant. On the other side of the mirror, Paimon appears as a crowned golden-haired girl and looks completely bored by his flattery. Still brooding over being summoned in true form by Johan, Paimon snaps that she is not in the mood and shatters the contractor's mirror on the spot. Back in her palace in hell, Paimon drops the kingly act and walks out in a pink nightgown, irritated that Johan never contacted her first after all that effort. A maid announces that Paimon's commissioned painting is finished, and that finally perks the Demon King up. Paimon has the giant painting hung directly in front of her bed so she can admire it from the perfect angle. The painting reveals exactly what has her obsessed: Johan smiling while holding Paimon on a leash and forcing up her chin. Instead of rejecting the humiliation, Paimon puts a collar on herself and gets swept up in the memory of being dominated by a mere human. Paimon finally blurts out the truth to herself: she is wildly attracted to Johan's domineering aura. The mood crashes when a maid bluntly points out that Paimon does not even have a womb, and Paimon freezes in icy silence. Paimon snaps back that demons can change sex whenever they want, then gets even more offended when the maid still does not see the difference. With the atmosphere ruined, Paimon punishes the maid by setting the tip of her tail on fire, and drives her running out of the room. Then Paimon gets a new idea and starts writing a special Paimon Gazette to brag that she met Johan first, and lure other demons' attention his way. Far away at a secret temple near ancient Uruk, a white dove delivers that gazette straight into Gremory's hands. The moment Gremory sees Johan's name, she realizes Paimon has accidentally given her the location she could not find before. Wanting Johan to recognize her, Gremory reshapes herself into the younger student council president body he met in the fake academy world. Even knowing the lesser key of Solomon is dangerous, Gremory leaves the temple smiling because she still wants to meet Johan in person. At the British Wizard Council, officials panic over the huge magical surge from Korea and rumors that Edward died there too. The crisis gets worse when a phone report says Gremory has suddenly left her Uruk temple after years of staying there. Realizing a true-form great demon is moving at the same time Korea flared up, the senior official orders European wizards to stay away from Korea. But the warning comes too late, because several wizards have already left for Korea, including the powerful heir of the Paracelsus school. Elsewhere, Namgung-soo hears that his daughter Sua came back alive after an attempted kidnapping, and the relief hits him harder than he wants to admit. That relief immediately curdles into self-loathing, because his obsession with reversing time would erase the daughter he has now and replace her with someone else. Unable to face that thought, he avoids seeing Sua at all and buries himself in the dream of saving his wife instead. Then his secretary reports a new problem. MageNet mercenaries have started moving after the bounty on Divermus Mysterious' owner was raised. In a European bar, mercenaries buzz over the bounty jumping from 3 billion to 10 billion won, turning Johan into a massive target. A wizard hunter named Hard lights his cigar with a fire rune stone and decides the reward is finally worth collecting himself. Hard knows the client is trying to use him as a hunting dog, but he is already planning to betray them later if Divermus Mysterious can be sold for more. At the Sacred Maiden Convent in Finland, Elsia happily watches a dinosaur costume power metal band on her computer like it is the best thing in the world. After reading weird Korean internet lore about the band, Elsia somehow decides this makes her like them even more. Raziel interrupts the silliness to warn that it sensed ominous energy from Korea linked to Johan and Divermus Mysterious. Elsia proudly solves the issue in her own way by whipping out her new passport and announcing that she can finally go to Korea. Raziel chooses encouragement over despair and praises her warmly, sending Elsia into an even happier little glow. By the end of it, demons, wizards, hunters, and even a saint are all converging on Korea for Johan. Meanwhile at the vampire's hideout, Ioannis casually mocks Chairman Kim for losing his arm while the wounded vampire leader fumes. Ioannis hands over Chairman Kim's severed arm and a blood pack, making it clear that surviving at all is the only good news here. As Chairman Kim drinks blood and starts reattaching the arm, Ioannis presses him for what exactly happened at the building. Chairman Kim can only say the whole building was annihilated by some incomprehensible magical attack he does not understand either. Ioannis immediately suspects the hidden owner of Divermus Mysterious, because almost no wizard in Korea could pull off something on that scale. Even so, the scene bothers Ioannis, because a Divermus attack should have left a mess behind, not a building stripped so completely clean. Instead of backing off, Ioannis decides the massacre is a perfect chance to expose the hidden owner or at least learn about another dangerous wizard. So he drills down on one key question and asks Chairman Kim what was different about this dinner gathering compared to the usual ones. Chairman Kim finally remembers the standout detail. They brought Namgung-soo's daughter, Namgung-sua, to use as leverage. Ioannis seizes on that instantly and orders his vampires to investigate Namgung-soo's side and confirm whether Sua lived or died. Then Mia reports that she already raised the bounty on Divermus Mysterious' owner to 10 billion won, leaving Chairman Kim stunned. Ioannis welcomes the chaos, because if dangerous outsiders are coming anyway, he may as well push the hidden owner even harder until they are forced into the open. At the Bureau's medical ward, Manhwa throws herself into treatment, and manages to stop the wounded special agents from dying. Out in the hallway, Hyun tells Sion they are incredibly lucky Manhwa is here, and Sion quietly agrees. Their conversation turns to grimoires, and Hyun wonders why the team cannot just pull mystical books from museums and arm everyone. Sion explains that a grimoire needs a real link to the mystical, then casually brings up the sword immortal rumors tied to the director's old text. Before the talk can go further, Sion's phone rings, and the caller is Johan. Sion steps away to a deserted corner and answers, bracing for a serious call. Back at his tiny studio, Johan first checks for any sign that someone searched his room or planted surveillance while he was gone. He finds nothing obvious, which is a relief, but he knows that if he missed something there is nothing he can do about it now. Only then does he finally feed Grizzly a full bowl of milk and meat and let the sight calm him down a little. Once the room is quiet again, Johan turns back to the real problem. He still does not know whether Chairman Kim died in the massacre. Because he never saw Chairman Kim's face during the attack, Johan realizes he may still need to hunt the man down and finish him himself. He considers simply asking Sion, but first checks Mephisto Market in case Chairman Kim or other wizards already left useful clues online. What he finds is worse than expected, because the market is exploding with posts about Korea and the magical shockwave he caused. Johan immediately accepts that there is no point lying low anymore and calls Sion at once. On the call, Johan awkwardly says he sensed something serious happened and that he also has something he needs to discuss. Sion refuses to share official details yet, but since he is involved she asks what happened on his side first. Johan keeps his own role hidden and tells her only the useful part. Chairman Kim's men attacked him while he was taking Sua home. The name Chairman Kim shocks Sion, and after a brief pause she decides to tell Johan more than she should. Sion confirms that Chairman Kim was Kim Mirayo's father and had been running a cannibalistic kidnapping dinner circle behind the scenes. What matters most to Johan is the next part. Chairman Kim survived the disaster and escaped before the Special Operations Division could catch him. She adds that an outside collaborator showed up during the chase and helped Chairman Kim get away. Now that he knows Chairman Kim is alive, Johan asks Sion to keep sharing updates on the case because he intends to cooperate. Johan leans into his role as a civilian collaborator on purpose this time, deciding to use the Special Operations Division itself to corner Chairman Kim and his allies. As Grizzly pads over and Johan strokes the pet's head, he settles on one final conclusion. Next time, he will kill Chairman Kim for certain. After ending his call with Sion, Johan sits alone and admits he is tired of hiding things and testing people just to stay alive. He bitterly tells himself he only wanted a stable life, then immediately remembers the people he has killed and cannot pretend he is innocent anymore. Johan sums up the danger clearly. Chairman Kim survived, he has capable backup, and that backup belongs to a larger organization. With too little information and a new enemy closing in, Johan decides what he needs most is new magic. When Johan stares at Vermis Mysterious and asks for a power-up, the grimoire buzzes back in confused surprise. He jokes about wanting a manga-style finishing move, but his real problem is practical. He truly needs a spell he can use more freely. Johan looks to the Lesser Key of Solomon, and remembers that his strongest pentacle spells are powerful enough to save his life and wipe out enemies. The catch is brutal. The Solomon spells need setup time, long cooldowns, and even specific days, so they cannot cover every emergency. After getting hit by a car, Johan has already burned through his stored Mars protection and knows he cannot afford to rely on slow rituals alone. He grumbles that fantasy wizards get effortless mana shields and power punches, while he has to be grateful for one life-saving charm. What he really wants is one casual, anytime spell he can use in ordinary situations without waiting for the right day. He pats Grizzly and admits the familiar is strong enough to carry most of his offense, but using it openly would expose his link to Vermis Mysterious. That is why he asks Vermis Mysterious for another spell besides the still-curing Hand of Glory, something flexible enough to prepare for many situations. The grimoire flips through its own pages and stops on a spell Johan did not expect at all, a method for summoning the Earth Elemental Gnome. The idea instantly hooks him, because elemental spirits feel like real fantasy magic and far safer than summoning demons again. He is a little disappointed that the book offers Earth instead of something flashier like fire or wind, but curiosity still wins. Then he spots a very unglamorous requirement in the ritual notes, and pauses when he realizes he literally has to dig into the ground. Since the summoning needs equipment, and the right location anyway, Johan decides to sleep first and handle everything properly tomorrow. As he lies down, Johan jokes to himself that after getting used to grimoires, he might as well wish for one that handles health too. Far away in a hidden mountain Taoist temple, an old wooden box opens by itself and the grimoire Biopussy rises out, stirred by the huge power that recently moved in the world. The animated grimoire toddles out of the temple, looks up at the stars, senses the recent surge of power, and leaves its sanctuary behind. The next morning, Johan wakes early, buys camping gear and ritual supplies through Mephisto Market, and prepares for a full night summoning trip. After searching for a suitable site, he heads to a lone mountain because this ritual cannot be done on just any patch of dirt. He finds a small clearing, pitches a tent to wait for night, and shrugs off any concern about whether camping here is technically allowed. Once camp is set, Johan changes into a white ritual robe, marks a summoning circle in the bare earth, and begins turning the clearing into a proper ritual site. He lights magical incense in a brazier and straps on a goatskin belt covered in protective sigils to keep hostile spirits from interfering. With the sun still up, Johan waits out the cold in a camping chair, snacking and grumbling at the emergency rations instead of cooking ramen near the incense. At sunset, he reaches the next step of the ritual and has to dig out the marked section of earth to the required depth. Rather than hack through frozen ground himself, Johan calls Grizzly and lets the unseen familiar rip open the earth in seconds. The ritual warned that evil spirits might interfere during the digging, but only smoky shapes linger at the tree lean, too scared of Grizzly to come closer. Standing before the finished pit, Johan recites the summoning incantation and calls for a good spirit to appear. For a tense beat the pit stays dark, then multiple eyes snap open below, and Johan jerks to attention. When Johan shines his lantern down, he finds tiny gnomes packed in the pit instead of the fearsome earth spirits he expected. The little gnomes babble excitedly about seeing a human for the first time, and Johan can only stare at how unlike his expectations they are. One gnome toddles forward, offers Johan a gold coin, and eagerly asks the human to play together. Johan instantly decides the summon was a success after all, because a spirit that brings gold still counts as a power-up. The little gnomes crowd around his feet the next moment, still fascinated by the giant human standing over them. Johann likes their cute mascot-like look, but he stays cautious enough to ask what exactly their idea of playing together means. The first gnome thinks hard, then casually decides that playing together probably means sharing snacks. To prove the point, the gnome bites into the gold coin and eats it, making Johann realize shiny metal is simply food to earth elementals. Another gnome quickly points out that if humans want shiny rock snacks, they should share their own food too, and the whole group agrees at once. Johann treats it like a fair trade and starts rummaging through his camping supplies for something he can give them. The gnomes swarm the box in excitement, and one of them proudly pulls out a packet of hardtack for inspection. Johann explains that the packet contains baked bread, and the gnomes immediately tear it open to try the strange human snack. The hardtack goes down badly at first, so Johann hands over milk and turns the ritual site into an absurd little snack party with gnomes and grizzly. Then a gnome finds the star candy hidden in the ration pack, and the whole group freezes at the sight of the colorful little treats. Johann shares the star candy, and the gnomes are overwhelmed by the sweetness, shaking with joy after a single bite. Excited out of their minds, the gnomes start digging out more gold coins and beg Johann for more of the magical human snack. Johann cannot resist acting like an ice guy hero for a second and casually tells them star candy is common where humans live. The gnomes are completely shaken by the idea that humans treat something this amazing as ordinary, and Johann secretly enjoys the reaction. He catches himself and realizes that this kind of fun is alarmingly close to a colonialist fantasy, which instantly kills some of the mood. Even so, he keeps handing out snacks, and the gnomes happily feast while his leather pouch grows satisfyingly heavy with gold. When the first gnome shyly apologizes for running out of shiny rocks, Johann decides he already has more than enough and does not want to squeeze them for more. He pats the little spirit on the head, says they can play again without more gold, and makes the deal feel like real friendship instead of a scam. That kindness immediately changes things, because the gnome lights up and blurts out that it is going to follow Johann from now on. The next day at Johann's secret workshop, he checks the Hand of Glory curing in salt and confirms the Grim process is still progressing normally. After that Grim check, Johann sits down to rest and gets served coffee by a toddling gnome carrying a plate on its head. The gnome mangles the word master into pasta, and Johann gives up correcting it once he realizes this is probably close enough. All around the workshop, the gnomes have already moved in, turning into tiny helpers who clean, carry things, and make the place noisily alive. A few bolder gnomes also swarm around Invisible Grizzly and complain to the giant familiar like children tattling to a calm big dog. Watching the workshop bustle around him, Johann admits this is not the power-up he pictured, but the gnome contract is still a complete success. The story then cuts to a foggy dawn wharf outside a Chinese harbor city, where an old man waits beside a planted flag boasting 8 extremes fist, greatest under heaven. 2 drunk toughs spot the old man, mistake him for an easy target, and stroll over grinning to start trouble. They mock his martial arts slogan and spit on the flag, expecting some fake old-school lecture instead of real danger. Li Munryong gives them one simple chance to wipe it off, and their laughter only gets louder. The old man answers their mockery with instant violence, flicking his cigarette into one thug's eyes and smashing his face with a killing punch. The first man crashes to the dock with a shattered skull, and Li Munryong coolly sums up his style as strike first, win first, one hit, one kill. The second thug panics and pulls a knife, but that only makes the old man even more lethal. Li Munryong draws a military knife, closes in faster than the man can react, and carves him down in a blur of stabs and a final throat slash. With both bodies bleeding on the dock, he casually explains that real fighting has nothing to do with fair martial arts ideals and everything to do with killing first. Only then does he address the real audience hidden in the fog and ask if the client enjoyed the show. A young black-haired foreigner named Alphonse steps out of the mist, and his first response is dry contempt for bragging after killing 2 drunk punks. Li Munryong shrugs that a win is still a win, then adds that best condition only exists in a ring because real fights happen while people are sick, tired, drunk, or careless. Alphonse, heir to Europe's Paracelsus school, is finally named, and Li Munryong immediately cuts in to correct one thing first. He is Taiwanese, not Chinese. Once the correction is ignored, Li Munryong gets to the point and asks what kind of job Alphonse is offering. Alphonse says they are going to kill an unregistered wizard in Korea, and although he dislikes the target, he admits the wizard is skilled enough that he wants a capable bodyguard. When Johann summoned Paimon in Korea, the blast of magical energy shook wizard circles worldwide. Far away, Alphonse of the Paracelsus school feels that fire signature at once and realizes someone in Korea summoned a former elemental king. Instead of curiosity, Alphonse feels ugly jealousy that some self-taught nobody-touched power he thinks only elite wizards deserve. He decides the rumored owner of the Lemegeton in Korea must be killed before that upstart can grow any further. After sneaking into Korea and hiring the spear fighter Li Munryong, Alphonse arrives in Seoul ready to hunt. Li Munryong casually suggests food and drinks before work, and Alphonse shuts him down with icy contempt. When Li Munryong asks how he plans to find one wizard in a huge city, Alphonse says he will trace the leftover mana from the summoning site itself. Before he can start, Li Munryong senses hidden attackers, and Alphonse calmly answers that he already knows. Alphonse pours magic water onto the asphalt, and it swells into tentacles that catch two ambushing vampires by the head. Then a green fire arrow punches into the water, and Alphonse is jolted when the flames keep burning instead of going out. The water explodes apart, and Ioannis appears behind Alphonse with teasing menace already inside his guard. Ioannis mocks him with soft, filthy jokes, making it clear Alphonse got completely caught off guard. Lee Munryong finally levels his spear at Ioannis' throat, forcing the vampire to step back and drop the act. Alphonse names Ioannis on sight, and Ioannis immediately figures out this Paracelsus heir came to Korea for the same grimoire hunt. Ioannis decides not to fight yet, warns them Korea's bureau may show up, and leaves with his vampires because killing Alphonse now would only help Johan. Lee Munryong grumbles that facing a monster like that costs extra, but Alphonse ignores the complaint and focuses on the real target. Alphonse casts again, sending a stream of water across the asphalt to follow the residual mana trail left by the summoning. The trail smoothly locks onto Johan's overwhelming mana, and Alphonse silently follows while Lee Munryong complains it looks too slow. Elsewhere outside his secret workshop, Johan finishes studying, stretches, and feels relieved that his sixth pentacle of Mars will be usable again tomorrow. That calm breaks when Johan hears a splash, looks down at the creeping water, and then spots two suspicious men at the end of the trail. Following the water with his eyes, Johan spots a long-haired foreigner and an old man with a spear and instantly knows trouble found him first. Alphonse takes one look and orders Lee Munryong to kill him, not even caring if the wrong person gets caught in it. Johan answers by instantly summoning Divermus Mysterius into his hand and preparing for a deadly fight with no useless talk. He calls Grizzly at once, and the clash begins like a street war between wizards who are not worrying about civilians anymore. Lee Munryong charges straight in, reading Johan's killing intent fast enough to realize hesitation would get him killed. He slams his feet into the asphalt and swings his spear with everything he has to meet the invisible first strike head-on. The blow collides with Grizzly, shatters the spearhead, and proves the rumor was true. Johan really does control an invisible vampire. Grizzly answers with another casual killing blow, and Lee Munryong survives only by forcing his body to move on pure panic and instinct. Knowing he cannot stay in Grizzly's range, Lee Munryong gambles everything on reaching the visible wizard behind it. At the same moment, Alphonse lashes out with water tentacles, forcing Grizzly to turn and swat the magic away. That tiny opening is enough for Lee Munryong to hurl the broken shaft into Johan's side and finally land a hit. Johan crashes hard, and Lee Munryong instantly leaps back before Grizzly can pulp him where he stands. Breathing hard, Lee Munryong grabs a spare folding spear and bluntly tells Alphonse this monster fight now costs triple. On the ground, Johan drags in rough breaths, stunned by how brutally fast and heavy a martial artist using breathing technique can hit. Even while hurting, Johan is already thinking ahead and decides that if he survives this, he needs to learn that technique from Sion. Alphonse stops playing around and casts his strongest weather spell, using distilled typhoon rain to call a storm over the street. The downpour traces over Grizzly's invisible body and finally gives Lee Munryong a way to read the monster's position. With rainwater swelling into magical sludge around its feet, Grizzly gets pinned down long enough for the wizard duel to become the real deciding factor. Alphonse draws an engraved silver sword, gathers rainwater along its blade, and fires a slicing water arc straight at Johan. Battered and furious, Johan rolls across the road to dodge and realizes ritual magic is too slow for this kind of fight. So Johan switches tactics and calls on the elemental magic he learned recently instead. A swarm of tiny gnomes burst from the ground screaming for murder and charges Alphonse with sickles out. Alphonse recovers fast, throws a seeded flask, and explosive vines instantly wrap the gnomes up into a pathetic pile. The gnomes get flattened embarrassingly fast, but Johan only needed that one moment of distraction. By the time Alphonse looks back, Johan has already dismissed both summons and bolted down a rain-soaked alley. Lee Munryong gulps a healing potion and admits magic is convenient, but he still cannot understand how Johan ran after taking that hit. Alphonse explains that Johan's contract with earth elementals must have toughened his whole body enough to keep him moving. Then Alphonse looks up at the storm he cast and realizes the chase is still his. Because as long as this rain keeps falling, Johan cannot escape. Johan staggers through a back alley, opens his white coat, and sees his crushed sixth pentacle of Mars saved him from a fatal hit. He mutters through the pain, uses a healing spell, and wonders if sending Grizzly away was the right move. Johan reminds himself why he ran in the first place. Grizzly is strong on its own, but the summoner is still the obvious weak point. At the end of the alley, a foreign man in earbuds approaches too casually, and Johan instantly catches the hidden threat. Before the gunman can draw, Grizzly erupts and crushes his head in one brutal hit. Looking at the corpse and the hidden pistol, Johan realizes the ambush team had backup waiting to kill him on sight. Then the bigger mistake clicks into place. The earlier stream of water was detection magic, and the enemy has been tracking him through the rain. He curses himself for not finishing the long-haired wizard earlier, but shuts down the regret fast because the fight is still alive. Johan pets Grizzly, strips the pistol off the corpse, and orders his summon to eat quickly so it stays battle-ready. As Grizzly tears into the body, Johan judges the battlefield. Alphonse is dangerous, but the real problem is the old spearman who can force a trade straight to Johan. He gives Alphonse credit as a real combat wizard, but decides the man's field magic still cannot actually stop Grizzly. Monday changes the rules, so Johann drops the idea of relying on Mars magic and starts planning around Monday's magic instead. Since hiding in empty streets only makes him easier prey, Johann leaves the alley and heads toward a crowded main road. Drenched and getting strange looks from strangers, Johann disappears into the crowd with one simple decision: if they come to kill him, he will kill them first. Elsewhere, Alphonse retreats to a rented hotel floor turned into a makeshift workshop and starts calmly rebuilding his ideal conditions. Behind him, Lee Munryong inspects his broken spear and jokes about getting compensation for a work injury, but Alphonse ignores him completely. A silver basin on the table shows ripples marking Johann's position, proving Alphonse has been hunting him remotely the whole time. Alphonse explains his philosophy without apology. A real elite wizard attacks only from peak condition and lets mercenaries wear the target down first. Lee Munryong admits the logic makes sense, but still warns that Johann feels like the kind of enemy you should never let breathe. Hours pass under freezing rain until the radio suddenly explodes with mercenary screams, and the tracking water in the basin turns violent. Alphonse senses the new location, guesses Johann has finally exposed his hideout, and rushes out with Lee Munryong to finish the hunt. Near Johann's secret workshop, the two hunters arrive to find Johann waiting openly in the middle of the rain-dark street. Lee Munryong mocks Johann's condition, pointing out that the freezing rain has left him starving, exhausted, and barely standing. Johann answers with a feral grin, saying hunger and exhaustion are exactly what put a hunter in best condition out in the wild. That answer delights Lee Munryong, because he instantly realizes Johann did not come here to survive but to hunt them back. Grizzly charges out of the rain, and Lee Munryong moves to intercept, leaving Johann and Alphonse alone for the real deciding clash. Alphonse tries to frame this as a proper wizard's duel, but Johann answers by pulling the stolen pistol and firing first. Alphonse's prestige means nothing against bullets, and his water-soaked automatic defense rises just in time to catch the shots. Furious that Johann brought a gun into a mage fight, Alphonse spits out his contempt, and Johann calmly keeps shooting because the anger is working. Johann never expected a clean hit. The pistol's real value is forcing Alphonse to defend while Johann stays mobile in the rain. Then Alphonse swings his sword and starts hurling razor water blades, turning the street into a fantasy death trap. Johann throws himself around in ugly, desperate dodges as one missed blade slices a streetlight apart behind him. Every step is draining him, and Johann knows he is only alive because Alphonse is still dividing his water magic to help hold Grizzly back. Alphonse gets tired of the standoff and sends a much bigger horizontal water blade straight at Johann. Johann hits the ground and rolls under it, but the attack curls back like a whip and slices across his body anyway. Bleeding and staggering, Johann forces himself a little farther back because this wound was part of reaching the exact spot he needed. Instead of collapsing, Johann starts chanting moon magic, and Alphonse is thrown off because no proper ritual wizard should be able to do this here. When Alphonse finally looks down, he sees the truth. Johann's blood and the rain have revealed a hidden magic circle carved into the asphalt. Tiny gnomes panic in the nearby alley, exposing the cheap trick Johann used all along. He had them tunnel under the street and carve the trap while he acted cornered. Alphonse fires off a desperate interrupt, but Johann is already finishing the hidden moon spell with a silver pentacle before sunrise. Johann's sixth pentacle of the moon hijacks the weather itself, and Alphonse watches his own reign suddenly turn against him. With the battlefield finally leveled, the two soaked wizards lock eyes through the storm and understand magic is no longer deciding this. Johann shoves the pentacle away and charges in anyway, turning the duel into a filthy street brawl. When Alphonse swings for his head, Johann summons the Vermis Mysterious and smashes the sword aside with the iron-hard grimoire. Alphonse loses his balance, and Johann drives the grimoire straight into his jaw like a steel brick. Both men collapse into the rain and claw for the dropped sword, but Johann wins the scramble. Johann points the sword at Alphonse's chest, crushes his last resistance, and forces the blade in to survive. Alphonse dies in the street, and Johann looks down at the body without sentiment because winning this phase of the plan matters more than the kill itself. Then Johann turns toward the other battle and decides he needs one more piece of theater before dealing with the spearman. He hacks off Alphonse's head, forcing himself through the ugly work because the message matters. Lee Munryong pauses when the invisible attacker suddenly stops, then turns and sees Johann in the rain holding Alphonse's severed head. Lee Munryong admits he expected the result once the water support vanished, and asks why Johann waited so long to change the rain. Johann answers plainly that he hid that move on purpose, because if Alphonse had spotted the shift early, he might have escaped. With the power balance flipped, Johann starts the real conversation by asking the old man's name and what Alphonse meant to him. Lee Munryong gives his name and says Alphonse was only a client, not a friend. Johann immediately flips the board and says he is hiring Lee Munryong now instead. When Lee Munryong starts to bristle, Johann cuts him off and mocks the failed job by tossing Alphonse's head onto the street. Then Johann has the gnomes bring out a document case full of gold, turning his threat into a serious commission offer. Lee Munryong opens the case, sees the packed gold coins, and folds almost instantly under the sheer sincerity of the payment. He cheerfully accepts and reframes the whole thing as proper respect, making the switch from enemy to bodyguard with zero shame. Since Lee Munryong never even shared a pre-job drink with Alphonse, he treats the dead wizard as a finished transaction. Johan accepts the idea of sealing the new deal with a drink, and his speech even turns polite now that the old man is business instead of prey. Before they move, Lee Munryong searches Alphonse's body and finds a red potion, then drinks half first to prove it is safe. Johan drinks the rest, and the slash wound closes enough for strength to flow back into his battered body. Still too tired to study the loot, Johan strips useful items from Alphonse's corpse while Lee Munryong waits nearby for him to finish the cleanup. The new employer and bodyguard finally leave the murder street together and head out to find that promised drink. With most places closed before dawn, the glowing sign of a convenience store becomes their ridiculous but perfect bar. They walk inside soaked to the bone, and the clerk quietly panics at the sight of these two obvious trouble magnets. Johan buys 2 cans of beer and some snacks, accepting that this is the only kind of celebration he has energy left for. Outside under the awning, they sit at the plastic table in the rain and open their beers without any ceremony. Johan chugs his beer in one go, and the harsh cold can taste incredible after surviving the night. For the first time since the ambush began, he lets himself breathe and savor the simple fact that he survived and won. Lee Munryong casually asks when this insane rain will end, and Johan can only admit he has no idea. The storm finally dies only when sunrise arrives, leaving Johan with one more brutal job somehow finished. After surviving Alphonse's ambush, Johan decides not to kill Lee Munryong because a fighter that strong is too useful to waste. Johan grimly reflects that this attack was different, because Alphonse hunted him down on purpose instead of stumbling into him by chance. That makes Johan suspect word has spread that he owns grimoires, so he plans to use Lee Munryong as both bodyguard and source of underworld information. Johan also admits to himself that the fight scared him, because one more monster on Lee Munryong's level might have killed him outright. Because of that, Johan decides he needs Lee Munryong close and wants to learn breathing techniques himself as fast as possible. When Lee Munryong calls the apartment clean but cramped and asks if it is a safe house, Johan dodges the truth and lets that story stand. Johan starts with the question that matters most to him, and asks exactly how strong Lee Munryong is among breathing technique users. Lee Munryong answers without hesitation that he is the greatest under heaven, and Johan instantly calls that too vague to be useful. Pressed for a real answer, Lee Munryong admits a few people are stronger than him, but he still would not go down easily against them. Satisfied that his new bodyguard is genuinely top class, Johan asks him to teach his breathing technique too. Lee Munryong agrees surprisingly easily and says martial arts are just tools, not some sacred secret he refuses to share. He warns that he cannot teach any mystical enlightenment, only how to breathe properly and how to hit people, which is exactly what Johan wants. A little later, Johan is already wrecked, slumped by the bed and soaked in sweat after nothing fancier than running, punching, and controlled breathing. When Johan asks for a faster shortcut, Lee Munryong bluntly tells him there is none because the body has to be trained enough to hold the mystical. Lee Munryong judges that Johan has ordinary stamina and no special talent for breathing techniques, which hits harder than Johan expected. Johan swallows the disappointment and decides he will just have to build breathing techniques and physical conditioning steadily over time. Then one of the gnomes toddles over and proudly says it learned martial arts too, snapping Johan out of his gloomy thoughts. Lee Munryong casually explains that the little gnome kept watching the lesson, so he taught it a bit for fun. The little gnome proves it by pulling 2 sickles from its beard pouch and striking a ridiculous tiny killing stance, while Johan can only stare. Johan pats the little gnome for trying, then turns back to Lee Munryong and asks for practical dirty tricks for sudden close-range fights. Lee Munryong starts explaining a filthy improvised weapon trick with glue-coated gloves and broken glass, and Johan realizes he has heard this somewhere before. The whole thing falls apart when Lee Munryong cheerfully admits he got that move from a comic book too, and Johan finally snaps at him. That is enough for Grizzly, who lunges to defend his master and clamps onto Lee Munryong's pant leg. Once Grizzly gets a real grip, the mighty martial artist is helplessly dragged across the floor begging for mercy. Right in the middle of that mess, the apartment doorbell rings. Johan checks the peephole, sees nobody there, and opens the door carefully anyway because something feels off. Hanging on the door is a strange little box engraved with the words "Please pick me up." Inside the box, instead of a kitten, Johan finds a new grimoire disguised like an old martial arts manual called Biopussy. Johan realizes that grimoires are coming to him openly now, which makes it feel like he has truly crossed the line into being a wizard. Biopussy flutters its pages at him like a lost grimoire that finally found the right owner. Back inside, Johan quickly looks up Biopussy on his phone and learns it is a Taoist text tied to methods for becoming an immortal. That sounds promising at first, but Johan opens the book carefully because immortality magic can still hide something awful under the surface. As he reads, Johan realizes this grimoire pushes a very different idea. Immortality should come from human effort, not from begging heaven for miracles. That immediately makes Johan think of Xianxia stories, where cultivators train their own power and challenge heaven instead of relying on it. But the more he reads, the more he sees that Biopussy is much less flashy than Xianxia and is really about staying healthy enough to live far longer than normal. The book boils its path to immortality down to 3 things: breathing methods, alchemy, and bedchamber arts. Johann immediately zeroes in on the breathing section, because alchemy might involve poison and the bedchamber arts are useless to him without a partner. What really catches his attention is that Biopuzzie's breathing method works much like Lee Munryong's martial breathing technique and boosts the body in the same way. That is enough for Johann to head back into the room and tell Lee Munryong he is done with martial training for now. Johann sits on the bed, opens Biopuzzie with a grin, and jokes that nobody studies martial arts anymore when Xianxia is available. Behind the joke, Johann's real reason is simple. With the grimoire guiding him, he expects to learn this magical version faster. He also decides to stop hiding his books from Lee Munryong, because the old man already knows too much and trying to study around him would be exhausting. Johann is not worried about theft anyway, because grimoires return to their owner, and if Lee Munryong betrays him now he already has the 6th pentacle of Mars active to block a fatal surprise attack. Lee Munryong only pretends to be annoyed, because from his point of view the kid is simply choosing a path that suits his body better. Still, when Lee Munryong sees the title Biopuzzie, he quietly realizes this book could attract dangerous Taoist and Murim types too. For a moment Johann's face reminds him of someone else, but Lee Munryong dismisses it as a resemblance and goes back to resting. Johann turns the pages expecting mystical cultivation secrets, only to find a string of illustrated breathing stretches that look suspiciously like basic calisthenics. He lets out a tired sigh and accepts that even this magical shortcut still means more steady exercise alongside Lee Munryong's training. In frustration, Johann tosses Biopuzzie onto the bed, and the poor new grimoire freezes in shocked confusion. Watching from the desk, De Vermis Mysterious and the Lesser Key of Solomon practically tremble with smug delight at the newcomer getting humbled on day one. Far away in a hidden mountain Taoist temple, an old blade-wielding martial elder smashes his way inside, convinced he has finally found the grimoire of immortality. His excitement dies instantly when he throws open the wooden reliquary box and finds it completely empty. Before he can process it, the temple's Taoist guardians rush in furious that intruders broke the barrier and tried to steal Biopuzzie. The old man erupts in rage and accuses the priests of hiding the book to frame him, while the priests insist he is just a thief caught red-handed. The argument ends in blood when the old man cuts down a Taoist priest and the temple defenders launch into a full sword formation against him. Elsewhere, the Bureau for Abnormal Phenomena Countermeasures scrambles into an emergency meeting because too many wizards have recently slipped into Korea. During the briefing, a street photo of Alphonse walking with Lee Munryong makes director Shin Duryong abruptly stop the presentation. When the briefer starts explaining Alphonse, Shin Duryong cuts him off and says the old man in the background is the one they should really fear. Shin Duryong warns the room not to fight that man at all if they spot him, and to contact him personally instead. He identifies Lee Munryong as the former greatest under heaven, the supreme spear of the Chinese Murim, a legend with no equal on the spear. That makes team leader Park ask the obvious question of who the current greatest under heaven is now. Shin Duryong answers with perfect calm that the current greatest under heaven is him, because he beat Lee Munryong himself. In the special operations briefing, Shin Duryong coolly says Lee Munryong beat the Chinese Murim's greatest under heaven, but adds that both of them only count as unofficial holders of that title. Park cannot believe there is an official and unofficial version of the same title, so Shin Duryong explains that the official greatest under heaven is chosen politically by the Chinese breathing technique families and sects. He recounts how young Lee Munryong crashed that selection ceremony alone, knocked down the sect and family representatives with one spear, and escaped, forcing everyone to recognize a second title won by pure strength. Shin Duryong says Lee Munryong cares more about doing whatever he wants than about titles, so the Chinese Murim blacklisted him under the absurd nickname Reckless Whirlwind. When Park asks what else matters, Shin Duryong gives one sharp warning. If they end up talking instead of fighting, never call Lee Munryong Chinese, because his parents were beaten to death by the Red Guards and he hates China. Park asks how Shin Duryong knows something that personal, and the answer only gets stranger when Shin Duryong casually says they had drinks together after their fight. After the meeting moves on, Shin Xian checks a message from Johann, and her calm expression wavers the moment she sees he wants to talk. Because Johann owns major grimoires and falls under her team's watch, Xian immediately worries this could be tied to the dangerous wizards entering Korea. She calls him at once, hears that he just wants to ask something, and leaves the room relieved that he sounds safe. Soon after, Johann arrives outside a bureau training building and meets Xian in person, fully aware he is stepping straight into dangerous territory. Xian leads Johann inside, apologizes that she should have offered this sooner, and hands him a visitor pass with strict instructions not to leave her side. The destination turns out to be an indoor shooting range, where Johann has come to learn pistol shooting as a special operations civilian collaborator. Johann remembers why he asked for this. After studying Biopuzzie and learning breathing techniques from Lee Munryong, he wanted to patch the biggest weakness in his build, his own fragile body. He had even asked Lee Munryong to teach him spear basics, but the old fighter bluntly told him that for self-defense, guns are simpler and more effective. Lee Munryong also asked out of nowhere about Johann's father, and Johann shut the subject down just as bluntly, saying he does not even know the man's face. Back in the range, Xian steps in behind Johann to correct his stance by hand, bringing them into awkwardly close contact as she adjusts his arm and aim. Johan fires a full burst at the target, and the result is not pretty. Every shot lands on the paper, but the grouping is scattered all over it. Sion cannot help smiling at the surprise, because Johan always seemed competent at everything, and his honest answer is that this is exactly why he came to learn. That answer only deepens Sion's conflicted feelings, because she still suspects Johan could be hiding dangerous truths, yet she is genuinely worried about him and decides to teach him with total sincerity. Elsewhere in Seoul, a taxi stops near the spot where Paimon's summoning was sensed, and Elsia steps out with a white grimoire in hand, looking so radiant that everyone nearby stares. Then Elsia throws her arms wide and loudly declares Seoul a wizard battlefield called Battle City, effectively announcing that she and the Book of the Angel Raziel have finally entered Korea. At the Vatican-run church orphanage, Sual lounges on Ellie's sofa and bluntly asks when Ellie is finally going to have that promised meal with Johan. Ellie admits she wants to but keeps hesitating, because Johan is always busy and she worries she would only bother him. Sual cuts through that immediately, saying Johan looked half unemployed the last time she saw him, which shocks Ellie because she did not know the two had already met. Sual shows her phone call history with Johan and reveals that they have been in touch, even though the original excuse was just that he told her to ask if his magic notebook ever confused her. She also says Johan held back only because he thought accepting Ellie's polite offer too literally might make her uncomfortable, so if Ellie asks him directly, he will not refuse. That finally leaves Ellie alone with Johan's number on her screen, quietly nervous over something as simple as asking him out to eat. Meanwhile, Ioannis reviews his new intelligence and confirms that after Chairman Kim's fall, only Sual walked out alive from the deadly dinner building. That makes him focus on the one man standing beside her in the photos, Kim Johan, because too many major incidents now trace back to that same name. Ioannis decides the final proof came from Alphonse, whose unusually sharp sense for magical traces led them to the rain-soaked battle site where Johan had fought before. Holding Johan's photo, Ioannis finally says he has found the owner of the Vermis Mysterious, and his smile makes it clear he thinks the real fight starts now. Back in his secret workshop, Johan checks on the Hand of Glory and admits to himself that the non-stop breathing training and shooting practice have been wearing him down. He still takes out the legally issued Glock that Sion helped him get, appreciating that this pistol is far more practical than the illegal gun he stripped from Jaeun. Deciding he needs a break for once, Johan sits down at the computer while Grizzly keeps happily slamming the workshop refrigerator door in the background. Browsing game releases on Steam, Johan spots a title he once wanted before his life went off the rails and catches himself seriously considering a pre-order. That tiny decision hits him harder than expected, because having spare money for a hobby makes him realize just how far he has come from his old orphanage life. Before he can buy it, two tiny gnomes waddle over laughing and point out that pre-ordering just means waiting 2 weeks for no reason. Johan has to admit the gnomes are somehow right, so he bends down to pat their heads until more tiny helpers crowd in for attention. Since he would not have time to play anyway, Johan closes the game page and opens Mephisto Market instead, hoping idle browsing might at least turn up useful information. He checks the latest post by the ridiculous user I Love Pretty Boys and instantly regrets it when the so-called debate turns out to be shameless speculation about Achilles and Patroclus. The comments are just as hopeless, with some users complaining and others arguing seriously, so Johan bails out before the nonsense wastes any more of his patience. But while digging through I Love Pretty Boys' old posts, Johan suddenly freezes on one throwaway brag about rescuing a small disciple that had been beaten by children from the Special Operations Division. That phrase lines up with the day after Paimon's summoning and Sion's report that Chairman Kim escaped with help from an unknown collaborator, making Johan realize this idiot poster might actually be the target he wants. With his suspicions snapping into place, Johan glares at the screen and vows to kill I Love Pretty Boys, then immediately sours at how awful that username sounds out loud. Before he can investigate further, Grizzly suddenly stops playing with the refrigerator and bristles like an alarmed animal, making Johan turn just as the mood in the workshop shifts. Grizzly lunges without explanation, grabs Johan, and stuffs him straight into the empty refrigerator before slamming the door shut. A heartbeat later, an explosion tears through the building, proving Grizzly sensed the ambush before Johan did. Across the street at dusk, a vampire lowers an RPG-7 while Ioannis watches the burning workshop and calmly says the fight has already begun. When a refrigerator suddenly blasts out of the fire and crashes to the ground intact, Ioannis grins wider and orders his standby units to move, already expecting a long hunt. Johan kicks open the refrigerator from inside, coughing and dizzy, only to find smoke in the air and gun-wielding fanged attackers already waiting for him outside. Even half-stunned, Johan understands one thing immediately. If he has been targeted like this, standing still means death, so he runs straight into offense. Grizzly covers that escape instantly by sweeping through the attackers and sending vampire heads flying in a brutal opening counterattack. Johan orders Grizzly to eat while moving so it can recover, and the familiar obediently scoops up a corpse and chases after him mid-meal. While gunfire starts chewing up the street behind him, Johan calls Lee Munryong and barks for him to get over here right now. When Lee Munryong asks where to meet, Johan keeps running under the hail of bullets and gives the only answer that fits the chaos: wherever it is loudest. Just after sunset, a signal fire blooms over Seoul and announces the bounty race for the owner of the Vermis Mysterious. Among the gathered hunters, the foreign mercenary hard grins at the smoke and tells his men it is time to move. His men yank rifles from bags and cases right in public, and stunned bystanders can only stare and back away. Hard decides there is no point pretending anymore, so his crew will hit fast, hit hard, and plunder before the government closes in. Elsewhere, Sua's father Namgung-su learns that the man who saved his daughter may be a wizard. The secretary shows photos of symbols sewn inside Johan's coat, turning suspicion into something much more concrete. As Namgung-su stares at a photo of Johan with Sua, he starts piecing together the truths she kept hidden. He realizes Sua was probably truly kidnapped, and Johan likely stormed Chairman Kim's building to rescue her with magic. That makes the disaster at Chairman Kim's building even more ominous, because only a very powerful wizard with a grimoire could have caused something that huge. He wonders if Johan might even be the owner of De Vermis Mysterious, but the possibility feels almost too convenient to trust. What bothers him more is simpler and stranger. If Johan wanted money, why save Sua and disappear without demanding anything? Ashamed of doubting the man who saved his daughter, Namgung-su decides to watch the situation instead of acting rashly. That calm ends when a bodyguard bursts in and reports that Chairman Kim's surviving men and the city's gathered wizards are all moving at once. Namgung-su instantly understands what that means. Someone has found the grimoire owner's location. Even knowing it is dangerous, he finally unleashes the hidden private army he built after losing his wife and orders out the sword division. At the bureau, Shin Du-ryong hears that wizards have started an open street war with gunfire and swords, and he is instantly furious. He orders every available agent into the field and demands wards to keep civilians away from the bloodbath. As he storms out, Shin Du-ryong makes it very clear he intends to kill the wizards who turned Seoul into this mess. Sion tries to call Johan after getting the deployment order, but when he does not pick up, a bad feeling creeps over her. On another street, Elsia cheerfully helps a lost child reunite with her mother and proudly calls herself a saint. Then the Book of the Angel Raziel signals her, and Elsia looks up just in time to catch armed figures racing across the rooftops. Completely excited, Elsia mistakes Namgung-su's sword division for Joseon ninjas and blurts it out with shining eyes. Raziel gently corrects her, but Elsia is still thrilled and blurts out her half-baked ninja history before deciding she wants to see Korean museum exhibits too. When Raziel warns that the damage will only spread, Elsia immediately heads for the center of the commotion. Nearby, the red-haired demon Gremry quietly watches the smoke and realizes she has finally found where Johan is. Meanwhile, Johan sprints through alleys in his white coat as bullets shred the walls around him. He only survives because Grizzly, the invisible vampire, keeps trailing behind him and taking the worst of the incoming fire. As he runs, Johan angrily realizes the attackers must be after his grimoires, and his destroyed secret workshop flashes through his mind. What stings most in the middle of all this is that his carefully salted hand of glory got roasted before he could ever use it. He forces himself to stop spiraling, narrows his focus, and decides survival comes first. Johan breaks out onto the main road hoping the crowd might slow the shooters, but bullets chase him there too and send civilians screaming. Waiting calmly in the chaos is a blond man in a black coat with a sword on his back, and one look tells Johan this is the vampire leader. Johan does not hesitate and fires his Glock at Ioannis the instant their eyes meet. To Johan's shock, Ioannis draws his great sword in one smooth motion and actually knocks the bullet aside. Without stopping, Ioannis turns that same motion into a killing slash aimed straight at Johan's head. Grizzly cannot reach him in time because the gun-armed vampires behind Ioannis keep the invisible vampire pinned down. At the last instant, Lee Munryong crashes in with his spear and knocks Ioannis' sword away. Lee Munryong lands with absurd confidence, and even in the middle of a death fight Johan is too thrown off not to comment on his flashy entrance. Lee Munryong finally recognizes the blonde swordsman as Ioannis, the monster even Alphonse once took seriously. The moment Lee Munryong confirms who it is, he drops all pride and tells Johan to run. Johan follows immediately, and the two of them sprint away instead of trying to fight surrounded. To buy a little time, Johan pulls Grizzly back and throws a swarm of gnomes at the vampires chasing him. Mia panics and mistakes the little spirits for blood-soaked redcaps, but Ioannis coolly corrects her and says to ignore them. The gnomes buy only a brief delay, but Ioannis is now certain Johan uses De Vermis Mysterious in a surprisingly restrained way. Compared with the terrifying former owner he remembers, Johan is using only safer tricks like the invisible vampire and basic elemental magic. Even so, Johan's speed and fast judgment unsettle him, and Ioannis decides this new grimoire owner could still become dangerous in a different way. Far ahead, Johan yells at Lee Munryong for abandoning him so fast, only for the old man to point out something Johan has not noticed yet. Once he pays attention, Johan realizes his breathing technique is actually boosting his body and letting him run far faster than a normal human. That discovery instantly flips his mood, because for Johan this simple running boost feels more useful than almost any spell he has learned. Biopuzzy happily flutters inside his coat at being appreciated, while his other two grimoires react with jealous irritation. Their escape is cut off again when a Taoist assassin drops into the street, recognizes Johan as the thief of Biopuzzy, and rushes in to kill him. Lee Munryong recognizes the Taoist as another real threat and immediately decides that this is still a running battle, not a duel worth taking head-on. The Taoist closes the gap with terrifying footwork, and Lee Munryong quietly tells Johan to keep running while he uses a secret spear technique. He deliberately lets himself look tired and vulnerable until the Taoist commits to attacking his back. Then Lee Munryong snaps around in one brutal fake retreat stab and drives the spear straight through the Taoist's heart. The contract killer called Thousandly Demon Horse drops dead on the street, and his 8 trigrams tablet rolls away beside the body. Not trusting any easy victory, Lee Munryong casually finishes the corpse again by stabbing through the head just to make sure. Johan is appalled by how underhanded the secret technique was, but he also has to admit it worked perfectly. That pause ends when the vampires catch up again, and Johan remembers exactly who started this whole disaster. He decides the fight will never end unless Ioannis dies, so the vampire leader becomes his one clear target. Johan asks Lee Munryong to harass the vampires and buy time while he tries to lure Ioannis out for a kill. When Lee Munryong teases him about concern, Johan answers that losing the old man now would just waste the gold he paid. Spotting a pedestrian overpass ahead, Johan sets the trap in motion and heads straight for it. Lee Munryong turns just enough to deflect bullets with his spear and make it look like Johan is barely escaping on his own. Johan deliberately glances back at the pursuers and scrambles up the overpass stairs like a cornered man. But Ioannis has already read the move and is waiting for him on the bridge with more vampires, neatly sealing the trap shut. When Johan checks behind him, more vampires are already climbing up and Lee Munryong has vanished, leaving him apparently surrounded. Ioannis tells him he is trapped, but Johan calmly says no because he has one local advantage the vampires do not. Betting on the bus schedule he knows by heart, Johan suddenly vaults the railing and jumps off the overpass. He lands cleanly on the roof of a moving bus, pulling off the desperate stunt so naturally that the vampires freeze for a beat. From the bus roof, Johan stares back and silently mouths, "Follow me," to Ioannis. Ioannis finds the challenge irresistible, ignores Mia's warning, and leaps from the overpass after him. He lands on the tail end of the bus and turns the whole chase into the one-on-one duel Johan wanted. Ioannis calls the setup romantic, while Johan admits he did not really expect the vampire to commit this hard. Looking over the night skyline, Ioannis suddenly quotes a novel at him and tells the wizard to prove his innocence with tears. The line is so ridiculous that Johan actually cracks up for a second before standing into the wind to answer with something much harsher. He says he did not cry even when his own mother abandoned him, and that blunt answer only makes Ioannis grin wider. With the game finally worth playing, Ioannis draws his Damascus steel sword and fully accepts the duel. Johan tightens his grip on Vermis Mysterious, ready to answer sword with grimoire on top of the racing bus. Under the mad moon and the shaking city lights, the bus roof becomes a moving stage for a blonde vampire and a wizard in white to face each other at last. Then the bus jolts under a sudden crushing weight as the invisible vampire joins the roof fight with a monstrous roar. On the narrow roof of the speeding bus, Grizzly lunges first and slams at empty air while Ioannis plants his feet and answers with a crushing great sword strike. The impact rocks the bus so hard that terrified passengers below think they are in a traffic accident, but the fight on the roof never slows down. Grizzly hammers Ioannis again and again, and even with sharp footwork and spinning blocks, Ioannis starts getting pushed back toward the edge of the bus roof. Ioannis slips sideways just in time, and Grizzly's arm punches straight through the roof where he had been standing a heartbeat earlier. Instead of retreating, Ioannis enjoys the chaos, looks past the invisible monster to Johan, and treats the moving bus like a private duel stage. Realizing Greek fire will be awkward in the headwind, Ioannis suddenly vaults over Grizzly and lands at the front of the bus to attack the real target, Johan. The instant Ioannis lands, Johan meets him with Alphonse's silver sword, forcing Ioannis to block and laugh at the sight of a grimoire-wielding swordsman. Johan knows he cannot beat a sword master vampire head-on, so his quick strike was only bait for Grizzly to swing through him. But Ioannis reads the trap perfectly, crouches in the same instant as Johan, and the two lock eyes in a tense, irritated stalemate. Then the fight gets worse as mercenaries on motorcycles race up around the bus and start spraying bullets at both Johan and Ioannis. On the street below, Team Leader Park and Lee Hyun can only stare as the bus fight tears away from the ward setup they were still laying out. Sion spots Johan on the bus roof, decides to shoot without hesitation, and Team Leader Park immediately understands that the motorcycles are the real target. As the agents shoot at the bikers, one of Hyun's bullets accidentally blows out the bus's rear tire. The panicked driver slams the brakes, the bus shrieks to a stop, and both Johan and Ioannis are hurled off the roof. Johan goes flying in full panic, and Grizzly barely catches him before the two crash straight through a shopping mall storefront. Ioannis lands neatly outside, and Mia rushes up with the vampires, worried enough to scold him until he casually sends them all after Johan. Sion wants to chase after Johan, but the surviving mercenaries open fire on the agents and force special operations to hold the street. Choosing duty over panic, Sion orders the others to evacuate civilians, calls in Shinduryong for support, and charges the mercenaries herself with sword and pistol. Inside the mall hall, Johan wakes in Grizzly's arms, brushes off the hit, and immediately checks whether Ioannis survived the crash too. Johan barely has time to think before the vampire horde bursts through the shattered doors in a storm of gunfire. With one snap of his fingers, Ioannis fills the shopping mall with green Greek fire arrows and burning lines that cut off Johan's escape. The sprinklers kick on over the huge mall hall, but Johan realizes too late that water only makes Ioannis' Greek fire spread brighter. A splash of burning green fire catches on Johan's white coat, and for a split second he has no idea how to put it out. Then two panicked gnomes sprint in with a fire extinguisher and blast the coat with white powder, snuffing the Greek fire out on the spot. The gnomes proudly celebrate saving their master, and even Johan and Ioannis are left in awkward silence at the sight of Greek fire losing to a mall extinguisher. Before the lull can last, Mia explodes in fury over his master's wounded pride and opens fire on the gnomes. One gnome gets riddled with bullets, the extinguisher is punctured, and another gnome is blasted helplessly through the air in a cloud of white powder. The powder cloud turns the hall into a smokescreen, and the vampires use it to restart the battle with a full barrage at Johan. Grizzly tears through the smokescreen and rips 3 vampires apart in one sweep, but there are still too many guns for Johan to stop moving. While Johan tries to judge whether to retreat and fight guerrilla style, a second enemy crashes in from another entrance. Chairman Kim storms into the mall leading a pack of ghouls and screaming that he will kill Johan himself. Johan finally recognizes Chairman Kim as the man he failed to finish earlier, and he answers with one cold order: die. Grizzly obeys instantly, smashing through the charging ghouls and blasting Chairman Kim away hard enough to break bones and spray blood. That idiot charge gives Ioannis exactly the opening he needs, and he rushes straight back into Johan's face. Before that clash can resolve, a fresh mercenary group floods in and sprays the hall from yet another entrance, turning the whole fight into a battle royale. Their leader, Hard, takes one look at Ioannis personally hunting Johan and decides the man in the white coat must be carrying the real grimoire prize. Hard attacks first with rune magic, slamming a force blast into Johan's side and nearly knocking him off his feet. Johan fires back with his Glock on reflex, and Hard is forced to dodge while realizing this target is tougher than an ordinary man. Ioannis immediately turns on Hard as a rival, but Hard counters with another rune that strips the claymore from Ioannis' hand. Hard thinks bare hands will even the odds, but Ioannis proves otherwise by crushing him in hand-to-hand combat and dropping him into the wall. As Ioannis catches his falling sword again, he coldly reminds everyone that hand-to-hand fighting is basic wizard self-defense for him. At the same time, Grizzly suddenly kills an invisible assassin in mid-melee, and a strange candle on a mummified hand drops from the corpse. Johan finally understands that Grizzly's battle roar is not just intimidation, it is how the summon senses hidden enemies. For one brief lull, Johan looks around the ruined hall and sees pure chaos closing in from every side, all of it aimed at him and his grimoires. The Vermis Mysterious starts vibrating in Johan's hand and even opens to a spell for a planet-devouring cosmic worm, tempting him toward mutual destruction. Johan shuts that thought down hard, refuses to plan around his own death, and drags himself back into a fighting mindset. He warns the grimoire it is getting scolded later, and the Vermis Mysterious hums happily instead of taking the threat seriously. Betting on a rough idea instead of suicide, Johan forces all 3 grimoires to answer him at once. The 3 books pour their mana into Johan, and he forcibly expands the only spell he can cast quickly enough to turn the tide. Ioannis is the first to feel it as crushing gravity slams through the mall and drops mercenaries to the floor. Johan's earth elemental magic rips the floor apart and unleashes a huge swarm of gnomes across the battlefield. One mercenary mistakes the gnome swarm for redcaps, and even in this mess a tiny gnome angrily yells that they are completely different. With everyone else staggered, kneeling, or flattened, Johan stands alone under the 3 floating grimoires and finally says what he has been holding in all night. Johan declares that the grimoires everyone is so desperate to steal are already his, and he tells them all to get lost. That single shift in momentum frees Grizzly to go berserk, and the invisible summon plows through vampires, ghouls, and mercenaries like a truck. Even Ioannis has to grab Mia and roll clear to survive the sudden carnage. Then the ceiling glass explodes, and a silver-haired girl drops in with the energy of a stage performer calling herself the Saintess Elsia. Johan can only stare in disbelief as Elsia cheerfully reminds him who she is and raises the shining book of the angel Raziel in her hand. In the wrecked mall hall, Elsia lands lightly, points straight at Kim Johan, and declares that the owner of the Vermis Mysterious has to answer for a world-destroying grimoire. Johan realizes her real target is him as the owner, not just the book, and the Vermis Mysterious starts vibrating in his hands like it is warning him about something dangerous. The white grimoire answers first, and a chilling voice pours out of the book of the angel Raziel to condemn the Vermis Mysterious as a greedy, tainted thing. Even with a talking grimoire in front of him, Johan steadies himself and decides there is no point talking if Elsia came to kill him over that book. Lee Munryong rushes back into the hall, reads the danger instantly, and joins Johan without underestimating the silver-haired girl for a second. Munryong charges first with his spear, and at the same time Johan sends Grizzly's invisible full-force strike straight for Elsia's head. Elsia answers Raziel's call, her body matures into Raziel's adult form, and one effortless counterblow sends Grizzly crashing through the mall wall. Johan freezes as Elsia's body has matured into Raziel's overwhelming adult form, a divine presence so heavy it changes the entire atmosphere of the hall. Raziel speaks with calm contempt, and the mortals around her break immediately, some screaming and running, others dropping to their knees in prayer. Ioannis takes one look at Raziel and orders a full retreat, warning that this is not a duel anymore but a raid-level monster no one here can handle alone. Chairman Kim wants to keep chasing the vermis Mysterious, but even he gives up and backs away after hearing Ioannis compare Raziel to something beyond an elder vampire. Even brave Lee Munryong loses his nerve, spins around mid-charge, and shamelessly invents Plan G as he runs for his life. Johan tries to run too, but the backlash from forcing too much mana through earth elemental magic hits him at the worst possible moment, and makes his body buckle. Raziel closes the gap in an instant, and drives a fist straight into Johan's heart, blasting him back into the wall hard enough to knock him unconscious. As Raziel steps in to finish him, the Lesser Key of Solomon floats up on its own and blocks her path like an offended junior relative. Raziel scolds the Lesser Key like family, and the book flaps back with enough attitude to leave even the angel glaring in disbelief. The Lesser Key and Biopussy dive in together to buy time, but Raziel swats both grimoires out of the air with one casual palm strike. That tiny delay is enough for Vermis Mysterious to feed mana to Grizzly, and the battered invisible familiar starts tearing itself out of the wall to wake its master. Grizzly's cry drags Johan back to consciousness, and he realizes the sixth pentacle of Mars is the only reason Raziel's punch did not kill him. He jerks his head aside just before Raziel's kick smashes into the wall where his skull was a second earlier. When Johan calls her Elsia, the woman coldly corrects him and says that in this state he should call her Raziel. Even half-broken, Johan refuses to regret choosing Vermis Mysterious and snaps that if anyone is going to hit his grimoire, it will be him. He keeps pushing and guesses the truth, maintaining Raziel's descent must cost a steep price somewhere, or she would not be standing here with limits. Raziel calls him a beaten dog, and Johan, exhausted but shameless, barks back and jokes that he can lick her like one if she spares him. Raziel throws another punch, but a storm of white doves rushes in first, and a red-haired girl catches the angel's fist barehanded. Johan stares in shock as Student Council President Gremory casually reminds him that she is the woman who pinned him down before. The Archangel and the demon crash into each other, and the shockwave rattles the whole shopping mall ceiling. While the Archangel and demon trade blows, Johan's tiny gnomes rush in, hoist their battered master onto their shoulders, and make a frantic escape. Raziel tries to pursue, but Elsia's own delight suddenly breaks through in the same body when she spots a real gnome and scoops it up in both hands. Raziel forces the same body to release the frightened gnome, and she already knows Gremory would have blocked any chase anyway. When Raziel demands Gremory's angle, the demon simply admits she got interested in Johan and thinks his prickly side is cute. Neither side wants a full angel demon war in a mall full of civilians, so Gremory withdraws in a flutter of white doves instead of forcing the fight. With Gremory gone, Elsia's body shrinks back to normal, and Raziel gently asks through the white grimoire whether the descent strained her too much. The real cost of Raziel's descent is revealed in Finland, where the girls of the Sacred Maiden Convent must keep pure prayer going in rotating shifts to hold that power in place. Raziel also changes course on Johan because, even with death right in front of him, he still did not use outer god magic and seems to be controlling Vermis Mysterious instead of being consumed by it. Meanwhile, underground, unnamed gnomes carry Johan through a hidden passage when Hard ambushes them with rune magic and blasts the whole group apart like bowling pins. Hard smugly moves in to claim the prize, but Johan, still sprawled on the floor, instantly whips out his Glock and fires back. Hard blocks the bullets with a rune barrier, and Johan bitterly realizes every serious wizard hunting him seems to have a way to cheat guns. Johan limps away while covering Hard with the gun, and as he scans desperately for an opening, he spots an electrical room and heads straight for it. When Johan's gun finally clicks empty, Hard sees his chance and rushes after him into the closed utility room. Inside the room, Johan puts on a perfect act, flailing with a sword and throwing random junk so Hard mistakes cold setup for terrified panic. The fake panic ends when a thrown water jug bursts over the floor, and Hard suddenly notices Johan's eyes are calm and his muttering was a spell all along. Using Biopussy's Taoist technique, Johan redirects the live current from the cut wires and unleashes a brutal indoor chain lightning strike through the flooded room. Hard is cooked where he stands, and Johan leaves the electrical room alone after turning one more battlefield into a kill zone. With no pursuers left, Johan walks through the wrecked city toward the only place he can still call home, his tiny studio apartment. Instead of home, he finds his shabby old apartment building engulfed in flames, with firefighters shouting and bystanders filming the blaze. The sight hits harder because that miserable little room was still the first place Johan ever got to call his own after the orphanage. He checks what survived on his body and realizes the worst small detail too. His wallet was left behind and probably burned with everything else. That missing wallet leads straight to a bigger fear, because once the Special Operations Division traces the attackers, public services and a normal life may already be gone for him. Then he checks his phone and sees dozens of missed calls from Shin Xian, which suddenly feels even scarier than the fire. At the same time, Xian is outside the mall interrogating a captured wizard with ice-cold urgency, demanding to know whether the black-haired man in the white coat survived. The prisoner swears he only saw Johan inside, and Sion's composure cracks into worry as she starts regretting that she chose duty first instead of going in after him. After surviving the attack, Johan stands in front of his burning studio and knows the day still is not over. A black limousine glides up behind him, and Chairman Kim calmly reveals himself from the window. Chairman Kim admits he burned Johan's home but insists he is not hostile anymore and invites him in for a talk. Johan gets into the limousine without arguing, and Chairman Kim reads that easy answer as a sign his exhausted target is ready to bargain. As the limousine pulls away, Johan silently watches his home disappear behind the blackout glass. Chairman Kim brings Johan to one of his own underground sushi restaurants, a small place made to feel exclusive and tightly controlled. When Johan notices the guards behind them, Chairman Kim brushes it off as simple protection against the dangerous outsiders now swarming Seoul. Chairman Kim openly brings up their feud, including Mirio's death, and Johan cuts through the niceties by reminding him she tried to eat his brain first. Chairman Kim says today's chaos changed his mind, because Johan is stronger than expected and no longer worth fighting head-on. He even brings up Yoannis and claims the vampire side would gladly welcome Johan if Kim explains things. Chairman Kim keeps pressing the practical angle, saying a homeless, penniless wizard cannot survive alone against the Special Operations Division and every other enemy in Seoul. He tries to dress up the arson too, claiming he burned Johan's home to destroy evidence before the authorities could raid it. Then Chairman Kim drops the real offer and asks Johan to become his partner instead of his enemy. His greedy eyes drift to Vermis Mysterious as he sweetens the deal with money, shelter, and a powerful backer. The chef times the next dish with the sales pitch, setting down a plate of bloody human yucco between them like a twisted welcome gift. Chairman Kim cheerfully reveals the appetizer is human meat and tries to frame sharing blood as the first ritual of their alliance. Johan finally answers, asking only whether Chairman Kim is finished talking. Instead of touching the food, Johan turns to the chef and quietly tells him to hold out the hand he uses most. The moment the chef obeys, his left hand is bitten off up to the forearm by Johan's unseen familiar. Before anyone can react, the invisible familiar hurls Chairman Kim into the wall and tears his subordinates apart across the restaurant. When the massacre stops, the restaurant is wrecked and blood-soaked, and the starving invisible vampire waits beside Johan for permission to finish the job. Chairman Kim survives long enough to ask why, and Johan coldly tells him this is not negotiation at all, just unfinished killing. Johan briefly weighs the ugly truth that siding with Chairman Kim would be safer, but he cannot accept living under someone else's leash. He sums himself up with bitter honesty, saying a truly rational man would never have gone into philosophy in the first place. Chairman Kim panics and argues that revenge changes nothing, trying to buy a few more seconds with reason. Johan answers that revenge is not meant to create anything, only to settle the bill. Then Johan gives the order to eat, and Grizzly starts tearing Chairman Kim apart alive. Even while Chairman Kim is being devoured, Johan keeps talking with grim sarcasm and says he is generous enough not to ask for change. Once Chairman Kim is gone, Grizzly keeps feeding on the rest of the corpses while Johan notices the abandoned red grimoire cults de Gauls in the blood. Johan has no desire to use that monster-making grimoire, but he still hesitates over whether he should collect it. De Vermis Mysterious solves the question for him by lashing out with shadowy force and teleporting the rival grimoire away. Johan realizes his grimoire is still jealously hostile to any interest he shows in other books and gives up on the issue. Then the mutilated chef begs for mercy, and Johan decides the human meat cook counts as dessert. Grizzly happily obeys and crushes the chef too, finally eating its fill. With the massacre over, Grizzly comes to Johan like a satisfied pet, and he gently checks whether it is full. Johan leaves the underground restaurant and steps back into the winter night, where snow is now falling over everything. Now that the killing is done, the simple truth hits him hard. He is freezing, exhausted, and starving. He even regrets, for a second, not eating first, but the memory of the bloody human dish kills that thought immediately. So Johan starts walking with no destination, his white coat ragged and snow slowly collecting on his shoulders and hair. Passing civilians repeat the official cover story that the citywide chaos was just foreign gang violence, and Johan has to admit that is close enough. His mind turns to the real problem instead. He is broke, homeless, and still being hunted from every side. He considers calling Lee Munryong, but decides against it because that relationship is business, not trust, and weakness would change the balance fast. He rules out sleeping in some random shelter too, because the forces hunting him only scattered for the moment, and could find him again at any time. Hungry and dead tired, he jokes to himself about surrendering to Sion just for a bowl of interrogation room jajangmyeon, and knows his brain is running on fumes. At a fork in the road, Johan finally stops, because when you have nowhere to go, even choosing left or right becomes impossible. Then his phone starts vibrating, and instead of another threat, the caller turns out to be Ellie. Ellie nervously explains that she had been waiting for a chance to repay him with a meal and asks when he would be free. Johan answers with blunt honesty that the convenient time is right now. When he starts to take it back because it is late and inconvenient, Ellie quickly says yes anyway and offers to come meet him. A little later, Ellie arrives at the meeting spot in her habit and winter coat and is visibly shocked by how battered Johan looks. Without thinking, Ellie reaches up to brush the snow from his hair, then pulls back in embarrassed concern and asks what happened to him. Johan waves it off as the hazards of ghostbusting, and Ellie accepts that explanation with complete seriousness. Since it is too late for anything fancy, Johan suggests burgers, and Ellie goes along with it. Once the food arrives, Johan devours his burger and water so fast that he finally starts feeling human again. Ellie smiles softly as she watches him eat, glad the simple meal was enough. After dinner, Johan thanks her and starts to leave, planning to repay the favor later even though he has no idea when that will be possible. Ellie instinctively catches his arm and asks if they can at least get coffee for dessert. Johan stops hiding the truth and plainly tells her he has no money at all because his house and wallet burned down. He makes it clear he is not begging, just explaining why he cannot let her keep paying for him. Ellie answers immediately that she will buy the coffee too, leaving Johan briefly speechless. A short while later, in a warm cafe, Ellie brings Johan a vanilla latte, and he quietly accepts it. The sweet warmth of the latte finally cuts through the cold, giving Johan one small moment of relief at the end of a brutal night. After dinner, Ellie keeps Johan in a quiet coffee shop, and he immediately gets suspicious because she still will not say what she wants. Johan keeps waiting for the trick, half expecting poisoned coffee or some setup for his grimoire, but Ellie just quietly drinks with him. The strange part is that the silence never turns awkward, and the two of them simply sit under the warm lights listening to music while snow falls outside. When Johan looks toward laughing customers eating dessert, Ellie misreads his gaze and gently asks if he wants cake too. Johan says cake means happiness to him, not because he craves it, but because it is the kind of ordinary comfort other people can casually afford. He brushes the remark off in his own head, reminding himself he is still alive and still has his grimoire, but the exhaustion of the day is starting to show. Then Ellie suddenly gets up, and Johan assumes he just ruined the mood and this strange little meeting is over. Instead, Ellie comes back smiling with a plate of chocolate cake and admits she thought maybe he did want some after all. She tells him she wants to help him the same way he helped others before, from Emily's possession to the zombie attack at camp. Ellie offers the cake like a simple promise, saying that if Johan has none, she will share hers and eat with him. Johan cannot quite understand this kindness, but he accepts the gesture and takes his first bite. The cake is good, Ellie cheerfully joins him, and for a moment the night finally feels normal. A little later, Ellie leads Johan to a cathedral-like convent and offers him a place to stay until he finds somewhere new to live. Johan looks up at the building and dryly thinks this house of the lost fits his situation a little too well. The front door opens, orphan girls run out to greet Ellie, and Johan realizes with a sinking feeling that he somehow ended up back at an orphanage again. Then Sua appears in a t-shirt and dolphin shorts, spots Johan at the entrance, and freezes on the spot. Johan exhales into the cold and gives up resisting the irony, then heads inside with them. Elsewhere, Ioannis walks into the blood-soaked omakase restaurant with Mia and his vampires, holding the escaped cult's dagals in one hand. One look at the scene tells him the truth: Chairman Kim is dead. As he touches the blood, Ioannis pieces together the ending. Chairman Kim's body was failing, he made a desperate deal after failing to get Vermis Mysterious, and it ended in disaster. That sight pulls him into an old memory of wartime Berlin, where he once watched a Korean orphan bounce around a plaza in awe. When his subordinates dismiss Korea as just another colony, Ioannis coldly snaps that history does not vanish just because a country is occupied. Ioannis asks the orphan to choose a name, and the child excitedly points at a rich businessman and decides he wants to be Chairman Kim. Back in the present, Ioannis mutters that despite all of Kim's greed and ugliness, he still remembers him as the young disciple he picked up long ago. When Mia asks about revenge, Ioannis says no, because Johan and he were already enemies trying to kill each other anyway. Even so, the calm answer carries real bitterness, because a disciple's ugly end still leaves a bad taste behind. Ioannis immediately switches back to the hunt and orders Mia to find Johan through stolen card records or nearby surveillance. He admits Vermis Mysterious is too valuable to leave alone, and a ritual mage is dangerous as Johan cannot be allowed to slip away. Then Mia gets new footage from their thralls and pulls up CCTV of Johan wandering, answering a call, meeting a woman, and entering a church with her. The moment Ioannis recognizes Ellie, his mood hardens, because she is a Vatican nun he once warned his people never to touch. He realizes Johan has effectively taken shelter beside the Vatican, whether by luck or by knowing exactly what he was doing. That changes everything, because Ioannis knows from experience that the Vatican is full of genuine lunatics, not people to provoke lightly. He explains that his old Nazi unit handled the Holy Grail search, so he knows exactly how ugly clashes with the Vatican can get. Worst of all, if a nun is involved, the real second mage hunter will come, and he never forgives a wizard who harms one. So Ioannis decides to pull back for now, avoid making more enemies, and lie low while Shinduryong and the Special Operations Division are already roaming around. Far away in a rural European village, a lone man in a white cloak knocks on the door of an old stone church late at night. When the old priest opens up, the stranger calmly says he came from the Vatican to investigate a demon-summoning ritual. The priest asks for proof, and the visitor presents a wooden Vatican plaque with the terrifying line, "I am the sword of God. Resist me and you die." The fake priest instantly understands who he is facing, panics, and hurls the lamp forward in a desperate attack. Gideon cuts him in half through the fire with one stroke and steps into the church without a flicker of emotion. Inside, demon worshippers and lesser demons rush him, but he tears through them so fast it looks like a grinder is walking through the church. His advance only stops when a huge rag-draped priest named Harold confronts him, raging that God ignored his desperate faith until the moment of punishment. Gideon answers with icy contempt, saying faith is not something to put on a scale and bargain with. Driven mad, Harold lets a demon possess his own body directly, swelling larger as flames burst from his eyes and hands. The demon announces itself as Morix, a lord of hell, but Gideon barely lets the boast finish. Gideon says faith is like breathing and, if Harold has forgotten how to breathe, he should die. With one blinding strike, Gideon cuts off both flaming arms and the head of the Morix-possessed Harold. As Morix protests that Gideon is only human, Gideon calmly answers that he is the sword of God and that God is his sword. He finishes the body completely, turns his back on the flames, and walks out while the church burns behind him. Outside, a nun named Sophia is already waiting with a black case and reports that Vatican priests below are rounding up the survivors behind a sound barrier. The instant they are alone, Gideon's divine mask drops and he casually asks Sophia to show him a recent photo of Ellie instead of the next assignment. When Sophia shows him the picture, Gideon softens at how much Ellie has grown, then immediately starts fretting that her habit should be baggier. Sophia dryly shoots down his nonsense, and their banter suddenly reveals a much more personal history than holy coworkers should have. Then Gideon turns serious and says that even if Ellie was unexpected, he loves both Ellie and Sophia with all his heart. The truth comes out. Gideon is Ellie's biological father, Sophia is her real mother, and the two of them have hidden that secret from her completely. Gideon insists Ellie's safest future is to live as an ordinary Vatican nun, because if anyone learns she is his daughter, she will become a hostage and Sophia will suffer too. That is also why Gideon slaughters any wizard faction that dares touch a nun. He acts like a fanatic to guard one distant private happiness. When Sophia teases him about Ellie one day falling for a man and leaving the convent, Gideon can only stare up at the night sky and groan in despair. Back at the House of the Lost, Ellie brings Johann a set of guest pajamas from Sophia's room, not knowing they actually belong to Gideon. Johann wants to wash up and rest, but first he asks Ellie for wine and bread because he plans to set a barrier around the church just in case. Ellie hands both over without much hesitation, and Johann steps back outside with the supplies, still wary of what enemies might come next. Suah follows him out in pajamas with a long padded coat thrown on top and instantly starts scolding him for shamelessly following a pretty girl home. Johann shoots back that he has never even had a girlfriend, and Suah is visibly thrown when the shameless man-whore insult turns out to fit him terribly. Suah immediately starts teasing him for being unpopular, but the mood softens when she casually admits she also does not have a mother. When she asks what the bread and wine are for, Johann tells her he is setting up a magic barrier around the church grounds. Suah perks right up at the mention of magic, reminds him she is that old man's disciple too, and eagerly falls in beside Johann to watch the barrier work up close. In the snowy cathedral courtyard, Johann casually tells Suah his home burned down after enemies set it on fire, so he is trying to put up a protective barrier here instead. When Suah asks why he could not protect his own place the same way, Johann explains this kind of barrier needs a yard, something his tiny studio never had. Johann starts the Catholic-style ward with breadcrumbs and prayer, but a sharp static-like resistance runs through his fingertips before the spell can settle. Realizing another force is blocking him, Johann follows the mana along the wall and finds a word carved into the brick, ale. As they circle the courtyard, more names appear at regular intervals, and Johann stops once he recognizes the full pattern before Suah does. He explains the carvings are angel names assigned to the 12 directions of the zodiac, meaning the cathedral already has a high-order directional ward in place. Now that he understands the interference, Johann decides not to add his weaker barrier on top and quietly realizes Ellie's cathedral is far stranger than it first looked. Suah, shivering inside her puffer jacket, drags him back to the warm living quarters and reminds him to write today's barrier spell in her notebook later. Elsewhere in Seoul, the late-arriving special operations agents are stunned to find the battlefield already covered with defeated mercenaries and wizards, with Shin Duryong resting calmly at the center. Shin Duryong's paternal aunt, Shin Sehee, arrives with exorcists from the Shin main house and immediately scolds him for recklessly handling everything alone despite being clan head. Team leader Park updates Shin Duryong that the rampaging wizards were put down, but Ioannis escaped before they could catch him. When Sion arrives, Shin Duryong's tone softens at once, and he first checks whether she was hurt before hearing her report. Sion shows surveillance footage of Johann following Ellie into the cathedral, and urges the Bureau to protect him immediately as a civilian collaborator, and the owner of the Lemegeton. Shin Duryong warns Sion that the cathedral's Vatican authority makes any move risky, and Johann is no longer just a simple civilian collaborator now that they know he holds 3 grimoires. For the moment, he shelves the argument, tells Sion to rest and help with cleanup first, and leaves the question of Johann for later. Back inside the cathedral residence, Johann comes out in sleepwear after washing up and finds the 6 orphan girls watching a cartoon while Suah has already sprawled across a sofa like she lives there. When the cartoon casually abandons its captain to chase treasure, Suah flatly declares these kids' heroes are way too obsessed with money. After brushing off the cartoon joke, Johan awkwardly asks Suah to lend him money for a personal laptop so he can work and safely use the Mephisto market without touching the shared computer. Suah does not hesitate at all. She sits at the shared computer, picks a decent-looking laptop online, and buys it on the spot with her father's money. When Johan promises to pay her back, Suah waves it off and says her rich dad owes him far more than one laptop after he saved her life. The little girls creep over to ask for the cartoon toy set too, and Suah makes them do a clumsy song and dance first before giving in and adding it to the cart. At last Ellie returns and gently tells Johan his guest room is ready, and after the long day he drops onto the bed and falls asleep immediately. Before dawn, Johan wakes in the cathedral guest room to find all 3 grimoires stacked on top of his body like needy exhausted pets. Instead of throwing them aside, he assumes they are drained after yesterday's chaos, tucks them under the blanket, and sleepily pats them anyway. At 6 in the winter morning, Johan parts the curtain, spots Ellie outside shoveling snow alone, and realizes he cannot hide in bed after seeing that. He throws on his coat and goes out to help, and Ellie greets him brightly enough that his awkward sense of obligation eases a little. Ellie shows him the storage shed, hands him a shovel, and they clear only the path to the front gate together. The work ends quickly because Ellie is absurdly efficient, but she still thanks him warmly and heads inside to make breakfast. Left alone for a moment, Johan looks at the calm sunrise and admits to himself that he never expected to greet a peaceful morning like this after everything that happened. Inside again, he follows the smell to the kitchen and finds Ellie serving a full Korean breakfast instead of the bread and soup church meal he expected. Ellie nervously asks whether the meal suits his taste, and Johan quickly reassures her before digging in and praising how good it really is. As he eats with Ellie, Johan briefly thinks of Sion and the simple breakfast she used to make in the trap dating sim world, a quiet reminder that he misses her more than he says. That same morning at the bureau, an emergency meeting opens because last night's chaos left Seoul flooded with amplified mystery and rising anomalous incidents. Even here, Shin Se-hee needles Shin Do-ryong first, and he can only sigh before ordering the briefing to proceed because he still needs the clan's exorcists. The agents explain that the bounty-driven wizard attack has been cleaned up, but the huge concentration of mystery triggered a new city-wide threat called the Wild Hunt. They compare it to Europe's Wild Hunt and the East's Night Parade of 100 Demons, a surge where fairies, demons, and monsters grow bolder and hunt humans more actively. Shin Do-ryong treats it as large-scale cleanup, gives brisk instructions to the exhausted teams, and ends the meeting without revealing Johan's identity as the owner of 3 grimoires. Afterward, Sion goes to Shin Do-ryong's office alone and calmly admits that his early suspicion was right. The university deaths did trace back to Johan. But Sion argues the deaths should be treated as accidents caused by a grimoire going berserk, because the Johan she observed would never expose himself with deliberate murder. She pushes further and says they still need Johan's help against both the Wild Hunt and Ioannis, so treating Divermus Mysterious' owner as an enemy now would be premature. Shin Do-ryong gives only a guarded temporary acceptance, and Sion leaves the office without knowing how much of her plea truly reached him. Outside, Sion passes Shin Se-hee, who notes that the girl looks more and more like her mother before stepping into the director's office herself. Inside, Shin Se-hee spots Johan's photo in the confidential files, and that single face hits her hard enough to drag old family memories to the surface. The flashbacks paint the Shin family as a brutal nest of infighting, and because Se-hee was born too late to be a threat, she grew up as a sheltered main house daughter instead of prey. Another memory shows little Se-hee doting on infant Shin Do-ryong after his mother died in childbirth, and his father treated him like a cursed snake. As children, he even calls her mama by mistake, and Se-hee laughs through it because she is effectively the one raising him. When his training turns abusive, Se-hee keeps looking after him anyway, feeding him and trying to soften a childhood built on pain. Later, after his brothers die and their father calls them pathetic, Se-hee is the one standing beside silent teenage Do-ryong in the rain. Even as young adults, he lashes out at anyone who insults Se-hee's infertility, proving how fiercely protective he is of the aunt who raised him. Their bond is messy too, because one memory ends with him snapping at her during an arranged marriage fight and Se-hee crying so hard it takes him a week to make peace again. Back in the present, Shin Se-hee comes out of the memories staring at Johan's photo, then slowly turns to Shin Do-ryong with a new, loaded look that stops the scene on a question. In Shin Do-ryong's office, Shin Se-hee suddenly walks up and wordlessly squishes his cheeks, leaving the usually dangerous man completely thrown off. When Shin Do-ryong demands an explanation, Shin Se-hee coolly says she just felt like touching him and asks to borrow Johan's file. Shin Do-ryong lets her take the file but warns that Johan is dangerous, and Shin Se-hee accepts without arguing. Outside the office, Shin Se-hee quietly shows Johan's photo to a waiting aide and orders careful observation instead of any reckless approach. She goes even further and insists that if contact happens at all, the aide must be polite, back off if Johan refuses, and never harm him. After she leaves, Team Leader Park reports to Shin Do-ryong that Johan entered the church and showed no unusual movement through the night. Shin Do-ryong coldly decides Johan could be killed with the right blindside attack, because he has pulled off that kind of assassination before. But he immediately rejects that plan as too risky, because the moment a kill attempt fails, any chance of negotiation is gone for good. Team Leader Park realizes Shin Doo-ryung sees Johan as someone worth dealing with, not just a target to erase. Shin Doo-ryung says he does not care much about Johan's messy past, and only pauses long enough to make sure the shooting incident was against zombies, not civilians. Once that is cleared up, Shin Doo-ryung judges that Johan has mostly used magic to survive and do exorcism work, not to chase money or chaos. He decides Johan is not some irredeemable maniac, and the Bureau should focus on the real public threat instead, the wild hunt and the vampires hiding behind it. Shin Doo-ryung bluntly concludes that Johan could work as bait to lure out the hidden vampire leader Ioannis, even if that gamble might bite the Bureau back. So he is willing to negotiate with Johan if it helps, but he refuses Sion's idea of protective custody because Johan is still a criminal wizard in his eyes. His final stance is ice cold. He will not hunt Johan down, but if Johan dies on his own, that just saves everyone trouble. Elsewhere in the Special Operations Division, Shin Sion stares at a phone screen full of missed calls from Johan and hesitates, afraid that pushing too hard will make him disappear again. She forces herself back to work and starts briefing Team 3 on the amusement park clown anomaly that has already left casualties. Lee Hyun grimaces when Sion shows the evidence photo, a clown lurking in a dark alley with a mouth painted into a split red grin. The briefing turns grim as Sion explains that every known victim has been a minor, especially runaways and children with nowhere safe to return to. Sion reveals the clown's lure next, a red invitation envelope offering a dream amusement park to children who do not want to go home. An opened envelope recovered from a survivor proves the trap is real, because opening it can pull the target straight into the clown's private amusement park. The survivor's story paints the place as a glittering parade ground that turns wrong on closer look, and they only escaped after fleeing the clown in panic and stumbling on an exit. Putting the pattern together, Sion realizes the anomaly hunts children who feel abandoned, wish they could go somewhere fun, or simply do not want to go home. At Eli's church, little Han Ji walks home pouting because another girl talked about going to an amusement park with her parents, and the loneliness hits her hard. The moment Ji whispers that she wants to go to an amusement park with a mom and dad too, a nearby manhole cover suddenly starts to rattle. A white-gloved hand pops out of the sewer first and waves at her like a joke, which somehow makes the whole thing even worse. Then the clown itself climbs out, flashing its split red grin and pointed teeth, and Ji instinctively stumbles backward. In the next instant, the clown snatches Ji and drags her down into the sewer before she can even scream for help. One of Johan's hidden gnomes witnesses the abduction and panics, because it had been sent to watch over the church kids in case trouble found them. Resting in a church guest room, Johan gets the gnome's frantic report and immediately understands that a child-snatching clown anomaly just hit the church. He throws on his white coat, grabs his tools, and decides without hesitation that he is going out to kill the clown and bring Ji back. As Johan heads out, Ellie is already on the phone in the church, shaken because Ji missed the time she should have returned. Johan tells Ellie he is stepping out and promises that if he finds Ji, he will bring her back. Outside, Johan decides the Special Operations Division can help for once, because they already know where he is and this anomaly case is exactly their job. He calls Sion, gets straight to the point, and tells her a child has been taken by an anomaly, and he needs information in person right now. Sion races over using her breathing technique, arriving breathless at the exact street where the clown took Ji. She finds Johan already there, kneeling near the spot in his white coat and studying the ground like he is tracking the anomaly himself. Seeing his back again makes Sion's chest tighten, and she softens her steps so carefully that she slips right into his blind spot without him noticing. When Sion finally greets him in a gentle voice from directly behind, Johan whips around in shock because she managed to get that close unseen. That perfect approach leaves Johan's body locked for a beat, because the quiet smile on Sion's face suddenly feels cold enough to be dangerous. Shin Sion swallows her anger and puts the case first, telling Johan they can settle their issues later if it means saving the kidnapped child Ji now. As Johan studies the clown photo and invitation, he realizes this anomaly also drags victims into a private subspace and feeds on fear, which means Ji might still be alive inside. Even after Sion warns that rushing into the clown's home turf is dangerous, Johan decides he is going in prepared this time instead of repeating his earlier mistakes. Johan's tiny gnome helpers scrape a magic circle into the concrete, and one absurdly hops around as a cheering squad while the others work. When the circle is finished, Johan steps inside on Sunday and chooses Sun Pentacle magic that can free him from restraints before he enters the anomaly world. A beam of sunlight cuts down into the dark alley at twilight and wraps around Johan, leaving even Sion staring as his prepared spell locks into place. Inside the clown's subspace, Ji runs alone through a glittering nightmare amusement park as broken music plays and the place slowly reveals itself as a slaughterhouse dressed up for children. Ji falls hard, scrapes her hands and knees, and realizes with a fresh wave of panic that this place is painfully real. She ducks behind a grotesque stall and whispers for Ellie, while the clown's deliberate footsteps and torn-mouthed laugh creep closer through the empty park. Just before reaching the stall, the clown stops, twitches its nose, and turns away in irritation after smelling an uninvited guest in its park. Johan enters the subspace and finds himself chained to a train ride seat while the park cheerfully announces a saw blade attraction meant to behead adult guests. Because he cast the spell in advance, Johan calmly snaps the chains and steps off the ride before it can even start. Seeing the Vermis Mysterious still in his hand, Johan realizes this subspace lets him bring in more of his own tools than the last anomaly world did. As he walks the park, Johan's Halloween at first glance impression dies the moment he notices the candy eyeballs and decorations are made from real human remains. The clown creeps up behind him, but Johan twists first and buries a brutal elbow in its face before it can attack. The clown swells larger and bears rows of fangs, but Johan barely reacts because a Furita like this is nothing new to him anymore. Johan calls in Grizzly, and the invisible vampire's crushing presence alone makes the clown freeze for a heartbeat. An unseen punch blasts the clown across the park and dumps it into a spinning teacup like a joke only Johan's side is enjoying. When the teacup slows, the clown looks up to find Johan already sitting across from it, and an invisible hand starts spinning the ride again. As the teacup spins, Johan tells the clown this whole subspace counts as a prison to him now, and the park itself starts losing control under his spell. Then he reveals the real disaster for the clown. By forcing more power through the grimoire before, he learned how to swallow huge flows of mana, and now he has devoured the park itself. Panicked at last, the clown lunges, and Grizzly batters it away again before it can touch Johan. Broken and terrified, the clown crawls toward a drain to escape through the same sewer-like route it used to hunt children. Johan is already waiting inside the drain, and the clown's escape route turns into another trap the instant it sees him there. After another invisible smash, Grizzly lifts the clown by the neck, and Johan tells it flatly to keep running because he will just keep killing it. The clown tries to heal by feeding on the fear stored in the park, but that fear now spirals past it and into Johan instead, leaving the predator begging for the first time. Fireworks burst over the closing park as Grizzly tears the clown apart in midair, turning the whole attraction into a spray of filthy red fireworks. With the clown destroyed, the entire amusement park breaks apart like a mirage and throws Johan and Ji back into the real alley. Sion rushes over, checks Ji, and confirms with relief that the girl is only unconscious, not otherwise harmed. Johan stays alert even after the rescue because he had prepared that anti-restraint spell not just for the anomaly, but in case special operations tried to arrest him the moment he came back out. Since no arrest team appears, Sion carries Ji into a nearby cafe so they can talk about what happens to Johan next. While Sion settles Ji onto a sofa, Johan texts Ellie that the girl is safe and then has the miserable realization that he has no money for coffee. Johan awkwardly asks Sion to pay for his coffee, and the gap between his deadly image and that embarrassingly normal problem makes her laugh out loud. Sion gently calls him cute for asking so nervously, which only leaves Johan sitting there in wounded, suspicious silence. She buys coffee and sandwiches for both of them, and the two finally sit down to eat in a brief pocket of quiet after the fight. Once they start talking seriously, Johan asks the real question: is Special Operations about to hunt him as a criminal wizard? Sion tells him not yet, because only a few people know he owns the Vermis Mysterious, and the Bureau still has not decided how to handle him. When Johan asks what she thinks, Sion admits she cannot ignore the deaths or his attempt to frame Kim Mirail, even if it was meant to mislead the investigation. But Sion also reminds him that people are alive because of him, from past anomaly victims to the sleeping girl beside them now. So Sion makes her offer. She wants Johan working with Special Operations as a collaborator who helps them eliminate anomalies. Johan quickly sees the logic, because with mercenaries, wizards, vampires, and demons already circling him, he cannot afford to make the Bureau a full enemy too. He agrees on one condition that sounds exactly like him: as long as the work is not unpaid, he is in. The blunt acceptance visibly relieves Sion, because this new deal is no longer a rooftop bluff but a sincere truce between two people who know exactly what the other is. That conversation ends the instant Ellie arrives at the cafe to collect Ji. Before Ellie reaches them, Sion quietly warns Johan that the Bureau still cannot protect him openly, so staying at the cathedral is safest for now. Ellie reaches them, recognizes Sion from the earlier campsite trouble, and immediately focuses on whether Ji is safe. Sion smoothly explains that Special Operations was chasing the anomaly and Johan helped as a civilian exorcist, giving Ellie a clean story that is close enough to the truth. After agreeing to talk again later, Johan leaves with Ellie as she carries the still sleeping Ji back toward the cathedral. On the way, Ji murmurs for Ellie in her sleep, and Ellie softly reassures her until the frightened child settles again. Ellie thanks him again, but Johan downplays the rescue and quietly turns over what the spreading wild hunt pattern might mean for future anomaly cases. Then Ellie tries to pay him a commission as a ghostbuster, and Johan sidesteps the money by asking to keep using the cathedral guest room until he finds somewhere else. Ellie looks surprised, then happily tells him he can stay as long as he likes and adds with a grin that he is kinder than he acts. They flag down a taxi together and head back to the cathedral with the rescued child finally safe. Back in the cathedral guest room, Johan finally gets to rest in the tiny space Ellie has cheerfully labeled as his room. That peace lasts only until Sua knocks, walks in with his newly arrived laptop, and announces that she already set it up for him. Johan thanks her, opens the laptop, and immediately finds himself staring at the most unnecessary setup choice possible. Suah made her own selfie the wallpaper. Suah defends it like it is perfectly normal, and Johan can only stare back in exhausted disbelief as the long night ends on that ridiculous note.